5 finals, 3 of them rolled gold chances for Australia. The highlight, the 100 metres freestyle for men, 12:37. I'll give you the full rundown, our Olympics coverage, next.
Duncan Thompson Extensions. From concept to completion, duncanthompson.com.au.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. Victoria has recorded 6 new local cases of COVID, but the source of a mystery case is still not known. The mystery case is a traffic controller who worked at Moonee Valley COVID testing site. 2 Brisbane hostels and Brisbane Airport are on COVID alert after a man spent 4 days in the community while potentially infectious. The man returned a positive result after he left hotel quarantine after returning from the Philippines. In WA, a further 6 crew members aboard the ship docked in Fremantle have tested positive to coronavirus. It takes the number of positive cases from the ship to 9, including 3 who remain in Perth's Fiona Stanley Hospital after being transferred on Monday. While South Australians are being reminded to wear a mask while out in public spaces, masks must also be worn in secondary schools and on public transport. South Australian Police Commissioner Grant Stevens says that based on his initial observations, the use of masks has been high across the community. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Australia's Lucy Stefan was one of the gold medal winners yesterday at the rowing in the fours, and her dad Gus has told SEN Breakfast it wasn't always easy for the family as Lucy was training to be one of the best in her sport.
We were going through drought times back then and battling on the farm and trying to put 2 boys through Ballarat Grammar at the same time as putting Lucy through university, as well as that paying airfares for her to go to trials and stuff like that. You know, it's become a lot better now. Gina Reinhardt's come on board with Rowing Australia and she's been absolutely fantastic.
And the Boomers have had another win, defeating Italy 86-83 in Tokyo. Weather's next.
Help contact tracers by registering your Myki. Register now and get $10 bonus Myki money. Limited time. Visit ptv.vic.gov.au. T's and C's apply.
Hello again, Princess Freeway is at it again. Geelong bound, just before Corroy Creek Road with a smash. The left-hand lane's closed. We've got an Adgie in the right-hand emergency lane. It's causing big delays for traffic coming off the West Gate, back to Grieve Parade and the Ring Road, nearly back to Boundary Road. Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
New South Wales Racing Week, live all this week on 1593 SEN Track.
Liberty. Free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply. Partner today with Bright Zero Interest Finance for Tradies.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, 17, a shower or 2 tomorrow, 15. Right now it's 9 degrees. And don't miss Carl Chalmers swimming for gold in the 100 metre freestyle, live today from 12:30 on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Day 6 of the Tokyo Olympics. Do we dare to dream of a repeat of yesterday? 5 swimming finals, Australia represented in all, 3 huge chances. Pen and paper or straight into your phone? I'll give you the daily menu for Master Builders Association of Victoria. Membership provides free legal support. Join today from just $1.40 a day. The times you need to know prominently. 11:44, the men's 200 metres breaststroke final with Zach Stubblety-Cook. He swims as the fastest qualifier and he is the favourite. 12:37, the highlight of the day, the men's 100 metres freestyle final with Kyle Chalmers looking to defend his crown from Rio. 1:31, the women's 4x200 metres relay freestyle. Ariane Titmus for a third gold medal. Australia is considered something of a lock in this, which is a risky proposition heading towards relays. And then 3:39, Jess Fox in the semi-final of the C1, with the final to be after 5 as long as she finds her way safely through. 11:44, 12:37, 1:31, 3:39. Set little alarms in your phone. Make sure you're with me as we go. The Olympic golf is underway. No, it is though. Mark Leishman is on the course. We'll keep you up to speed with the golf. So how to put yesterday in its proper context. 3 golds in 1 hour. 6 gold after 5 days. Rio and London, there was 8 gold in each of those 2 games. By today, that could be equalled. In the most perfect world, it could be surpassed. Nobody better than Bruce McAvaney, who's about to join me to discuss Australia's one crowded hour.
10:57.
The Australians giving it everything, just in front. Netherlands not getting there yet. Still Australia marginally in front. It's Netherlands trying ever so hard, but the Australians are holding on and win gold. Oh, what a performance.
11:16.
50 metres to row, a chaotic finish. Yes. The Australians hold on. The Australians have done it. The Australians have done it. The gold medal is coming home. Fantastic. We have a new awesome foursome.
11:46.
She really needs to put her head down.
Ledecky was 5th at the turn. I don't think the great American can get into the gold medal position. Now she goes up, Arnie. She gets into the lead. Ariane Titmus, the legend is growing before our eyes. She does it again. An Olympic record. A golden double. Ariane Titmus, the 2 and 4.
We've never needed Olympics, Bruce, more. Legendary Channel 7 broadcaster Bruce McAvaney. Bruce, welcome back to the program.
Oh, Jared, a lot's happened since we've spoken.
It has for an Olympic aficionado. How remarkable was that one golden hour yesterday?
It's as good as it gets, Jared, isn't it? I mean, and each of those races were remarkable. They were tight, they were close, you're on the edge of your seat, and they turned out to be historic. So, 3 gold medals in a day is the 5th time it's happened, but it feels even more special because they were so packed into one another. They're 2 of our great sports. Swimming, obviously, we ride on the back of it. It's been the one sport that if it does well, we do well, and Titmus has become, not an overnight sensation, but she's gone from someone who could be great to somebody who certainly is that, and the 2 rowing, just in the right races too, weren't they? Those Coxless fours that bring back so many beautiful memories.
Perfect echoes of nostalgia and 25 years on from a men's perspective. Just the overall, Bruce, so 6 gold medals in 5 days. I think, I'm not sure about your perspective, but Rio and London tended, as they went along, to be measured by what hadn't been won, and there was political acrimony that developed across those games. This gives Australia I felt like yesterday re-established Australia as the nation that was there in Beijing and Athens and Sydney when we grew those gold medal hauls to historic levels. Have you got that sense?
Absolutely. No, I think you're spot on. I mean, it was coming in Atlanta. I mean, we got so many bronze medals in Atlanta with 9 medals, and that was the build to Sydney. But those 3 games, 2000, 2004 and 2008, were the ones that got us into that sort of top 5. We were getting in the middle teens, between 14 and 17 gold medals in those 3 games. And then the disappointment in London, and I think the real disappointment in Rio, because I thought we'd bounce back in Rio and we didn't. And as you say, there was a lot of head scratching, hair pulling and accusations, and here we are now. We're feeling like, yep, we're back where we would like to be, and that's a powerhouse in Olympic sports, and that's the case. So, we couldn't have had a much better start. And when you look at today, Jared, it's quite mind-blowing what might happen in the pool today. I mean, what happened yesterday might be matched today in an hour and a half of swimming.
It would be incredible. So I'm not sure how much, so the ratings will tell you, the national mood within the Olympics. It is unique. We spoke about this just before the Games and why it's still the big international event in sport. Is the national mood was sent soaring yesterday?
It was, and look, the ratings have been phenomenal. You'd expect that to be. I mean, we're getting figures that have been unmatched in Sydney. Sydney was always going to be impossible to beat. The opening ceremonies and the Freeman night and the Thorpe race, but this is the closest we've had to it, Jared. So in many ways, it's a rejuvenation, not just of the country at the moment, because we need it so desperately with what everyone's been going through. But I think of the Australian Olympic Committee as well and the support they're going to get from this point on. And the fact that Brisbane, I know, it's 11 years away, but it's not far away. We talked about and joked about that the other day. So everything's sort of just coming together, isn't it? I mean, you must be feeling this as well. Everything's sort of coming together. It's almost like the perfect storm for a rise again in that Olympic spirit and that, I think, interest in Olympic sports.
And there's nothing like having an iconic figure, and that's what Ariarne Titmus has become. So matching the deeds of Shane Gould, and now, there's a lot more on offer to her. What are we seeing in Ariarne from a historic Olympic perspective?
Right there with the very best. And you mentioned Shane Gould and what she did as a 15-year-old in Munich. And you think to yourself sometimes, what makes somebody extra special? It was the big build-up with Ledecky. It was the quality of the win. It was who she beat. It's the way she carries herself on and off the track, so to speak. But you think back to Thorpe and all the things that we think about Thorpe. I think in many ways it's him swimming down Gary Hall more than him winning those individual gold medals. So it's a moment that we remember, and that moment with Titmus and Ledecky. But in the 400, I mean, the 200 was incredible too, but it was the 400. It was those two women willing themselves in that last 50 metres. It was sport as good as it ever gets. Something had to give, and it did. So I was thinking about, what elevates somebody? And Thorpe was elevated in my eyes, in Sydney in that very first gold medal that he won. So, yeah, it takes a special moment to make somebody remarkable in our eyes, and Ariarne's done that. Certainly once and twice here. I think she's got a good chance of coming home with 4 gold medals.
It would be incredible. Where would that put her in the scheme of things?
Well, right there. I mean, who are the legends? Well, Betty Cuthbert and Dawn Fraser jump at me. Cuthbert, the only male or female to win a 100, 200 and 400. Boy, oh boy. Fraser set the bar for everybody with 100 times 3, and then Egazeki equalled it with the 200 backstroke, and then Phelps matched it and went beyond it. But so they're sort of the benchmark for me, Betty and Dawn. And then you have a one-off, Jared, like Herb Elliott, breaking the world record of the 1,500 metres and demolishing the field. But it was it was that lightning bolt. So it's a good question. I mean, the collective of Gould in 1972, the consistency of Andrew Hoy over a long period of time, Anna Mears, whatever. I mean, there's a long, long list. But she's there. She's absolutely there. I mean, we have other athletes that have won more medals, and you do it either way. You can be a collector, and that's no criticism. There are some incredible athletes that have collected. There are a couple of others that don't need to collect. They only need to produce a performance or two, and you can remember them forever. Titmus has got a bit of both, I reckon. She's got a bit of both. She's young. I think she could end up, arguably, surpassing Thorpe. She may end up being our most important swimmer of all time, alongside... I have Fraser just in front of Thorpe, to be honest.
Yep.
And I think Titmus has got the potential to be there.
There's 3 lovely elements in these games around her. There's one, her fearsome determination and her beautiful demeanour, the capturing of, I'm just a kid from a small town in Tassie, but this is what can be done. Her coach, so you've got the Laurie Lawrence effect with the over-exuberance, something that we can smile at and laugh at and tap into. And then her parents, I think that lens into these games is crucial without crowds and without being able to be there. And her parents have done a superb job in conveying what it means to them and the journey and the sacrifices that have gone into it. How have you found that package tied together around her to provide almost the complete story?
It's perfect, isn't it? And you've summed it up so well, because that's what it is. We love our champions to have light and shade, don't we? We want them to be somebody that we can relate to. And with Ariarne, she is the girl next door. She's that gorgeous, person that you would love to meet. Mum and Dad are normal. They're enthusiastic. They say all the right things. I know them well. I certainly know Steve well through work over the years, and the coach. I mean, Stephen Quartermain and Laurie Lawrence with Duncan Armstrong. I think you're young enough to remember. Dean Boxall. You'd love. I'd be frightened to go up with a microphone next to Dean. I reckon Porters even wouldn't do it. But yeah, look, it's that mix, isn't it? It looks a bit like our backstroker. I mean, we like personality and characters. Certainly, Kaylee McEwen provided a bit of light and shade, didn't she? So we relate to them. So look. Titmus is, it's interesting, isn't it? The potential was there, Jared. I mean, we talked about it last week, I think. Everyone's thought the potential was there. What's made the story even greater is the three things you'll mention, and the fact that Ledecky was the mountain that was sitting in front of her. It's the perfect storm. It really is, in terms of what she's had as a challenge and now what she's achieving and going to finish up with at the end of these Olympic Games.
Isn't it funny that Kaylee's given us the motto of the Games, but it's a motto that we can't say on air? We can all think it. You can put it on social media, but we can't say it.
Exactly. She's changed the vernacular of the country, I think. But anyways, God, what a cheeky little thing she is, eh?
Yes, that's the way to win a gold medal. You can say what you like, and you become a national darling in the immediate aftermath. The 100 freestyle today. So Kyle Chalmers, he was the moment of Rio. Now he tries to defend his title. He's the underdog against Caleb Dressel. What's your sense of anticipation for it?
Everything, Jared. It's the heavyweight championship in so many ways. Ledecky was the showdown. This is massive, isn't it? I mean, no male has ever done it twice from Australia. Sort of the gods in swimming have done it over the years. If you look at those names that have gone back to back, it's a bit like 100 metres on the track. And he's got, obviously Dressel's the one that we know best. But the Russian, who's already got one medal and was easily the fastest, I don't think the young Romanian can rise and win. But I think it's just the heavyweight championship in many ways. I think he'll win. I do. I just feel like he's the best racer. I hope he doesn't get too close to them at halfway, because I think they're going to go out so hard. And I think he'll swim his own race, Jared, and I think he's going to come home over the top. You love calling, and so do I. How many races have we won in the swimming pool when we have been coming from behind?
I know.
It's sort of rare. It's been our trademark through these games, hasn't it?
The last 50 of Titmus yesterday, that's a caller's dream, isn't it? Coming from fourth over the top.
Oh. And that's what Chalmers is. Well, he did it in Rio. It's what he's going to be a long way back. Look, if I'm not sure what the odds makers make of today's race, but I think he's got as good a chance as anyone. I think he can win. I just think he's got that ability to hold his nerve and to rise to the occasion. And I think he can win. One interesting thing I've noticed, Jared, not many world records.
Yes.
And in the pool, normally we get a glut of them. And that's just an observation, because the swimming has been at the highest standard. I mean, Ledecky and Titmus were so close. But very few world records.
I wonder if it speaks to the times, as in the age and the preparations.
I think it's a maturing of the sport in a way, Jared, a maturing since the bodysuits. I think there is they get to a certain level where the records, and track and field suffer from this. Records are so hard to break because. Yep. There's such a history involved with them, and so many great ones have been in front of you. But that's one thing that sort of has jumped at me in the last day or so, that, the swimming's been magnificent, and it doesn't matter. But there have been very few world records.
We pondered just before they started what kind of games these would be, and we didn't know. The opening ceremony had its iconic moments, the drone and the lighting of the flame. Japan's won 13 gold medals. They topped the table thus far. These, despite all the circumstances and not having people there, they feel like the Olympics. That fear of it's not going to be all that we need it to be. I don't feel that way anymore. I feel as deeply into the games as ever, just not being there.
I'm the same, and I'm going to get a real feel for this tomorrow, because track and field starts, athletics starts. I'm not going to be there. The stadiums are going to be empty. That's maybe going to be the big test, Jared, because it's the biggest stadium, and those stands are going to jump out at us. They're going to probably shoot it in a way where they probably try and take away that feeling as much as possible. But yeah, look, I'm like you. These have been so enjoyable. You and I, like everybody else, are completely enveloped by them. It's as if nothing has happened, and we know everything has. Tomorrow might be a little bit of, okay. I don't think so, but yeah, no, we couldn't have dreamt for a better first 6 days of competition. It's really, I think, for anyone that might have been really doubtful about whether the game should go on or not, but like their sport, would be thinking, thank God they have.
Give me a little taster for the track and field, Bruce, maybe from an Australian perspective first, and then I'll ask you about the international scene. What are you really looking forward to in the green and gold?
I'm excited by this team, Judah. They're young, and what I love about this team, they're in form. Now, there are a couple of injury problems, concerns, and a couple of the athletes, I think, are going to struggle to fulfil their potential, and one or two are pretty high profile, but there's a lot of potential in this team. Now, best medal chances are Nicola McDermott in the high jump and Stuart McSwain in the 1500, but Brandon Stark's not without a hope, and Eleanor Patterson's not without a hope, and I think there's a young decathlete, Ash Maloney, who could be anything, Jared. He's a world junior champion. He's something, Ash Maloney. So, but look, I'm not suggesting he's going to win gold, silver, or bronze here, but I think he could do something that's going to really catch our eye. So, Lyndon Hall, there's a whole range. So I'm really in the collective, I'm really excited about this Australian team. From Rowan Browning all the way through. So, I feel like there's a bit of a turn in track and field in this country, so I'm hoping I'm right.
And internationally, what's your greatest sense of anticipation?
Look, there's a long list, but I'll get it down to a couple. It's a women's 100 metres. So you've got Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. There are 5 women here that could do something that no female has ever done, and that's win a third gold medal in an individual event. And she gets the first crack. So no female has ever won the 100 metres on 3 occasions, and she's got a great chance. But Elaine Thompson is probably the equal favourite, and no female has won the 100, 200 double twice. So both of them are on their verge of something pretty remarkable, the two Jamaicans. They haven't got it to themselves. So the women's 100, and then all the way up to the marathon in a way with Eliud Kipchoge. He's, I think, the greatest marathoner ever. It's either he or Bibi Bikila. It's a toss-up. He probably has to win this to confirm that. But he's won 12 out of 14 marathons. He's the world record holder. He did the sub-2, as we know, and he's also the defending champion. But it'll be brutal, the marathon, and I don't think he's as good as he was, and he's 36 years of age. It will be a test for one of the giants of the sport. So from the 100 through to the marathon. Yeah. And Jared, if we had time, we could go through them all.
I can't wait to hear you call them all, Bruce. So just as we finish, Simone Biles' withdrawal from the Games, and we spoke about who could inherit that mantle. What a blow for gymnastics, for US television. What a sign of modern sport. How have you absorbed the withdrawal of Biles?
It was a shock. I mean, I was keen to watch everything she did, and you could tell that, she's not quite going as well as we wanted her to go, but she produced a couple of things that even took my breath away even then. But it was a big shock, but I'm so impressed by her. Do you know what I mean? How she spoke and just her courage, her backstory is just... It's just so hard to get your head around that she's been able to achieve so much with all the things that she's been through. She's a brave woman. But as you said, probably the times have changed. There would have been a lot of a different reaction 30 years ago. She probably wouldn't have made the decision 15 years ago. It's a massive sacrifice, but it's the right one for her, and sort of applauded. And I think in many ways she's become a greater champion, and she's not going to be the star that we were hoping she might be, the colossus of the Games, the global star, but she's left a mark in another way that might be just as good in terms of being a role model for people going forward. So I've got the utmost respect for her.
Bruce, thanks a lot for your time this morning. The very best of luck with the track and field from tomorrow. We'll be watching and we'll be listening.
Always a pleasure, mate. See you, Jerry. Bye-bye.
Bruce McAvaney there. So Channel 7's coverage. Australia opens its Olympic title defence in the women's rugby sevens with an unmissable encounter against host nation Japan. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. If you're feeling the Olympics like Bruce is, 1300 736 736. Ahead of day 6 of competition, this session is brought to you by Tyre Power. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie-owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought-after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
IGA's Market Day is here. Kleenex Complete Clean Toilet Rolls 45-pack, just $16 each. Save $10. Hurry in today to your local IGA.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade, or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
State Transport, our people are your solution. State Transport, our people are your solution.
StateTransport.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. Tyrepower.com.au.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track. From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore. In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To stop the spread of coronavirus, anyone who has recently been to a red zone must go straight home and quarantine for 14 days. You must get a test within 72 hours of arriving home and again on day 13 of quarantine. For the latest updates, go to coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The wonderful team at Berwick BMW continue to deliver exceptional customer service.
Rather than us rave on, we've looked up Google reviews. Janine says, an amazing experience. Getting our first brand new car can be tricky, but Berwick BMW team made us feel that it is possible. And Kirsty said, these guys were amazing. From the initial call to arranging a test drive, Berwick BMW's customer service was 10 out of 10.
5 stars all round. Join the BMW family today.
Visit Neil Phillips and his amazing team at the all-new Berwick BMW LMCT 8953.
John wakes up every morning at 6:45. Reaching for his glasses, he knocks his lamp off the bedside table. Next, he spills his glass of water and attempts to put his cat on instead of his slippers. If only John phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Professor Alpins helps people like John wake up seeing clearly without having to fumble around for their glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no-obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
From Australia, オーストラリア代表 Mark Leishman.
The golf is underway in Tokyo. Mark Leishman, the first of the Australians on the course. He bogeyed the first. He's 1 over after 3 holes. The early pace is being set by Sepp Straka from Austria, who's 4 under through 8 holes. So 4 rounds to determine the medals in the golf. That's going to be part of the features of day 6, 7, 8 and 9. The Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsports.com. Heading into the day, Japan on top of the table, 13 gold, 4 silver, 5 bronze. China, 12 gold, 27 medals in total. The US, 11 gold, 31 medals in total. The Russian Olympic Committee, 7 gold, 23 medals. And Australia, 6 gold, 1 silver and 9 bronze. 16 medals and represented in all 5 finals at the pool this morning. Michael's in Elwood with the swimming on his mind. Michael, welcome.
Oh, g'day. Thanks for having me on. First of all, could I just say congratulations to the TV coverage of the Olympics. It's fantastic, and Seven are doing a great job. So what I do want to comment is how well Australia have done on the water in rowing, swimming, and I'm after what the feedback is. How are we going to go on the track?
So Bruce gave you our 2 best medal prospects, and it is a young team that has, well, which is it? So outsiders' chances in other events, perhaps in 3 years' time as it matures. So there won't be a lot of medals on the track, and I guess we've become accustomed to that over time. The 1500, so McSwain in the 1500, that is enticing in what he's been able to do. But Michael, we are a nation girt by sea, and that's playing out before us. The track cycling is the other. So the 3 sports, swimming, rowing and track cycling, is where the bulk of Australia's gold medals historically come from. And swimming and rowing are holding up their end of the bargain in a manner that they didn't quite meet the expectations, the budgets, the quotas that were there in London and Rio, and that's what is seeing Australia soar. 1300 736 736 to share your sense of the Olympics with us. Bruce has really put us in the mood for the day that is ahead. A little recap, this basketball update for City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. The Boomers defeated Italy 86-83. They're 2-0 in their Olympic campaign so far through the pool stage. They trailed for portions of that match. It did go down to the wire. I wonder what you're making of the Boomers so far. Here's Paddy Mills post-match.
That's what we expected, a very, well-known international powerhouse for a long time, and they're obviously here for a reason, beat some very good other European teams to make it here. So we knew that, they're never going to die no matter how much they're down, and they showed that throughout the game. But for us, to hang in there and grind it out, there's a lot of stuff that's been thrown at us that, we're learning on the fly too, and this is all well for, to be the last team standing, is to keep building and developing from these opportunities.
Last game against Nigeria, you described it as being down in the trenches with your teammates. Was it again like that tonight?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the motto for this whole campaign, to be honest. We're going to get different stuff thrown at us, and we did again today. So for us to know how deep we are and how much we can rely on each other and have each other's back, I think was another example of the win today.
A lot of hype about this team. You guys are going to go all the way, hopefully.
Look, we're here, we're focused, we understand what's at stake, we understand how to do it. And at the moment, we're taking it day by day and game by game and continuing to build on the positives and strengthening those weaknesses still. But we understand it's a long way to go, and we're going to get this done together.
Didn't see Aaron Baines at the end there. Was he hurt?
Yeah, I haven't been back to the locker room just yet, so I'll find out.
Strengths and weaknesses tonight, can you pinpoint them?
We like to hang our hat defensively, and I think out of the gates we weren't as aggressive as we would have liked, which saw them get a little bit comfortable offensively. So for us, we can definitely tighten a few of those things up. Defensive transition was huge as well. But at the end of the day, when we make runs, it comes from our defense, and we're able to get out, make easy baskets. I think transition offensively too is something that we can make a lot of money out of if we can get those stops, rebounds and run.
Paddy Mills there after the Boomers beat Italy last night. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover craft compression with a conscience, batescompression.com. Both hockey teams in action last night. There was Sky Nicholson. That broke your sporting heart as well. From the boxing, the Ollie Roos are out. Rowan Dennis won his bronze medal in the time trial. Mark Leishman has gone bogey, birdie, bogey through his first 3 holes, and he's just parred the 4th, so maybe a little bit of sense comes into it after the 5th hole. He's 1 over after 4 holes in the opening round of the golf. The swimming starts at 11:30. Australia represented in all 5 finals tonight. It starts with the 800 metres men's freestyle. Jack McLaughlin. The peak is the 100 metres freestyle final. James Magnuson is going to join me as we set it all up, and then Rob Woodhouse will be poolside for what shapes as a huge morning at the pool. The day session for Tyre Power. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
New car sales are hot, and at Astoria GWM Haval, we're here to help. New GWM 4-wheel drive, auto, diesel, dual cab ute is only $34,990 drive away. New Haval Jolion Premium SUV is $25,490 drive away, and larger H6 Premium SUV is $30,990 drive away. All have 7 years warranty, and we need your trade-in. Astoria, GWM Haval, North Road, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
And the award for Lucky Your Mum called RACV Batteries to get the car battery replaced within an hour so she didn't completely miss the game goes to Cassie.
When your car battery stops, that's when the problems start. Thankfully, RACV is on the road 24/7 to help. We come to you, and with our price match guarantee, we'll have your new battery fitted, usually within an hour. Call 13 11 11 or visit racv.com.au/batteries.
What a mark, right on the siren. Now he's lining up his options.
At Liberty, they understand that achieving your finance goals can make all the difference. With free-thinking home, car, business, commercial and personal loans, Liberty's got your back.
Whoa, what a goal!
Liberty, official partner of the Essendon Football Club. Visit liberty.com.au today. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Duncan Thompson Extensions. From concept to completion, duncanthompson.com.au.
Making SEN news this hour, Victoria has recorded 6 new local cases of COVID, but the source of a mystery case is still not known. The mystery case is a traffic controller who worked at the Moonee Valley COVID testing site. 2 Brisbane hostels and Brisbane Airport are on COVID alert after a man spent 4 days in the community while infectious. The man returned a positive result after he left hotel quarantine after returning from the Philippines. In New South Wales, Deputy Premier John Barilaro has confessed authorities don't know what's working and what's not in terms of the strict lockdown measures in place across Sydney. And a strike force investigating anti-lockdown protests in Sydney is working through 15,000 tips to police as they try and stop any attempt at a repeat protest. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Upgrade to the latest 5G phones at Optus and get the best price guaranteed. Don't miss out on your new phone. T&C Supply. Visit Optus online today.
At the Olympics, Australian debutant Tristan Hollard is through to the 200-metre backstroke semi-finals. That race will take place at 12:04 Eastern Time. In the AFL, Eddie Maguire is driving a plan that will see the grand final played in Melbourne with 100,000 fans. Under the proposal, fans, staff, players, coaches and club officials will be tested for COVID on the Wednesday before the grand final. There will be a second COVID test on arrival at the ground on the Saturday, and there will be also a ring of steel put up around the MCG precinct. And Australia's Jordan Thompson is through to the quarterfinals of the Atlanta Open. Weather's next.
Get your first month free and no lock-in contract with Dodo Internet. Switch at 13Dodo or dodo.com by August 31. New customers only. $60 fee for modem applies.
The award-winning Crunch Time, Saturday from 11 on SEN.
Timelio, a better way to finance. timelio.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, 17, a shower or 2 tomorrow, 15. Right now it's 9 degrees. And don't miss Carl Chalmers swimming for gold in the 100-metre freestyle live today from 12:30 on SEN.
Alex, thank you. 1300 736 736 to talk Olympics. 11:30 is the start of finals in the pool. There are 5 of them. Australia is represented in the lot. Ross is in Ferntree Gully. Welcome to you, Ross.
Good morning, Jared. Just wanted to have a chat about the girls in the quad sculls yesterday. I think sometimes the best medals are the ones that you're not expecting. Seem like really tough conditions, and it's just an outstanding performance.
So there's a couple of elements to how your medal table ends up looking, whether you win what you expect to, and Australia has converted a lot of that so far, but it is the bronze medals where you're not expected, and there have been outstanding performances. I agree with you, Ross. So the women's quad sculls yesterday, the men's 4x200 metres freestyle relay, a little earlier on the men's 4x100 metre relay, Brendan Smith is snatching those little chances and making sure that hope becomes a bronze medal along the way really swells things. So 9 bronze medals so far, Ross, and you're right to point it out. It's going to be a busy day around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. In the finals at the rowing today, Australia is not represented. We were in the B finals, which is a quirk of rowing in its own right. So the men's pair of Sam Hardy and Jock Hicks finished 4th, and the women's pair won the B final, Jessica Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. And we will wait for further rowing finals over the next few days. Ross with a keen eye toward the water. Our hockey update is for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and Play. The Kookaburras' unbeaten start to the tournament continued last night with a 4-2 win over New Zealand.
Rio did not go to plan for the Kookaburras. Tokyo is very much going to plan. 4 consecutive wins to start this Olympic campaign for the Kookaburras. Look out, Australia's coming. It finishes 4-2.
So good stuff for the Kookaburras. The hockey ruse, it was tense, but it was the right result as well.
Can Australia find a score, Claxton? Jenna fakes. Fitzpatrick! Matty Fitzpatrick breaks the deadlock. Oh, it was like the breakwater. But the waves got too big. Australia piled on the pressure.
The hockey update for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and Play. So the Hockey Roos have beaten Spain 3-1, China 6-0 and Japan 1-0. They play again tonight at 10:15 against New Zealand. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. The ecstasy in winning and then the agony of losing, which we touched on yesterday, and boxer Sky Nicholson. Oh, if this didn't break your sporting heart, you're made of sterner stuff than I am.
Sky, tell me what's going through your mind right now.
Disappointment. It's pretty hard to put into words right now, yeah.
It was really close.
Yeah.
You fought really, really well. And you still are the most successful female Australian boxer. What do you take from that?
It means nothing to me. I don't care about that. I care about what I know I'm capable of, and not achieving it's just really heartbreaking. I came here with one goal, and that was the gold medal, and I truly believed that I was going to win it. So to go out now is really, really hard for me.
I know it's a really hard moment, but I have a very strong feeling this is not the last we're going to see of you. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, this is definitely not the end, but just need to take some time, see what happens next.
Is there anything you want to say to your family at home? I'm sure everyone was watching.
Yeah, sorry I didn't get the job done. Thank you, everyone. The support's been absolutely unbelievable. My very close circle especially, my family and friends, my coaches. Thank you for the support, and I'll be back bigger, better and stronger next time.
You have absolutely nothing to apologise for. You're fantastic, and Australia's very, very proud of you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, we're living the emotion of this Olympics. Sally Fitzgibbons, followed by Sky Nicholson. We're all amateur boxing judges in these moments. It felt a bit crook, and that's what it meant to Sky. 1300 736 736 before the day's competition fully gets underway. Karen is in Wellington. Hello to you, Karen. Hello, Karen. Have I got you there? I'll come back to Karen. Michael is with me now. Michael, welcome aboard.
Hi, Jared. How are you going today?
Very well, thank you.
Hey, last week, like with the Olympics coming up, that was the furthest thing from my mind. I really didn't give it one thought, but this week, it's all changed. So, like, yesterday I was driving home from work listening to Ariane Titmus's race. Like, when she crossed the line and won, I'm in my car and I'm pumping my fist and just sort of overwhelmed with pride what they're all doing there. So sort of just switched for me. I'm just fully invested now.
Yep. I reckon your experience will be pretty common, Michael, as there's a modern tendency to run down the Olympic Games until it begins, and then it reminds us that it belongs to future generations. It's passed from our grandparents to our parents to us now, and we pass it to our kids. I know at the primary school yesterday I was really heartened to hear that Benji, my little fella who's in grade 2, that they were watching when the rowing was won. They had a television in the classroom, which takes me back to my days at school, is the Olympics are intrinsic to our sporting folklore. And the winning and the losing, so the agony and the ecstasy that we're living through, it means so much to us. And we do. A lot of our national worth is measured through international sport and most acutely through the Olympics. So we're living that at the moment with these incredible stories that are playing out before our eyes. 1300 736 736. I'll go back to Karen. Karen's in Wellington. Karen,
hello.
Welcome.
Oh, hi, Jared. Thank you. First time, long time.
Great. Lovely to have you here.
I just wanted to change tack a bit. I know we don't have the Australians, but watching that dressage last night on 7+, my goodness. How do they do that, those magnificent animals? Dancing. Unbelievable.
They are unbelievable. So we all have sports that we love, Karen. So do you have a tendency towards equestrian, or is it just the Olympics that does it for you?
I love the horses. They're just, to watch them is just, they're so magnificent animals. They're just beautiful.
That's lovely.
So, yeah, no, I watch everything. I'm a sport freak.
Yep.
So I watch everything. But that last night it just took my breath away.
Karen, that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing it with us. There's some archery on at the moment. So golf and archery, the two sports that are truly in action. Taylor Worth is competing for Australia right now. It's the elimination stage. So 32 in the competition in the men's individuals, and he has just begun his competition, so we'll keep some tabs across him. I've got a lot of messages to share with you. James Magnuson is going to join me. He knows the 100 freestyle. He knows the margins in the sport. 1/100th of a second in London. The build-up to Kyle Chalmers as he takes his chances. SEN's Tokyo coverage for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1,298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
For small and family-owned builders, navigating the legal side of your businesses can be a nightmare. That's why Master Builders Victoria is there for you. When it comes to dealing with clients and contracts, you can get OH&S and industrial relations support from Master Builders' team of lawyers and exclusive industry training opportunities. Membership provides free legal support from just $1.40 a day. Master Builders Victoria, can you afford not to be a member? Join today at mbav.com.au.
G'day, Richo here. Scotty and the team at Knox Mitsubishi are excited to be opening the doors to their showroom once again. Head down and chat with the team about their new vehicle stock, including Mitsubishi Triton Utes and Express vans for the tradies, Outlander and ASXs fit for the family, and Pajero Sport for those after a real adventure. Perfect for the post-lockdown escape. Visit Knox Mitsubishi at 437 Stud Road, Wantirna South, or Google Knox Mitsubishi to get in touch today.
LMCT 11585.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Hello again. Got big delays heading outbound on the Princes Freeway thanks to yet another crash. The Princes Freeway outbound before Cooroy Creek Road. It's affecting the West Gate. It's almost back to Williamstown Road. The Western Ring Road, as a result, also struggling from just after the Deer Park bypass. And a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound as well before Ballarat Road. Need to declutter? Then do it with Storage King. With an expert team to guide you and help make the job easy, search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The football is now in the hands of the debutant. He's lining up for an easy goal. Oh, but he's played on in the opposite direction. He's kicked it to the pie boy in the crowd. Oh dear. A clear example why clear vision is important.
When clarity of vision matters most, you can trust Professor Alpins and his team at New Vision Clinics. Combining their experience with the latest technology, the highest standards of vision correction are ensured, allowing you to see as well as participate. Call 1-800-20-2020 for an obligation-free consultation. That's 1-800-20-2020.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre expert.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1,298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. Is 2021 a time to consider appointing a new tax agent for you or your business? Take the stress out of tax and contact rjsanderson.com.au.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel, sport is calling.
Well, a very impressive display from the Australian.
Well, the scoreboard has Taylor Worth for scoring 29, so maybe that first arrow did grab the line as well.
So Taylor Worth has made short work of his elimination round as the archery brings us to the men's individual brackets. So through he goes, nice and soundly. There was a bit of a hit in our place archery on the Saturday. That replay for Lloyd's Auctions. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Ahead of day 6 of competition, taking your calls. Tony's in Northcote. Welcome, Tony.
Jared, it's the first time I've spoken to you on this radio station. I love your work. I just want to tell you a quick story about my day yesterday. I'm a university lecturer, and I had an online workshop between 10 and 12. And I saw that Titmus's 200 metres freestyle was at 11:41. And I was thinking that I could send the students off to a breakout room to do some work, and I could watch the swimming. So I had Channel 7 on a different monitor, and I see the women's quad sculls coming up. And these students are all studying sports management. And I said, does anyone mind if we take a few minutes to watch the women's rowing? And we watched it, and we won the gold medal, and 10 minutes later the men came up. And I said, hey, let's watch the men's rowing. And that was a fantastic finish. And then about half an hour later, Titmus wins the 200 metres in the most exciting race. And I'm watching the race, and I'm watching the students, and they're cheering and carrying on. It was just a fantastic experience. Best tute I've ever had.
That's brilliant, Tony. So a salute to you. And you're a great example. I think all of our teachers should have a mind towards this. I'm very grateful for the teachers that I had growing up who clearly loved the Olympics, understood its cultural significance and that it is part of our education. Also had the odd teacher who would put an Ashes test on the radio and the like. So I was lucky. You're doing a great service to students. I'm going to name that as a Wolf Blass. Great performance by you, Tony. Wolf Blass IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. Chris is in Newport. Welcome, Chris.
Good morning, Jared. I'm not calling about this, but my better half's actually a teacher, and I said to her yesterday morning, if you can, here's all the login details for Channel 7. Log in and let the kids watch this because it'll put them in a good mood for the rest of the day. And so she let them watch Ariane swim her race, and she reckons it really worked the trick. She's not so sporty herself, but I was like, you watch, it'll put them in a great mood.
Great to hear.
It really worked. For me, mate, what you're talking about with all of us getting behind the Olympics, I think it's all about us having a collective consciousness at the moment, which is something we haven't had in a very long time through COVID. There's so much divisiveness in the community, over whatever, vaccinations, etc. And I feel like that divisiveness has really, it doesn't lend itself for a great community spirit, where right now all of us are cheering for Ariane. All of us are cheering for the hockey roos. All of us are behind the rowing. All of us are behind all of the athletes. And it's for the first time in a very long time that I feel this way. Even going back to Rio, I don't think I felt this way. I don't think I was as patriotic as I am now. And I'm a very sporty person, but I feel like I'm enjoying this even so much more because I can feel that the whole country is just enthralled with what's going on at the Olympics. And coming into 2032, I think it's something to really be excited about because the government usually does put up behind a lot more money when we have the Olympics like we did with Sydney. So I think we've got a really great future for the next 12 years to be able to sit back and watch all these new kids who are 6 and 8 years old now who are going to be our superstars at Brisbane in 2032.
Chris, it's a great observation. Thanks for sharing it with me this morning. And these come through. Was on the 48 tram for Ariane's 200 metres final. Two others standing 1.5 metres away. Also watching the final on the app. Started off in silence, but in the last 25 had three of us yelling encouragement for her to get up and win. And then obligatory elbow bump to celebrate the win and back to the silence to resume our respective journeys. Sport bringing strangers together. Love it. What a picture of life in Australia during the Olympics. Day 6 coming up. James Magnuson's going to set the terms for the 100 metres freestyle. We're going to live through a big session at the pool with Rob Woodhouse. It's all coming up for Tyre Power. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
When you're a tradie, time is money. And that makes it time to head to Robot Building Supplies, because Robot's got it. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing, and more at the lowest prices. Like Corrie Roof Sheeting Zinc in stock at $11.55 per metre. Colour also available, custom cut. Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
Foreman Dan speaking.
Foreman Dan, how are you, mate?
Jason, Charles. I'm great, buddy. How are things going over at Charles Bros?
Mate, flat chat. Can't get timber, trades or labour. And on top of it, I've got a client who now wants a concrete pool in just 2 weeks.
Oh, mate, I can solve that for you. Have you heard of Plungy?
Plungy?
Yep, the easiest pool you'll ever do. Mate, builders everywhere are craning them straight into their jobs now.
Plungy, you reckon?
Yep. Check out plungy.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Duncan Thompson Extensions. From concept to completion, duncanthompson.com.au.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. Victorian health authorities are trying to find the source of a new COVID infection in Melbourne. Victoria has recorded 6 new local cases over the past 24 hours, but the source of a mystery case is still not known. The mystery case is a traffic controller who worked at Moonee Valley COVID testing site. In New South Wales, Deputy Premier John Barilaro has confessed authorities don't know what's working and what's not working in terms of the strict lockdown measures in place across Sydney. It comes as the federal government's economic rescue package for Sydney is estimated to cost $1 billion a week. With many industries shut down in New South Wales as part of the lockdown, Tasmanian federal MP Jackie Lambie has told Nine construction should always stay open.
I do believe that Victoria, when their first couple of shutdowns, they didn't actually shut down construction. They may have done in their last one or two, and certainly in Tasmania when we went in for the 6 weeks early last year, we kept construction going. We kept the tradies side of Bunnings open. None of the rest was, so people could still get their supplies and that keep construction going.
US President Joe Biden is set to announce that millions of federal workers must show proof they've received a coronavirus vaccine or submit to regular testing. And the first person has used Western Australia's new voluntary assisted dying laws to end their life in what Premier Mark McGowan says is a historic moment for the state. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last.
At the Olympics, Australian Rowan Dennis, who won a bronze medal at the individual time trials yesterday, has told SEN it was a tough course.
The first lap was okay, but then the second lap, the humidity, and luckily it wasn't 35 degrees. It was mild for Tokyo, and it just trains you, so your body just has, just lacks that energy, and it overheats, and by the time you get 3/4 of the way through, you're just on your hands and knees.
And boxing training has been banned by the AFL following the incident that saw Hawthorn forward Mitch Lewis suffer concussion. WorkSafe has investigated the incident and is satisfied with Hawthorn's response and won't take any further action. With us next.
Amart Furniture stores are now open. Come in store and spend $1,999 to receive $250 off your order. Limited time only. Shop with Amart today.
Oh, yeah, still got some pretty big delays heading out along the Westgate Freeway from Williamstown Road, getting onto the Princes Freeway thanks to an earlier collision Geelong bound just before Cooroy Creek Road. It's also affecting the Ring Road Altona bound, solid from the Deer Park bypass. Inbound on the Westgate Freeway, busy thanks to roadworks between Grieve Parade and Williamstown Road. At 7-Eleven, there's Wonderful in every cupful of freshly ground coffee for only $1. Head into your nearest 7-Eleven today. 7-Eleven, wonderfully easier. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing live all day on the SEN app.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply. Tradies, get paid today with Bright Zero Finance.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, 17, a shower or two tomorrow, 15. Right now it's 11 degrees. And don't miss Kyle Chalmers swimming for gold in the 100-metre freestyle final, live today from 12:30 on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
There's archery, BMX, golf and rugby sevens, and this hour the swimming finals begin. 5 finals in all, Australia represented in each of them. The 100 metres freestyle for men is the highlight of the program. The daily menu for Master Builders Association of Victoria. Membership provides free legal support. Join today from just $1.40 a day. We'll be poolside with Rob Woodhouse for a good portion of our coverage over the next 2 to 3 hours. To set the scene, a man who won the silver medal in London in one of the toughest losses I've been witness to in sport. 1/100th of a second behind Nathan Adrian when he touched the wall. He was the heavy favourite in the 100 metres freestyle. He's going to watch Kyle Chalmers today try to defend his gold medal from Rio in the event. He's part of our SEN Sydney Olympic coverage, James Magnuson. James, great to have you with me.
Thanks for having me, Jared.
You pumped?
Yeah, pumped. This is the day. This is the big one.
Take us inside it. Take us inside the 100 as you learnt it as a swimmer and as you now observe it.
Well, look, it's the blue ribbon event of the swimming. Everyone, all the support staff, all the other swimmers, make sure they're up in the crowd to see this one. It kind of has a different feel around pool deck, a lot more excitement, a lot more nervousness. So no doubt both Kyle Chalmers and Caleb Dressel will have had a restless night's sleep last night. You framed it a little bit around the alpha dog, so ego, testosterone, is that all part of the build-up to the 100 free? Oh, yeah, 100%. It's a huge part of it. Whoever goes into that race believing they can win, knowing they can win, that's the person who'll come out on top of the podium at the end of it. So, yeah, there's a lot of ego, there's a lot of alpha energy and testosterone, but that's the way it's got to be. That's what happens in those sprint events. If you look across to the track at the 100 metres running, it's the exact same thing. It's bravado, it's ego, it's all of that. So it's very important in the swimming pool too. And the margins are incredibly fine, and you're the poster boy for that, I suppose. It is just a breath, almost an infinitesimal margin can decide these things. Yeah, that's right. And I think, everyone goes into that race knowing one little mistake or one little slip up can mean the difference between first and, eights at times, and you have to be on your game on the day and swimming your best if you're any chance of winning it.
Does your mind drift back to London on a day like today?
No, not so much, to be honest. I think, I've probably kept more busy this Olympics than when I was swimming in them. But, I'm just happy to be a spectator at the moment and really enjoying the spectacle and how well the Australian team's going.
Set them up for us. Kyle Chalmers first. So a beautiful surprise in Rio, now right at the front of contemplations. What sort of shape do you feel like he's in?
Yeah, I was really impressed with his relay swim. If I compare his relay swim to Caleb Dressel's, I'll give him the points decision on that one. Completely different race for him to Rio. He goes in as one of the favourites, so there's more pressure, more expectation, and he'll no doubt be feeling that. But I think he's placed nicely. He's over in lane 6, so he's out of people's view a little bit. The secret for Kyle is pretty simple. If he can be at Caleb Dressel's hip with 25 metres to go, he can win it. If he goes out too slow that first 50 like he did in the semi-final, then he won't give himself a crack at it.
How does Dressel shape up? We've had a few years to contemplate him as the man to swim down.
Yeah, Dressel looked pretty good in the heats and the semis. He doesn't quite look as sharp as he did at the World Championships, but we don't know what sort of output he was giving in those first two swims. He'll be out super fast. He'll turn first. He'll be first at 75 metres. And he'll know that if he can put a big enough gap in Kyle in that first 75, that he's pretty much untouchable on the way home.
So how tactical is this race, James? Or is it how much is pure speed and how much is tactics?
Yeah, there's a fair bit of tactics that go into it. Like I just said, that's the two race plans of the two swimmers. They both know each other's race plan. That's what makes it even more interesting is they go in there with eyes wide open, and it's just who can execute it better. Is there a smoky? Could there be an upset? Yeah, Kolesnikov, the Russian, has kind of come from the clouds over the past 18 months. He swam a really good semi-final, 47.1. He actually looked quite comfortable in that. So if anyone's going to upset those two, it'll be Kolesnikov, the Russian. How have you found the swimming so far in the splendid deeds of Ariane Titmus, the golds that have been won by Australia, and the set of bronzes that have been collected as well? Yeah, I think it's been an amazing meet for the Australian swim team. I said before the Games, I think this is the strongest swim team ever assembled, and they're kind of proving that theory correct. I reckon by the end of this, they'll have the biggest medal haul ever for Olympic Games from a swim team. Just getting gold every day at the moment, and we've got another few chances today with Kyle, obviously, but also Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200 breaststroke, and the women's 4x2 is pretty much a lock. That'll be Ariane Titmus' third gold in the pool. So, yeah, it's a team full of up-and-coming superstars who'll no doubt be household names at the end of this week. Do you feel like the confidence and the optimism can be contagious within a team once they got off on the right foot, and then you get the adrenaline surge of Titmus winning the 400 in the big showdown? How much of a wave do you think that would be through the team? Yeah, the whole team will definitely be riding on a wave of confidence. Particularly, I think, we live in close living quarters back in the village, separated into men's and women's apartments. The results those girls have been having and the golds that's been just flooding through, I think has really buoyed the women's team. They're looking just super confident. Emma McKean in the 100 freestyle heats looked like she was carrying on from where Titmus left off. So hopefully we can get one of the men up on the podium today and pull their weight in the team as well. Ariane Titmus, the way she's been embraced by the entire nation. So I guess you know this a little bit as the country's predominant swimmer. How's her life about to change, do you think? Yeah, look, it's about to get pretty wild. I think probably the difficult part for Ariane and all the other swimmers is they'll have to come back into Australia and do 2 weeks quarantine. So they won't be able to lap that up straight away. But I'm sure she'll be pretty surprised by the reception she gets. Sometimes when you're overseas, you're kind of shielded from the hysteria a bit, but once she's back on Australian soil, she'll feel the full brunt of it. How good have her performances been, James? Yeah, look, I think depending on how she goes in this 4x2 and this 800, I think she'll win both. I would say it's the best performance by a swimmer at an Olympics ever. I'd say it supersedes Thorpe, supersedes Dawn Fraser, supersedes Steph Rice. I really do think she's, at this point, the best Olympian swimmer we've ever seen.
Did you feel like that was the possibility coming in?
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
I think the way she's been tracking over the last 2 years has kind of suggested that. I think the COVID year for the Australian swim team has been a godsend. Had this been a year ago, would Titmus have improved as much as she had, and Kaylee McEwen as well, and would Ledecky have, dropped off a little bit like she has? Probably not. So I think the fact that we've got such a young team, it's really been a godsend, that extra 12 months to prepare for this Olympics. So
when you look at Titmus, what's the most striking aspect to your trained eye around the way that she has improved and presented at these games?
Probably just her maturity. So you saw after she won the 400 freestyle, most swimmers, after they win a gold medal at a major event, tend to, I guess, relax a bit and let their hair down a bit, and the results off the back of that can be mixed. Titmus, as soon as she finished that 400 freestyle, she was saying in an interview afterwards, I'm not going to let myself get too far ahead or, relax. I've got multiple races to come, so I want to hold that emotion until the end of the week and really execute on these races. And that's a maturity that you usually don't see from swimmers her age.
James, it's great to get your insights ahead of a huge day at the pool. Who are you tipping? Are you tipping Dressel or Chalmers?
I'm tipping Chalmers. Heart says Chalmers. Head's starting to lean a little towards Dressel, but heart definitely says Chalmers.
Fingers crossed. Great to chat, James.
Cheers, Jared.
James Magnuson, our interviews for Victoria Police. Victoria Police is recruiting now. Search police careers or visit police.vic.gov.au/careers. Poolside next with Rob Woodhouse as we count down to the first of these finals. Jack McLaughlin in the men's 800 metres freestyle.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1,298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
I'm somebody that loves travel, and that's something I want to do in my retirement. And when I sat down with Rob and looked at how much I'd need in my retirement, the path to property investment was certainly something that was going to work for me.
You too can secure your financial future with AR Property Investments. Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Get your first month free and no lock-in contract with Dodo Internet. Switch at 13Dodo or dodo.com by August 31. New customers only. $60 fee for modem applies.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
The season of AFL footy is throwing up some cracking games. As sports fans, our rite of passage is to cheer as loud as we can for our team. And this season is about going the extra mile. It's time to...
TV,
For a full cinema-style experience, have your TV wall-mounted with Hang My TV. In line with all health practices, installs are available. Call 1300 Hang My TV or book online.
Hang My TV, that's what we do.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. Is 2021 a time to consider appointing a new tax agent for you or your business? Take the stress out of tax and contact rjsanderson.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
When the cravings hit you, how does a Ripper Mega Box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes, please. Packed with a Ripper Roll, 2 buttermilk wings, chips, mash and gravy, and a drink. Get your Ripper Mega Box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
Day 6 at Tokyo, around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au. In the golf, Mark Leishman is 1 over through 6 holes. Opening round of competition for the men's singles. And the BMX, right, so this is the quarterfinals. How about a little heart starter around the BMX track? Here's Anthony Dean competing for Australia.
Right in the middle, and a lot of power to two right in the middle in Fields and Dean. Looking very good in the air. David Graff from Switzerland, he's been good this year as well. So first through the corner is Graff from Switzerland. Dean in third position, Fields in second.
All fighting hard there. Oh, Anthony Dean of Australia goes down hard, elbow to elbow with the defending champion of Connor Fields. The race must continue. They're into the third straight now.
I put the commentator curse on them. Another rider gone down as well. They've been clear runs right through till now. And Graff will come around the final boom into the finishing straight. He'll pick up the win. Connor Fields in second place, but you can just see once they went in the air on that second straight, Connor Fields came across a little bit. Anthony was overlapping and they just got caught up, took the balance away, and Anthony Dean went down.
We hope he's okay, because if he can finish, which you see him now coming into the home straight with the other rider that also crashed a little bit later. This is important. Points collection is so important for Anthony Dean, and great to see him up and over the line.
Tough beats for Anthony Dean. That's a severe fall. So 3 runs and the top 4 go through. So he does pick himself up, finish the race and collects the points from the first run. Our news update for Monarch printing the leaders in paint accessories. Australia's named its 4x200 metre freestyle relay team. And all 4 have changed from last night's heat swim when they were by far and away the fastest. The team for the final is Ariane Titmus, Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal. Poolside for us, Rob Woodhouse in Tokyo in the Aquatic Centre there for Tyre Power. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jared. Another very exciting morning ahead of finals and some great chances for Australia, as we've already discussed.
What do you think of that relay news?
Well, it's I wouldn't say it's a strange one. It was pre-planned, but to have Molly O'Callaghan break a junior world record, 155.1 it was, time would have got 4th in individual 200. She's not in that team. Really tough for her. She missed out in the final of the 4x100 freestyle relay too. But look, it's an awesome team, and what will be interesting, Australia's firstly got to win it and have clean changeovers and things like that. But assuming they do that, well, it'll be interesting to see if our B team, if that's what you call it from the heats, actually swims faster than any of the other medalists in the final. But the Australians are looking really strong with Arnie Titmus going first and Emma McKeon second.
So should Australia win a medal, all 8 swimmers will collect it. So that is maxing out.
Yeah, it certainly is. Australia, I don't think have ever done that before. Certainly in the US, they've swapped their full teams out before. I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest. I prefer to see a whole team swimming heats and finals, but this is the rules, so Australia's obviously taking advantage of that. The depth in Australian women's sprint swimming is unbelievable at the moment.
Rob Woodhouse for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Are you psyched for the 100 freestyle in the men's?
I'm very psyched for the 100 freestyle. We've got a way to go before then, don't we? We've got a good hour or so before that and some fantastic events before it. But the anticipation before this men's 100 freestyle it's a pretty similar build-up here to what we saw in the build-up to that women's 400 between Ledecky and Titmus. The difference of this one, obviously it's all over in 47 seconds, but there's also a couple of other contenders that might spoil the party for Dressel and Chalmers.
Do you want to reminisce a little bit before we get into it?
Reminisce on what, the 100 freestyle or the 400?
Let's go back to Rio, shall we, when we sat together for the 100 metres men's final. Away. McAvoy got a beauty, and so too did Chalmers. Adrian came off quickly as well. Condorelli of Canada. Over on the far side, Scott's beaten for early pace from Great Britain. Dressel does take it out hard, the American. McAvoy's trying to tag onto him. Adrian swimming on his own in the middle. Chalmers not too far back, heading to halfway. Condorelli's gone out like the clappers from Canada. Timmers from Belgium and Chirigini from Brazil. Condorelli takes them through the first 50. Adrian's half a second back. Dressel was there in third. Fourth was McAvoy. Seventh was Chalmers. Chalmers starting to pick his way through the field. McAvoy getting to Adrian. Adrian on the far side. Dressel. McAvoy in the middle. Chalmers is motoring through the middle. Here comes the teenager. Chalmers swapped them and beat them. Australia's got a new teen idol at the Olympics. Kyle Chalmers. That was mighty. It was an adrenaline-charged night that night, Rob.
It certainly was. I got goosebumps listening to that. You've got a lot of sports, Jared, but that must rank with one of the great calls you've done, surely.
Yeah, that's my favourite for the moment that it was for him above all else. And I remember we spoke to his dad in the aftermath, and he was sitting in the stands, and he had one crystal thought at halfway. It was, just don't finish last. And 23 seconds later, he was Olympic champion and a household name.
He certainly was. It was absolutely wonderful to reminisce and listen to that. But James Magnuson made a really good point before that Chalmers, he probably went out a little slow in the semi-final. Maybe he was saving himself a little bit for the relay yesterday morning, but he's got to get out there a little bit quicker. We don't expect he'll be top 4 at the 50, but he's got to be within half a body length of Dressel and Kolesnikov to be a chance to win that gold medal tonight.
So what's your hunch? What if I asked you to have a tip, what are you feeling as we head towards it?
It's really hard to pick, and I am sitting on the fence by saying this. I'm a bit like James. My heart says Kyle, defending champion. He's the only one in the field with that experience of winning an individual Olympic gold medal. But Dressel hasn't done that yet, so the pressure is building on him. Kolesnikov does look really, really good, though. So my head's kind of edging towards Kolesnikov at the moment, but hoping it's Chalmers.
It's 12:37 when that race goes. The freestyle relay for the women over the 4x200 is 1:31. Zach Stubblety-Cook at 11:44. Jack McLaughlin leads off the program in the men's 800 metres freestyle final. We will preview that coming up next. This day's action, day 6 of competition for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
At Coles, we're doing everything we can to help you shop safe. That means extra cleaning in-store and contactless click and collect to your car. Please remember to check in via the QR code when you shop in-store. It's all to help you shop safe at Coles.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hello, bank?
Hi, I've seen you advertise rates much lower than you're giving me, and I'd love the same rate.
Hey, we got you.
You mean you'll drop the rate?
No, I mean we got you. You're already locked in, sweetie.
So how come new customers get a much better rate than me?
Well, we got you. We don't got them.
Well, you just lost me, sweetie.
Athena automatically gives new and existing customers the same low rates on like-for-like loans. See our automatic rate match promise at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Bit of BMX action.
The difference in the Australians, Saya in the blue helmet, Lauren in the pink helmet, just struggling to get around the French rider there. Valentino is Saya Sakakibara, who come into the third straight. It's still the Swiss. Claessen's out in front.
Zoe Claessens from Switzerland leading the way. They really have come on strong, Switzerland, in the last couple of years. And some issues there for the Australians. That's not a good ride, unfortunately, for them going off course. So it was Saya Sakakibara coming off course. So she'll come across in last position, 6 points for her. She still has plenty of opportunities to get herself into the top four to progress into the semi-finals. Trevor from Great Britain ahead of Claessens. Claessens just faded towards the end. Lauren Reynolds, good ride from her in her third Olympic Games to get up into third place in this first of the quarterfinals.
So this is a rough start for the Australians in the BMX quarterfinals. Rob Woodhouse is poolside with us today. A lot to take us through for Tyre Power. CanStar Blues first place getter award-winning for service again. The 800 metres freestyle for men. Jack McLaughlin swims in lane 7, Rob. What hope the Australian here as the introductions are made on pool deck?
I think it's a pretty good hope, Jared. It's going to be key this first 200 metres. Now, he won the silver medal, as we know, in the 400 freestyle earlier in the week, or right at the start of the week. So he's had a bit of time off since then, and hopefully he's come pretty refreshed. Sometimes for distance swimmers, it's hard to hold a taper, as we call it, to hold that sort of peak condition even for 4 or 5 days. So we'll see what Jack can produce here. It's great for him that Poltronieri, the Italian, is in lane 8 next to him. Poltronieri's been struggling of late. He came down with glandular fever early in the year, and it's really taken its toll. He's a former world champion in this event. But if Poltronieri can go out for it, which I think he will, he might take Jack with him. So there's the outside lanes there. The big challenges, of course, are going to come from the middle. Romanchuk, the Ukrainian, and Welbrock, the German. They're more suited to the 1,500 and even the open water events. But this is where the 400 and the 1,500 meets an 800 classic, this one.
So Romanchuk broke the Olympic record in qualifying. He's reset that at 7 minutes 41.28. So that absolutely stamped him as the swimmer to beat.
Yeah, he is the swimmer to beat. What we need to remember is that that's at the trials only 5 weeks ago, Jack McLaughlin swam a 7:42.5, and there was no one really near him. So if he can get around that time or a little bit better, he's going to be up amongst the medals. But it's probably down to this first 200. He's got to make sure he's out in front. He can't afford to drop back at all.
So a silver medalist in the 400s. I guess that goes to sort of optimism and momentum for not only a team but an individual swimmer. So he'll have a... I mean, I know he got beaten in lane 8 So you could sense his disappointment in the aftermath, but once he had a little bit of time to digest it, a silver medal at the start of this campaign was a ripping start for him.
Oh, it certainly was. And look, you just hope the momentum of the team, in fact, I'm sure the momentum of the team does carry on through these competitors now as they're getting towards the start of the second half of the week. But for McLaughlin, it is down to this start. He's got to get a really good start. If he can do that, he should be able to build on that and be right amongst it in the finish.
The first of 5 finals in the Aquatic Centre tonight. Jack McLaughlin in lane 7 swims in the 800 metres freestyle for men as we pick up the call with Ian Thorpe and Basil Zemplis.
Silver in the 400 free, as we mentioned, but he was 4th at the World Championships, so he's got form.
We're not discounting him, and his swim in the 400 freestyle was great. He swum really well. He has got a background. Vince Raleigh, very experienced coach, so he'll prep for this as well. Even though he is in lane 7, he has got a time that he can mix it with the best in the middle.
Romanchuk in lane 4 from Ukraine. He's the fastest this year. He was 8th at the World Championships behind Jack McLaughlin, 4 places behind. So away we go, first final, and for the very first time, the men's 800 freestyle at the Olympic Games. Jack McLaughlin, lane 7. The 26-year-old in the water going for another medal following the silver medal in the 400 free. So it's Frolov of Ukraine in lane 1, Costa of Brazil in lane 2, Bobby Fink from the United States in lane 3. Romanchuk, he's the favourite, the fastest this year, the 24-year-old Ukrainian in lane 4. Florian Wellbrook of Germany in lane 5. Felix Orbeck of Austria, lane 6. Jack in 7. And Paltrinieri in lane 8.
Yeah, Gregorio Paltrinieri, you see at the bottom of the screen, he is swimming, as we've spoken about this before, but in circles, it's, distance swimmers do so many laps that those habits from training stick out when you're racing. It's good for Jack, actually, because one side of the lap, he'll actually have Paltrinieri and he'll be able to sit on him and get some of his drag, just like what happens in cycling, what we see in racing. You get that drag off someone and you're able to cruise through it a little bit more. So he's lucky to have Gregorio Paltrinieri out in lane 8 so that he doesn't miss any of the action that's going on in the middle of the pool. But Romanchuk's stroke, very long, very smooth, very different to what you'll see from Gregorio Paltrinieri, who leads us through.
Under world record pace, that world record is Zhang Lin's of China from Rome back in the supersuit era. Been around a long time, and as we mentioned, Hackey's records have stood for a long time. Montreal in 2005 at the World Championships, Grant Hackett set the Australian and Commonwealth record 7:38.65.
Looking at Paltrinieri too with the lane rope, he's really sticking that right shoulder under that lane rope, but he's sticking on that other side. Would that probably be a reason to stay away from other people? He's not going in circles, but he's staying on that left side going down, right side coming back.
Yeah, I'd say more in the middle on the way on this lap, so I can see centre of the lane here. But it becomes annoying when people actually sit on you and start dragging, and you know that they're conserving energy and you're spending more energy to actually help them. And so you can position yourself in different parts of the lane so that people don't do that to you. But where Gregorio, where he's sitting now, Paltrinieri, he has enough distance that there is no advantage of trying to get any drag off him here. All you're going to get is wash. And you can see when I talk about wash, it's the movement of the water that's behind the swimmer, and it extends probably about 2 metres behind them.
Hoping to add another Olympic gold medal is Gregorio Paltrinieri. He's the leader at the 300-metre mark. Jack McLaughlin back in 7th spot, but not too far off the pace. So it's a very even bunch in the middle of the field, although Paltrinieri has just kicked out to about a body length and a half over that chasing pack. Gold medalist in the 1500 5 years ago in Rio, and 4 years before that, 5th in London. He was building towards that Olympic title. And now, obviously, with the news that this had been added to the program, extra incentive to add this other event. It's a big part of the 1,500 metre swimmers program. Anyway, the 800, they always do it. It's a distance they're covering all the time. And why not get in the water for another shot at a gold medal?
Well, I would have swum this one if it was in 2004. It was an event. It's actually, I quite enjoyed it. But in normal circumstances, we'd have Gregorio Paltrineri training in Melbourne alongside Matt Horton. They're great mates. And so for all the Australian swimmers, we know him quite well, know how he swims. He's a hard trainer. And you can tell that probably if you know swimming by his stroke. It's not the most efficient stroke. It's someone who does a lot of work to get the results.
So Paltrineri at the 400 metre mark with body length and a half lead. Jack McLaughlin in lane 7 was back in 7th spot, but right in there, it's really only the Brazilian Costa in lane 2 who's dropped off this chasing pack. So Gregorio Paltrineri leading them out. There's the yellow cap of the Australian Jack McLaughlin in lane 7. He's only about a body length and a half, maybe 2 body lengths off the pace.
There's 6 swimmers across the field here, excluding Paltrineri, that are within 2 seconds of what the leader's doing. So these are all in medal contention, those 6 swimmers. And possibly, as they come through now, we're looking at a changeover to Romanchuk where he may take the lead from Paltrineri over the next 200 metres.
So Romanchuk with the fastest time this year, 7:41.28. That was in the heat to get through into this final. He had been swimming very fast anyway this year. Paltrineri is the world champion and the 1,500 metres champion from Rio. So Paltrineri, Romanchuk's made a little bit of a move, Frolov, and Jack McLaughlin in 6th spot, so he's moved up 1 and he's keeping that gap at bay.
It's getting closer now for Jack McLaughlin as he's probably just behind 1 body length. Body length and a half still, but he has moved up ever so slightly. He has to continue this. The advantage that he has, he gets to see both sides of this field. And he should be on the way back of the return lap to go into the final. He'll see Gregorio Paltrineri. He'll miss what's going on in the middle, but he needs to get closer to where Paltrineri is now.
Jack McLaughlin, the 26-year-old at his 2nd Olympic Games, studying engineering at the Queensland University of Technology, and being a 400 competitor, is it a big advantage over the last 150, 200 metres?
Yes, well, it should be, but what Gregorio Paltrineri did in this, he went out quite fast and tried to blow the field away early, and now he's trying to hold on, but he's used to this from the 1,500 metre swim, holding on towards the end, and everyone will tend to move up closer to him as we come through to the final 100 metres.
So Jack's in 6th spot as they get the bell. 100 metres to go, 700 swum. It'll be hurting, but there's a gold medal at the end of this 100-metre sprint. Jack McLaughlin, how many places can he make up? Can Paltrineri hang on? Florian Wellbrook, the German, in lane 5, moving up now, challenging for the lead, and going with him is Romanchuk, the fastest this year, the Ukrainian, in lane 4. It's going to be a big finish. Jack's there, not far off the pace, needs to really get going to try and get a medal. Wellbrook turns in front. Paltrineri in the silver medal position for the first time in this race. And in 3rd place, pushing up hard, is Romanchuk. Big finish coming up. It's Wellbrook in front, the German, and now joining in is Bobby Fink. Bobby Fink, the American, lane 3. Wow. He might swamp them. It's the American in front. He's going to win the first one. Bobby Fink came from nowhere to get it done. Silver for Paltrineri. Romanchuk wins the bronze, and Australia's Jack McLaughlin, great swim. Silver medal in the 400, and he gets a 5th placing in the first ever final of the 800 freestyle at the Olympic Games.
So
Bobby
5th
Fink
for Jack McLaughlin and American gold for Fink. Rob Woodhouse, the Finkster.
He came from nowhere, Rob Fink. He was probably a second and a half behind with 50 metres to go, and he just took off, absolutely took off. The others were tiring, Romanchuk, Wellbrook, and, of course, Paltrineri was tiring big time. Poltronieri's from an amazing race. He took it out from the start. It would have been great if McLaughlin was able to stay with him that first 200-300, I think, and establish a bit of a lead, but maybe his turns let him down. But look, fifth at the Olympic Games, following up a silver medal, not too shabby, and I think he'd be pretty pleased with that.
So the Americans take the lead over the Australians in the medal count, the gold medal count for the first time. So Zach Stubblety-Cook comes up next in the 200 metres breaststroke final. He is the fastest qualifier. He is the favourite. There is a lot to keep you up to speed with. The sevens, the defending champions, Australia, have jumped Japan 17 points to 0 late in the first half. And the archery, so Taylor Worth has won his round of 16 encounter against Shaiwan Wei of China. He won it 6-4 and is into the quarterfinals. That is later in the week. Alice Ingley was eliminated in the first round, so 32 competitors in the singles. Alice Ingley, the other Australian in action, she was beaten by Senia Perova, and so she is out of competition. But Taylor Worth has done the business. He's got through the 2 rounds of today. There is another Australian to come. It's Ryan Tack in the round of 32 a little later on. Around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win.
We're joined now by Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular Thursday preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Thursday night racing is at Sandown Park, Boomer.
Yes, Thursday night greyhound action back at Sandown Park this week, and I fancy a young dog on the ride, Mapunga Ruby. She started racing just before Christmas and has only had 13 starts, but her record is excellent. She's only missed the placing 3 times, and 8 of those have been wins, and by some huge margins. Just last week at Sandown Park, she won over the same distance by more than 8 lengths. That is a huge win. She's jumping from a good box in an easy field. Mapunga Ruby to win race 5 at Sandown Park, jumping at 7:40. Good luck.
There's Boomer Harvey's tip, Mapunga Ruby, this Thursday night at Sandown Park. You can now watch every Victorian greyhound race live and free by downloading the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Please gamble responsibly.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
Carpenters, did you know the new VBA regulations require you to be registered for any work you complete valued over 10 grand? Master Builders Victoria help you navigate regulations. They also offer legal support, OH&S compliance and upskilling opportunities to keep your team's building and construction skills up to date. From just $1.40 a day, can you afford not to be a member? To be the best, you need to train with the best, and that's Master Builders Victoria. RTO 3935.
Zach Stubblety-Cook about to swim for gold in the men's 200 metres breaststroke. Rob Woodhouse is poolside for us for Tyre Power winning service, winning prices. Rob, I reckon in the mainstream Australian sporting community, he's an unknown as he takes to the blocks, but he is the favourite in this event and he can become a household name over the next few minutes.
Well, he can, can't he? And look, he is very much an unknown, but 22 years of age. He's number 2 all time in this event. From the trials, actually, 206.28. So he's got the form. 4th at the World Championships back in 2019. I think 2nd at the Pan Pacific Championships the year before. So he's got a little bit of experience there. But those in the know that know Zach and his training environment know that he's got no fear. I'm sure the nerves will be really fluttering right now as he's being introduced behind the blocks. But he's going to give it every shot. I'd expect to see him go out quite slow and bring it home fast. There's a couple others like James Wilby will go out very, very fast, but Zach might be behind at the 100.
He has been the quiet tip in the circles that know if he handles the occasion, Zach Stubblety-Cook might provide Australia with a grand moment here for the men. The women have done all the heavy lifting on the gold medal front so far. Stubblety-Cook takes his turn for the men.
Matson of Finland in 2. Kaminga 4th fastest this year of the Netherlands in 3. Stubblety-Cook in 4. James Wilby of Great Britain 5. Nick Fink, the United States 6. Ryua of Japan in 7 and Eric Persson, Sweden, lane 8. John Davies in Helsinki and Ian O'Brien in Tokyo, our only gold medalists in this event in Olympic history.
It's a big moment for Zach Stubblety-Cook, really soaking it in. He looks nice and relaxed. James Wilby also, big statement.
Chupkov in lane 1, normally a very good starter. He's the world record holder, that time from 2019, 2:06.12. Didn't have his very best start. Nick Fink, the American, did get away pretty smartly in lane 6. Alongside him, James Wilby. They're going well. Zach just a touch off the pace at the very start. Now, Mano Kaminga in lane 3 also going nicely.
Don't be stressed about Zach Stubblety-Cook and his position at the moment. He has a really excellent second 100. He went out there in a 29.35, turned in 6th. Arno Kaminga from the Netherlands, 28.14, turning first.
So sitting about 5th at the moment is Zach Stubblety-Cook, our leader in lane 3. Arno Kaminga, 4th fastest this year. The 25-year-old has an Olympic silver medal. He was 2nd in the final of the 100 breaststroke. And here he is in the final leading the 200 breaststroke. And look at that, just about the entire field, with the exception of the world record holder himself, under world record pace.
2.13 seconds under world record pace at the 100. As we said, Arno Kaminga does a great 100 breaststroke. Look at Zach Stubblety-Cook off that turn. He's really made an excellent turn on that third 50. This is a really important time for him to step up, start increasing that stroke rate, which he's done exactly that.
Last time we won this event, Tokyo 1964. Zach Stubblety-Cook pushing up now into 3rd place. He's given himself a huge chance here. Exactly where he wanted to be. Kaminga of the Netherlands 1st, Madsen of Finland 2nd, and the Australian 3rd, and he gets going.
Zach Stubblety-Cook made a huge move. Look at the increase in his stroke rate here. He's really up on the shoulder of Arno Kaminga. He's made a huge move. He's just got to get onto the wall, increase his stroke rate, right on the world record line.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Remember that name.
You are the man, Zach Stubblety-Cook. We rode that race with you right till the very end. You had us screaming.
Rob Woodhouse, what a storming finish. It fits in with the Australian swimmers at this meet. The last 50 metres off a ferocious pace, and Zach Stubblety-Cook claims another gold for Australia in Tokyo.
It was indeed. What a magnificent swim. And as we heard, the last Australian gold medalist in this event was way back in 1964 in this city in Tokyo, Ian O'Brien. But a magnificent swim by Stubblety-Cook. He was a little bit faster in the trials a month ago, but that is absolutely irrelevant. Everyone, bar one, was under world record pace at the 100 metres. Stubblety-Cook did not panic because Kaminga, the Dutchman, went out very, very fast next to him in lane 3. He came through in the third 50, but he was still almost a body length behind Kaminga at the last turn, and then just took it home, and with 10 metres to go, he had it won.
Well, this is one for the creative minds. Zach Stubblety-Cook needs a nickname, and there's a lot to work with in that as we soak him in and the Australian swimming folklore. That's 7 gold medals in Tokyo, 5 in the pool as we return to the coverage.
That swim, just 0.25 or 0.26 of a second or something like that. It's close.
Here it is, confirmation. Zach Stubblety-Cook is the Olympic champion. He wins Australia's 3rd gold medal in this event and the first since Tokyo back in 1964. Gold to Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200 breaststroke. Sam Heathwood is in Brisbane. We can all go gobbledygook for Zach Stubblety-Cook. Sam, they must be going crazy there.
It's nuts here. I don't think I even took a breath for that whole race. I'm with Zach's mum, Shirley. Shirley, I know you're watching him right now. You're so excited. How are you feeling during that?
I am so happy for him. I'm so pleased after all that hard work. and dedication, and oh my God, I'm just so happy.
And you said to me just before that this was supposed to be a warm-up Olympics. You were never expecting that he was going to be so successful.
Oh no, not at all. No, I was just really happy that he made the semi-final and had another swim, so it's just such a bonus.
It's amazing. And also Zach's girlfriend Ella is here. They've been partners for 5.5 years. Ella, you've been here for this journey as well, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's wonderful to see him mature as an athlete but also a person, and I think over the time, yeah, it's just been wonderful to see him come into his own and you know, be swimming just as well as he has been. Yeah.
Just amazing. And the party is just getting started here. I'm sure it's going to go into the night.
Great job, Sam, and congratulations. What a swim, what a finish. And I'm delighted to be able to tell you that our winner, Zach Stubblety-Cook, was watching those scenes on the monitor from his family home with Nathan Templeton. Nate, how good?
That's unbelievable stuff, Zach. You've just watched your mum and your girlfriend there. Your mum actually said she was just happy for you to make the semis, but you've gone a lot better than that. How much of a buzz is that?
Oh, unbelievable. I'm lost for words, really. Like, without their support, I couldn't be here. But, you know, it's been a tough 5 years, and I'm lost for words, to be honest.
The way you swim that race just shows how much belief you've got. You know, you do let them get away from you a little bit, and then you come home like a train. That must be pretty nerve-wracking for us. What's it like for you? You're so confident and you just had such belief in yourself.
Yeah, it made it entertaining, right? But, yeah, you know, like, that's the way I train and that's the way I've worked and the way I race all the time. So, like, at these games, I'm not going to try and change anything, not going to try and change my strength. So it's too late for that. Yeah, I'm definitely just happy that the process pulled off.
We'll let you go and take a breath and let it sink in for a minute. We'll chat to you again after you go get that gold medal.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
He did make it entertaining, Rob Woodhouse. It's nerveless stuff to swim a race and win a gold medal like that.
Absolutely. It's hard to describe how it must feel. Like, for him going in, I guess, as the fastest qualifier, the favourite, a total unknown. Does that help that he's an unknown? Or he must have been so nervous, but he just looked so composed, didn't he, behind the blocks, and swam that race to perfection. Just pure joy.
Yeah, the coat tuggers had been saying for a few days that he was the one, and that is exactly how it has proven. So your suggestions on nicknames for Zach Stubblety-Cook: the Shadow or the 5 o'clock Shadow? Old Stubble, I don't mind. Chook, the Beard, 0433 98 11 16. The Prickly Chef is not bad. The Prickly Chef, that's come from Ash. 0433 98 11 16. The Aussies in their rugby sevens annihilating Japan. This is the gold medal defending team, the women. 43-0 and more points to come late in the second half. So a gold medal already, and 2 more tremendous chances to come. We're about to see the 100-metre freestyle semi-finals, Rob. So Emma McKeon in the second of these. She broke the Olympic record last night. And Kate Campbell. So notionally, Australia have the 1-2 seeds for this event.
They do, and as we're getting towards the second half of the week, we know those multi-event swimmers do start to tire, so things will slow down a little. We'll see how the women go in the heat in the semi-finals this morning. Lots of opposition here. Kate Campbell about to step onto the blocks. Penny Alexiak is the defending champion in this event, and she's over in lane 3 in this semi-final.
Rob's poolside for us for Tyre Power. CanStar Blues first place getter, award winner for service again. Here's the first of the women's semi-finals in the 100 metres freestyle.
Silver in the 200 free. Hong Kong's first medal in lane 4. Kate in 5. Femke Heemskirk 6. Anderson 7. Great Britain, and Wu of China 8. So can Kate make her way back into the final of the women's 100 freestyle? Away in the semi, lane 5, 6th in that final in Rio. Silver medal at the World Championships. It was a fabulous fight back from her. Really good start here. Former world record holder. She's in a good position.
Great start from Kate Campbell. She really took it on in those first 3 strokes. Was up and stroking, and a nice clear lead in that start.
52.03 her best time, just ever so slightly shaded by Siobhan Jorge of Hong Kong, who we know the 23-year-old is swimming really well, and Femke Heemskerk gets to work, 33 years of age from Netherlands, 6th at the World Championships. Kate's just in front now, I reckon, but Heemskerk moving up alongside her. Siobhan Jorge, she's got a very narrow lead perhaps, and Alexiak gets to work. She's going to be second, I think. Kate touches the wall. Second spot, 52.40 for our winner, 52.71 for Kate Campbell in lane 5.
So Kate Campbell second, Emma McKeon to come in the pool. The women's freestyle 100-metre semi-finals. In the rugby sevens, Australia has beaten Japan 48-0, if you don't mind. It's a golden Thursday. There's gold medals on every day of these games so far. The count is at 7. As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie-owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blue's prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought-after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
G'day, Richo here. Scotty and the team at Knox Mitsubishi are excited to be opening the doors to their showroom once again. Head down and chat with the team about their new vehicle stock, including Mitsubishi Triton Utes and Express vans for the tradies, Outlander and ASXs fit for the family, and Pajero Sport for those after a real adventure. Perfect for the post-lockdown escape. Visit Knox Mitsubishi at 437 Stud Road, Wantirna South, or Google Knox Mitsubishi to get in touch today.
LMCT 11585.
Hello again. Cleared up the crash on the Princes Freeway outbound near Corroit Creek Road. We've now got a B double and a car that have had an oopsie on the Monash heading outbound just after Burke Road. Couple of right-hand lanes closed, so that means 3 lanes getting past. Still very slow though. Back to Warrigal Road. It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Designer Appliances are your premium kitchen appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create stylish spaces, converting the kitchen into the heart of your home. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Superfast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The new Nissan Navara has landed. Get a Nissan Navara SL Dual Cab 4x4 manual from only $47,490 drive away for ABN buyers. Test drive the new Nissan Navara today. T's and C's apply.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
We're in the semi-finals of the women's 100 metres freestyle. Kate Campbell second in her semi, 52.71. Emma McKeon broke the Olympic record last night. She is about to take to the blocks the pool in Tokyo.
House. Uncle Rob Woodhouse, 1984, Los Angeles. Bonnet of France in 1. Weitzel of the United States in 2. Sarah Sjostrom, world record holder 3. Emma McKeon, the Olympic record holder in 4. Anna Hopkin, Great Britain 5. Pernille Bloom, Denmark 6. Bro of Denmark in 7. And Brown of the United States in 8. Second semi-final of the women's 100 freestyle. So So the two yellow caps side by side. Gold of Australia, yellow of Sweden. Sarah Sjostrom right alongside Emma McKeon, and Emma started the better and is right up with Anna Hopkin, traditionally a fast starter. Across in lane 2, Abby Weitzel going well, but Emma McKeon in a good spot again.
Emma McKeon up and stroking really fast. Nice high stroke rate, but not out of control. She'll turn through fast here in a 25.27 in first position.
She's got the lead. Hopkins second. In third spot, it's Weitzel of the United States. So it just opens up a little bit more of a gap over Anna Hopkin. Very controlled, looks really good. Starting to get going is Sarah Sjostrom. Terrific if she can make another Olympic final. But look at Emma McKeon going really nicely. Out by half a body length. Lane 4, the Aussie. She's the one to catch in the final. That was terrific. 52.32. Faster than the first of the semis. Emma McKeon looked terrific.
She looked great. Not as fast as her heat swim. She went a 52.13, which was the fastest in the world this year. So, but it still looked really controlled, even just pulling away in the last 15 metres, just pulling away from the field. Abby Weitzel, as I mentioned when they came out, just to watch out for her. She had a crack in that last 20 metres, but just to watch Emma McKeon pull away was just so lovely to see.
It'll be lane 4 for Emma McKeon in tomorrow's 100 metres freestyle final. Uncle Rob, she's looking good.
Yeah, really controlled swim by the look of that. She went out a little bit slower than the first 50 metres of the first semi-final, about 0.2 of a second slower than Siobhan Howie, who won that first semi. So it looked pretty good. And she's got the relay in an hour or so as well. So I'm assuming she probably conserved a little bit there, but really strong swim from her. She's not going to have it all her own way, though, and I'd still give Kate Campbell a big chance tomorrow in the final.
So Emma McKeon wins her semi-final 52.32. Kate Campbell second in her semi-final 52.71. It's been a golden start to the day in the pool. Zach Stubblety-Cook won the gold medal in the men's 200 metres breaststroke, and Jack McLaughlin fifth in the men's 800 metres freestyle. We have the semi-finals of the 200 metres backstroke to come. Tristan Holland is there for Australia, and then the finals, the 200 metres butterfly for women, Brianna Throssell, the 100 metres freestyle for men, Kyle Chalmers, and the women in the 4x200 metres freestyle relay.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer.
One classic lager. One standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on. At BWS and Dan Murphy's.
Designer Appliances are your premium laundry appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create functional spaces, converting your laundry into a practical paradise. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free no-obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Remember that name.
He has the gold medal. Now he needs a nickname. Razor Chef, subtly good. The Golden Stubby, Captain Shadow, Zach Attack, the Entertainer. I still think Zach holds sway with the Prickly Chef. 0433 98 11 16. Eamon sent through, I'm working by myself in a 100-acre block surrounded by cows. They're looking at me weird because I've been screaming, go Zach, go at my phone, and then started fist pumping with tears in my eyes. So pumped and proud to be an Aussie. A golden start to this Thursday at the Games. 5 in the pool, 7 in all. Keep in mind Australia won only 8 in London and in Rio. We're on the cusp of that by lunchtime. The 200-metre backstroke semi-finals, Tristan Holland represents Australia here. He will swim from lane 2.
A big name in this sport here in Japan, the 31-year-old lane 6. Brodie Williams of Great Britain in 7. And Thormeyer of Canada, lane 8. Tristan Hollard, lane 2.
Take your mark.
Variety of different styles as they get away from the wall. First semi-final of the men's 200 backstroke, an event that Australia has never won gold in. Mitch Larkin was the silver medalist at Rio. Mark Kerry, Matt Welsh and Hayden Stokell, bronze medalist for Australia. And Tristan Hollard add to that collection, hoping to get his way into first Olympic final on debut, the 24-year-old. So we've got away pretty evenly here. Down the pool the first time, Hollard in 8th place, but not far off the pace.
No, not far off the pace at all. Tristan Hollard, trains up in Newcastle and he's moved to the Gold Coast. And what we're looking for in this backstroke is just watching how the stroke comes over. It has to flow comfortably as we watch probably getting Relov here is on the screen. Flows over, let the hand actually fall down at the end to be able to enter into the catch part of the stroke. And we need to see Tristan Hollard come home faster in this second 100 and stay within this mix to go through to this final position.
Interesting.
Mitch Larkin just missed out on that Olympic gold in Rio. And it was by the shortest of margins.
And interesting too that Mitch Larkin, third fastest this year, but still chose not to swim it at these Olympic Games. So Tristan Hollard, a personal best of 1:56.40. And that was set at the 2021 Australian Nationals. He then swam 1:56.44 at the trials. Seated 13th here, coming through, studying business, commerce and finance at Griffith University.
Yep, Tristan Hollard 14 metres under the water in this last 50 metres. You're allowed to go to 15. His hips are swaying ever so slightly as he's doing this. Trying to get an anchor off them.
Making some ground up here. Yep, making some ground, pushing through. He's getting up amongst the field. Let's see where he finishes. Rylov, the winner. Telegdi in second spot. And Hollard has improved from 8th on the turn to finish 6th in lane 2. His time 1:56.92. So about half a second outside his best.
This all came down to the touch in this race, and it's getting onto the wall to be in a good position, because it can make all the difference of whether you do or don't qualify through or progress through from the semi-final to the final. But as the debutant at this Olympic Games, Tristan Hollard has done well to be up there amongst these guys.
So that is 6th place for Tristan Hollard, I beg your pardon. I doubt, Rob Woodhouse, this is not a strong event for Australia, and I doubt he sees the final from there.
No, he won't get in the final with that. It was only 1/4 of a second off 3rd place in that semi, which so he slipped down. Just a pretty bad touch there. But look, it's half a second off his personal best time. Good swim, good experience, and we'll see a lot more of young Tristan Hollard in the future, I'm sure.
All right, second semi-final of the 200 metres backstroke coming up next.
Can we get much higher?
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Help contact tracers by registering your Mikey. Register now and get $10 bonus Mikey money. Limited time. Visit ptv.vic.gov.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Track. You can now find it at 1593 AM.
Again, delays remain on the Monash Freeway due to a truck and car collision heading city-bound just after Burke Road. We've got a couple of lanes closed. Delays back to Warrigal Road. Outbound also slowing down for a look. Nasty crash in Bayswater, Mountain Highway at High Street that's affecting both Mountain Highway and Bayswater Road. IGA's Market Day is here. Kleenex Complete Clean Toilet Rolls, 45-pack, just $16. Save $10. Hurry in today to your local IGA. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
At 7-Eleven, there's wonderful in every cupful of freshly ground coffee for only $1. Head into your nearest 7-Eleven today. 7-Eleven, wonderfully easier.
SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing live all day on the SEN app.
You know, the pioneers of the game, the Australian gold medal winning team, inspiring so many young women to take up the game and play rugby sevens, and look at them now. It's transitioned out.
Job done. First up, Australia 48, Japan 0.
That is quite the performance from the women's sevens, the defending gold medalists. Lloyd's Auctions replays. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. We're around the grounds with a little bit to keep an eye on for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre, 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. It's been a little bit of an inglorious start in the golf. Where are we? Cam Smith is 1 over after 4 holes and Mark Leishman is 1 over after 10 holes, the two Australians in the individual stroke play. Sepp Straka is setting a ferocious pace. He's 7 under through 16 holes, the Austrian, as he shows the way. The aquatics updates are for City Venue Management, Rackley Swimming, your swim family. A gold medal for Zach Stubblety-Cook. That ceremony's coming up. From first splash to first medal, we are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. They're about to jump into the pool and set themselves on the wall for the second semi-final in the men's 200 metres backstroke.
Gold medals for the Australian swim team. Athens 7, Munich and Beijing 6 each, and 5 in Sydney, and now 5 here in the pool in Tokyo. There's more to come. Men's 200 back, second semi-final. Ryan Murphy, lane 6, defending champ.
Take your mark.
He's got his countryman alongside him, Bryce Mefford of the United States, the 22-year-old at his first Olympic Games from El Dorado Hills in California. Sounds great, doesn't it? Nicolas Garcia says of Spain in lane 1, Keita of Japan in 2, Tarasevic of the Russian Olympic Committee, lane 3, the 25-year-old, Greenbank of Great Britain in 4, Mefford 5, Murphy 6, Michikov of Switzerland, lane 7, and Zhu of China in lane 8. 2 gold medals at World Championship level. He was 5th in the final of the 100 backstroke. Slowish start by Murphy. Gets to work now out in front. Luke Greenbank of Great Britain.
Yeah, we might not jinx it by saying that we're going to win so many medals, but it's something that this team's been working towards. Not the medals, they're working towards the results. If you look at this backstroke, Murphy will probably go through in second place, but we'll have a great second 100 here.
So Greenbank, Murphy, Garcia says they're the 1, 2, 3. 100 down, 100 to go. Greenbank looking comfortable. He was 17th in the 100 backstroke, didn't make it to the semi-finals, just missed out on a spot. And he's the national record holder from Great Britain, and he's swimming nicely here. Mefford and Murphy, though, joining in, so he's going to have some company down this last 50. The 2 Americans right there with him.
Underwater work, butterfly kick up, and it's also a butterfly kick down as well. Most people make a mistake in when they're doing their kick, they think that it's in freestyle swimming or backstroke swimming is the opposite. People think of kicking down, but you actually kick both ways to actually keep contact with the water so that you get more efficiency out of your kick.
He's done well here, Greenbank. He was challenged. He's going to hang on and win it, I reckon. Ryan Murphy, defending champion, will get second, and third will be Method. 1:54.98, so about half a second outside the time of Yevgeny Rylov in the first of the semis.
That's the 200-metre backstroke semis in the books. There'll be medal ceremonies next, including Zach Stubblety-Cook, and then the women's 200 metres butterfly final, Brianna Throssell, 12:37. Kyle Chalmers in the final of the men's 100 metres freestyle. Grab the SEN app. You'll see the medal table. It updates live. Australia 17 medals, 7 gold, 1 silver and 9 bronze, and this is just day 6 of competition. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. Jason's on the road. I let the air horns go on the M3 when we won, Jared. So pumped. 0433 98 11 16. Zach, the spitting hyphen, that's come from Craig. I'm going with Iceman, which is the obvious abbreviation of Ice Cold Stubby, which is exactly what he is. How cool is that young man? That's Chris in Bateman's Bay. And Pete, he's come in behind the Prickly Chef. It's the best nickname I've heard. Gee, I hope it catches on. I'll do my best to push it. The Prickly Chef wins gold. Zach Stubblety-Cook.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means your tyre's safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
Thanks, Victoria. Your hard work means restrictions are easing. There are no longer 5 reasons to leave home or a travel limit. To stay safe, remember, check in everywhere, every time. No visitors to your home. Limit outdoor gatherings to 10 people. Wear a fitted face mask indoors and outdoors. Get vaccinated as soon as you're eligible, and any symptoms, get tested. For the latest updates, go to coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Do you have dentures and find them uncomfortable or inconvenient? Are you having problems eating due to missing or broken down teeth? Do you want to smile confidently in public? For a permanent solution, call Casey Smiles on 5996 6273 to book a free implant consultation.
We went searching all over the world for better internet, even the ocean floor. Turns out Better Business Internet was right here. Summit Internet. From just $99, they're 5 times faster than the NBN with Australian phone support. Summit Internet. Better business internet.
Amart Furniture Stores are now open. Come in store and spend $1,999 to receive $250 off your order. Limited time only. Shop with Amart today.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch up button on the SEN app.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
At Officeworks, we're always checking prices to make sure they're always low. So Qdo Octave 100 True Wireless earbuds are now $39. And a Samsung Tab A7 Lite is a low $247. Always low prices at Officeworks.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Cerato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
An important message from the Victorian Government. There are new coronavirus exposure sites across Victoria. Exposure sites are changing rapidly. If you have visited any of the exposure sites, you must follow the health advice about getting tested and quarantining. For more information on exposure sites and where to get tested, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
We went searching all over the world for better internet, even the top of Mount Everest. Turns out, better business internet was right here. Summit Internet. From just $99, they're 5 times faster than the NBN, with Australian phone support. Summit Internet. Better business internet.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
So a golden start to Thursday, day 6 of competition at the Tokyo Olympics. We're keeping tabs on the BMX, which has been a little bit of fun in its own right. The quarterfinals, it's been a tough time for the Australian who's in action. He had a fall in the first race, Anthony Dean, and he's been, I think, last in the second race, or maybe 5 points from the second race. They're about to have the third run where 4 of the 6 do go through. So with an ounce of luck, we're about to take you to that. We are counting down towards the men's 100 metres freestyle final. Kyle Chalmers at 12:37. Before then, the butterfly final over 200, where we have an Australian in action as well. So where are we? That's Heat 1. So that's not the Australian who's in that for the moment. Shall we pick up the second run of the women's BMX, where there are 2 Australians in action? They had a tough time of their first run. Here's how the second run panned out.
And down the bottom, and it's Sakaki Barra that gets her wheel out in front. Lauren Reynolds comes through as well. Shriver on the outside. So Sakaki Barra leads through the first berm. This is a better ride from her.
Much better ride from her. Up front, out of trouble. She's just got to keep her pumping away, legs and handlebars, as she goes over that triple into berm 2. Shriver of Great Britain in second. Lauren Reynolds also still consistently in third. She was third in her first quarterfinal run.
So good riding now from Saya. This is what she needs. You see a little bit of a bobble there as Shriver now gets up around the outside in the final berm. Last straight into the finish line. Australia in 2 and 3 for now. Shriver will come through to get the second win. 2 from her. And just getting it wrong at the end. Saya finished 4th across the line. Lauren Reynolds, top ride by her for second. And Zoe Klassens comes through from Switzerland for third place.
So 1 run each left for the men's and the women's in the quarterfinals of the BMX today. Our highlights are for Wolf Blass. They're brought to you by Wolf Blass, the International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year. Your message is terrific. Zach Stubblety Cook. Regardless of the nickname, we have new rhyming slang for having a look. Yes, never mind that fellow Captain Cook. That's very passé. Stubblety Cook now. Jason from Sunbury. I don't think I've cried so much in the last few days over sport. There are always moments along the way that bring out the emotions, but these Olympics seem to have heightened them. Even watching or listening to the replays makes me well up. I think the Olympic Games' importance has waned a little over the last decade, but these games have re-established their status. around the world as the games we need and had to have. A great sentiment to send through, Jason. 0433 98 11 16 is the Temper text machine. Keep pinging through your thoughts after a 7th gold medal has been added, and there's a chance of a bit more today. Certainly Kyle Chalmers expected to medal in a three-way go with the Russian and the American, and then the 4x200 metres relay team for women. There's every expectation that Australia will win gold there, and Ariane Titmus would pick up a third of these games. Rob Woodhouse is at the pool for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Rob, just a little bit of time to think about a new Olympic champion in Zach Stubblety-Cook. I did notice the family who were at home, they had the gold champagne flutes that they had out for the race. So it was a beautiful clink and cheers at the end. That's the way to prepare for your son and brother doing the business.
Absolutely. It's well, some morning drinks, why not? As they don't get to do that very often, so should be a big day ahead for the Stubblety-Cook family, that's for sure. They certainly look like having a great time back home. I'm sure a lot of these families would have loved, well, they all would have loved to have been here. A lot of them would have been planning to be here last year in the first instance. But we talk about the empty stands at the start of the week, but it's interesting. Each day the stands get a little bit more full. So maybe by Sunday morning they might be nearing capacity down the certainly lower sections. But there's a very big Chinese contingent of supporters here today. Probably about, I say big, it's probably about 100 Chinese supporters, probably from the Chinese team and maybe from some of the other sports. And of course, Zhang Yufei is a red hot favourite in this next final at 200 fly. So the 800 freestyle medal ceremony coming up shortly, and then the 200 fly, and then, of course, the big one for us, the 100 freestyle.
So Brianna Throstle's in lane 7 in this 200 metres butterfly final. So Zhang Yufei, then there's Flickinger and Smith, 5 and 6, the Americans. Just how does this butterfly final shake out in your mind, Rob?
It's a really tough one for Brianna to get amongst the medals. Look, if she can get down just below her best, the 206, she'll be in medal contention. Zhang Yufei looks to have it won. Flickinger, the Americans, very, very strong. And we've also got Boglaka Kappas from Hungary over in lane 3. She's the world champion in this event from 2019, so she'll come home like the clouds as well. So quite an open field, but Throstle really have her work to cut out to get into that into the medals.
So a medal presentation to come for Australia, and then the 100 metres freestyle, the absolute highlight of the day. Brianna Throstle has just been introduced out onto pool deck.
Lovely to see Aussies up there performing well. Rowan Taylor, head coach, standing in the stands there. He's had a big meet as well. He rides the emotions with all the athletes, and he'll be an emotional wreck after this with pride for all our Aussie athletes.
Brianna broke the news to us, didn't she, yesterday with Nathan Templeton, that the 4 swimmers from the relay heat would change over for the relay final. So they knew that they were swimming to put their teammates in the best position, but also to give themselves an opportunity at a medal, obviously, as the relay heat swimmers.
We're pretty lucky in that way that we have so much depth in our team that we can replace 4 swimmers from the heat to the final. Very rarely do you get to have that in a team, where typically we would take away 6 athletes and we would replace 2 of them, but we've had a whole fresh team, so it just goes to show what shape we're in. And I think we've really benefited from a delayed Olympics. It's been great for some athletes to be able to have extra time to prepare, and I think Australia's really benefited from that.
Huge team effort, isn't it, to get an athlete to this position? No exception with Brianna Throstle, who'll start in lane 7 here. Her parents, James and Karen, brother Nick, big part of the team effort, completing a degree in physiotherapy from Notre Dame University. She's got her own business, West Coast Dress Hire, for the students going to their Year 12 formals, and to the other ladies going off to functions, black tie functions, etc.
They're so impressive, aren't they? They can just do everything, run their own business, and you run into them at the coffee shop, and it's just so great to see that our athletes are not only superstar athletes on the world stage and taking on big names like Zhang Yufei in lane 4, but they can run other businesses as well.
Let's hope she can run her own race here. Brianna Throstle, the 25-year-old, lane 7. Chimarova of Russia 1. Yu of China 2. Kappas, Hungary 3. Zhang Yufei, lane 4. Flickinger of the United States, 7th in Rio. Regan Smith, the United States, in 6. Brianna 7. Thomas in 8. final of the women's 200 butterfly. The top 5 from Rio not here. Maddie Groves was the silver medalist. Zhang in lane 4, 6th in the final in Rio. Hallie Flickinger, lane 5 of the United States, 7th. And Brianna Throssell, gold cap to the right of screen, lane 7. She was 8th in the final in Rio.
Zhang Yufei won silver in the 100 fly in a 55.64, so expect her to go out fast. She's got a commanding lead in this first 50, turning in at 26.92.
Susie O'Neill, our only gold medalist in Atlanta in 1996. Brianna, lane 7 in 7th spot as they come down to complete the first 100.
Zhang Yufei, probably the one to beat here. It's a pretty tight field. Hallie Flickinger in lane 5, also bronze in the 400 IM, so she's got a pretty good starting leg, especially with the butterfly.
So Zhang it is, lane 4, the leader. Second spot, Flickinger alongside her. Regan Smith probably back in 3rd. Brianna's just dropped a spot in 8th, but her back end is excellent. She always brings it home hard in her races.
That's what we're watching for with Brianna Throssell, that second 100 metres, to take it out fairly cruisy and to lift it in the last 100. But look at this commanding lead from Zhang Yufei. She has just put her stamp on this from the first 25 metres. It's whether she can hold it in the last 50. Moving at 1.5 metres per second, that is flying.
Brianna getting busy, trying to push her way up into medal position. In the world record fall here at Zhang from Flickinger and Smith. What have the Americans got left? Brianna turns in 8th spot. Pace is on out the front. Zhang, who was 6th in the final 5 years ago. Hallie Flickinger, 7th in that final. Lane 5 coming at her. Regan Smith of the United States lifting. Not sure they're going to be able to catch her. Zhang is tiring, hanging on, searching for the wall. She's going to get there from 7th 5 years ago to the gold medalist in Tokyo and a new Olympic record. Smith 2nd, Flickinger 3rd, and well done, Brianna Throssell, another Olympic final. Brianna
Throssell finishing 8th there with a 2:09.48. Her best time 2:06.58, so a little bit off her best there. But Zhang Yufei, that was a really great race. She really dominated that from start to finish, and it was about holding on. She was pulling up really fast there in the last 15 metres. I thought Hallie Flickinger was going to beat her there, but Regan Smith getting in with the silver medal.
2:05.30 for Regan Smith. That is nearly a second and a half better than she's ever gone before. And for Flickinger, 2:05.85.
Zhang Yufei wins the gold medal. She did win by a body length. I'm not quite sure she was stopping in the manner that the commentary reflected there, Rob. That was every bit as dominant as you forecast.
Yes, absolutely. A tremendous result. China's first gold medal of these Olympics in the pool. So a great result for China and for Zhang Yufei after the silver medal she got in the 100 butterfly. She was dominant right from the start. They were nowhere near her. The Americans were tiring just as much as Zhang Yufei was tiring. But both the Americans, Smith and Flicken, just swam well as well, beating the world champion Kappas into 4th, Throssell 8th. It's another good swim for her and another Olympic final. So well done, Brianna Throssell.
So 8th for Brianna Throssell, 5th for Jack McLaughlin in their 2 finals, gold for Zach Stubblety-Cook. What are these minutes like leading up to the 100 metres freestyle for men, Rob?
Tense. There's tense up here in the commentary position, Jared, but I can't imagine what it'd be like in the ready room where the athletes are. We heard James Magnuson earlier in the program talk about it. There's a lot of testosterone going around between these sprinters. They like to strut, and there'd be a lot of strutting like peacocks in that room. We haven't got any vision of that, certainly from where I'm sitting anyway. But I'm sure Kyle would be nervous, but every swimmer in that race would be nervous, no matter how much experience you've got. This is the Olympic final. This is once every 5 years at the moment. So a few nerves, but Kyle knows what to do.
So lane 7 for Kyle Chalmers, where he will swim from. The Russian Kolesnikov will swim from 4. Dressel, the American, is the favourite from lane 5. We're about to see the 3rd run of Anthony Dean, the Australian, in the BMX racing. He needs a good one.
5th along. Connor Fields, defending champion from America. He takes the inside run. We see Swiss rider of David Graf there in number 2. Ramirez of Colombia takes position number 3, and Campo of Ecuador position number 4.
Super important race for Anthony Dean, the Australian, the 30-year-old from Adelaide. Based out of the USA, he needs a good ride here. Connor Fields with a good start, the defending champion. He knows how to ride well, he knows how to rise to the occasion, and he's doing it again. 5 years on from winning gold in Rio, he's the first into the first berm, and Anthony Dean with a lot of work to do.
And a lot of work to do. He brings up the rear of this field. There are 3 riders on 10 points. That is Fields out front. It is Campo of Ecuador in second, Graf in third. They pedal hard out of berm 2 into straight 3. Anthony Dean needs to work hard.
He needs to focus. He has a chance. He still needs to keep pedaling as hard as he possibly can. Connor Fields is doing that out in front, looking for a fast time. And it will be Connor Fields, the defending champion, comes through to win run number 3 in the men's 4th quarter-final. And unfortunately for Anthony Dean, we know that he had the ability, he had the speed, and you can see what it means to these riders. But for Anthony Dean, it means that he won't be going through to the semi-finals.
That is the end of his Olympic campaign for Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. Rob Woodhouse is at the pool for Tyre Power CanStar Blues first place getter award winner for service again. If Kyle Chalmers is to win this 100, Rob, how does it need to pan out for him?
He needs to be around about the waist of Dressel and Kolesnikov at the 50-metre mark. He won't go out as fast as those guys. Dressel has got the best start in the world in any event. He's just absolutely explosive off the blocks. So you'd expect Dressel to hit the surface first at about the sort of 12, 13-metre mark and keep going from there. Kolesnikov will come out in the first 50 as well. There will be other challenges across the pool as well in that first 50 metres. But if it doesn't really matter where Chalmers is placed, but if he's about half a balloon behind, he's a big chance to come up and storm past those guys in the second 50 metres.
So 5 years ago, he was 7th at the turn and he was a mile back at that stage. He let rip with one of the great finishes in Australian sport. He's a bit more canny a racer now, isn't he, with the experience that he's gained to be closer at the halfway mark?
Yes, he's a canny racer, but also I think that his main competitors here, Dressel and Kolesnikov, won't go out as fast as Condorelli, the Canadian, did in Rio, who's so far in front. But, the experience is going to count here. He's been introduced just now, Kyle Chalmers, and he's ready to go. I'm just watching him behind the blocks there. He is absolutely focused and pumped.
This is exciting. This is exciting. Now, Aussie Updates powered by Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. It is the highlight of day 6 at the pool, the men's 100 metres freestyle. Kyle Chalmers looking to defend his title from Rio. How will this unfold?
Caleb Dressel, he's the world champion. Amazingly, Thorpe, at 24 years of age, he is the oldest in this field. Can you believe that? He was 6th in the final at Rio. It's easy to overlook the fact that he was in that final, somewhat in the shadow of Michael Phelps 5 years ago, but now he is the main man of this American swimming team.
Yeah, the breakout was the 2017 Pan Pacs, where he really did go on and perform well there.
And Klimen Kolesnikov, PB in the semis. He's the #1 ranked this year, lane 4 for the Russian. He's the one that you'd fancy if Kyle or Caleb can be upset. Maybe it's Kolesnikov, maybe it's Hwang Sun-woo of Korea, only 18 years of age in lane 6. Cupping is always a part of his pre-race routine. We could see it on...
He's had shoulder surgery, Kyle Chalmers, so looking after the body as best he can.
Good luck to everyone at Emmanuel College who are riding with us as they were 5 years ago. Can their old boy get the job done? Kyle Chalmers trying to defend his title, the first Aussie to do so. Final of the men's 100 free. Dressel in 5, Kolesnikov 4, Chalmers 7. Let's go.
Take your mark.
Into the pool, Kyle Chalmers, lane 7, the defending champion, got away pretty smartly. Dressel, as we've seen the whole time at these games, relays, heats and otherwise, always very quick down the first 50.
Yeah, good positioning for Kyle here. Needs to go through faster than what he did in the semi-final.
Can't write him off. Whatever the position for Kyle Chalmers, he cannot be written off.
Right underwater.
He's in 3rd spot, much better than where he was in Rio. How does he finish this one? Dressel's in front. Kolesnikov in 2nd spot. Chalmers trying to find something. He's up on level terms with Kolesnikov. It's Dressel in front. Can he defend his title? Can he do what no other Australian has done? Dressel, Chalmers, him, and it takes an Olympic record to do it. Kyle Chalmers silver, Kolesnikov third. What an Olympic final that was.
6/100ths of a second between them on the wall, Rob. It was a desperate go late.
A brilliant swim. Look, both the men there. Dressel just fantastic. He went out so fast. Chalmers swam that perfectly. He was half a bottle length behind, 0.3 of a second behind at the 50. And at about the 80 metres mark, it looks like Chalmers had it won. He was coming over the top of Dressel, but Dressel found an extra gear. Chalmers was breathing on his right-hand side, wasn't seeing Dressel. That's irrelevant, but it was just on the touch. It's just the narrowest of margins, 6/100ths. Chalmers is shattered. He's absolutely shattered by that. He will recover because it's a brilliant swim from him, particularly after everything he's gone through. But 6/100ths, that's going to hurt.
It was hold your breath coming into the wall. So think back, London, Magnussen, 1/100th of a second. Rio, Chalmers gold. And now Tokyo, Chalmers silver, 6/100th of a second. The margins are so finite in this race, Rob, it's almost cruel.
It is cruel, isn't it? It just that's how it works, isn't it? James Magnussen knows that very, very well from London 2012, and what a champion he is as well, as is Kyle Chalmers. But look, Dressel, he's the man of the moment. He's in tears. He's very emotional just walking down the poolside now, Dressel. It means a lot to all of these guys, obviously. This is the ultimate. Kolesnikov, the Russian, swam well as well to get the bronze, but what a race into these two. It is Ledecky and Titmus, but in a 100-metre sprint with Dressel and Chalmers, it was everything to build up, everything we expected it to be. Just absolutely brilliant.
Gold for Dressel, silver for Chalmers.
And when we talk about Caleb Dressel, he is the best men's swimmer that we have seen post Michael Phelps. We expected him to dominate at these Olympic Games, and Kyle has put in an absolutely brilliant performance to win the silver medal in this. And, you know, congratulations to him to produce your best after having shoulder surgery, being able to recover. And Kyle is one of the athletes that would have benefited from having this a year ago. But we can cross over to Kyle with Nathan Templeton.
Well, what an absolute treat that was, Kyle. It's always so hard to talk to people in this situation because when it's that close, it's hard not to be disappointed. But you've swum an equal PB. That was an incredible race.
Yeah, it was. It's half a second faster than I was in Rio. You know, if it went ahead last year, I wouldn't have been here swimming. So to be back swimming fast, shoulders feeling good. You know, qualified in lane 7, it's kind of a bit more challenging being on the outside. I have to swim my own race from start to finish and be breathing the other way on the way home. But I left everything in the pool. I gave everything I could to, you know, win gold in 2016, come back and win silver. You know, it is great.
You've never ever made excuses, but for anyone who doesn't know, you did have shoulder surgery 7 months ago. Just want to talk about the way the race played out. You executed it exactly how you would have wanted to. Does it give you solace that you did everything right and another guy was a fingernail quicker?
Yeah, I did everything in my absolute power to win. Obviously, life's not always about winning, but it is nice, and I executed the race well, and I felt strong and felt good. It was a big day yesterday, big day to unwind from, and then back up again this morning. But like I said, I left absolutely everything in the pool and did everything I could to do it for my country.
You did that superbly. Everyone's so proud of you. You want to say anything to your family back home? We've also got your old school, Emmanuel College. You remember 5 years ago, they were ecstatic. They're just as proud of you with this silver. What do you want to say to everyone back in SA?
I'm just really grateful for all the support from everyone. Obviously, my family are there day in, day out with me. And I watched back the memories from 2016 this morning just to kind of inspire me, and you know, watch my grandpa getting quite emotional in Rio, and that gave me that lift that I needed to get up this morning. So as always, I'm grateful for the support, and I know that I may be the person standing behind the blocks doing the race, but everyone is in my corner, my coaches, all my support staff, my family, my friends, the friends that have been there since day one, and those real friends I'm forever grateful for.
We don't see you get emotional very often, but when you think about your family and everyone, how do you actually feel right now?
I do. I think, especially like, you know, my grandpa and grandparents at home. That video for me in 2016 was so special. It's something I get reminded of and watch regularly. But I'm so grateful to have their support and backing. And I could have got 32nd in the 100 freestyle, and they would have been just as happy about it. So I love them so much, and I can't wait to come home and celebrate this with them.
You've spoken beautifully. You're a champion in every way. Well done, Kyle.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Here, Nathan.
Kyle Chalmers, poolside in Tokyo. Rob Woodhouse, that is dealing with defeats with the greatest of dignity.
Oh, absolutely. As you'd expect from Kyle Chalmers, he's a true champion in every way. And there's just one little I mentioned there about team just made me think about. I mean, he swam that relay yesterday, 4x200, just gave himself everything. Dressel didn't swim for the Americans. Was that the difference? We could debate that sort of stuff forever, but there's no questioning Kyle Chalmers' commitment to the Australian team and his pride of being Australian and what he does. He gives it absolutely everything, and that was just absolutely immense.
I was just watching the replay. That's a hell of a race. There's the two of them over the last 20 metres, and it's either way. And it is hold your breath reaching for the wall and just wait for the name to spit out.
It was exactly that. That's all it was, just that finish. And it was pretty much start to finish. I mean, Dressel, as I said at the start, he's got the most explosive power off the blocks. We can measure reaction times. Interestingly, Kyle Chalmers got off the blocks really well as well, but the difference in that reaction time off the blocks, 0.06 of a second.
Oh. And that's the difference on the wall when they touch. Rob Woodhouse is poolside for us for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Australia's medal tally, 7 gold, 2 silver, 9 bronze. A total of 18. A gold and a silver added so far today in competition. The Rebel Sport Olympic medal table. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT Hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT Hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
G'day, it's Jared Healy and Kane Corns. We're all creatures of habit, and if you've made it a habit to sleep on worn-out pillows, time to sleep on a Spinal Ease.
It aligns the head, neck and spine for comfort and support.
Since I got a Spinal Ease pillow, no more annoying headaches. I absolutely love it.
The Spinal Ease pillow will change the way you sleep and wake forever.
Order your Spinal Ease pillow now and get free delivery. Visit spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. It'll change the way you sleep forever.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
Hi, I'm Simone Elia from O'Brien Real Estate, Carrum Downs. Find your place with O'Brien. Visit our website for marketplace data and demographics on every suburb.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
G'day, Josh Jenkins here for Harness Racing Victoria. Harness racing is still in action, so here's some info to get you up to speed. Introducing Trots Homeschooling 101. If you're punting on the trots, don't leave your atlas behind. More than 80% of harness races are won by horses occupying a top 4 position in transit. So using HRV's good form and tuning into Talking Trots on SEN Track will be worth its weight in gold. Find out more about harness racing at thetrots.com.au. Always gamble responsibly.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I need some steel cut in different lengths and sizes, and I need it now to finish off this job.
Not a problem, mate. You can pick it up or have it delivered. And if you order $300 or more, we'll deliver it for free anywhere up to 40 k's from the city.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
Well, I That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X. Available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan. Featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity. The Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent you.
LMCT 8938 and 10856.
Is in third spot, much better than where he was in Rio. How does he finish this one? Dressel's in front, Kolesnikov in second spot. Chalmers trying to find something. He's up on level terms with Kolesnikov. It's Dressel in front. Can he defend his title? Can he do what no other Australian has done? Dressel, Chalmers, they hit the wall. Dressel just gets him, and it takes an Olympic record to do it.
6/100ths of a second between them on the wall. Caleb Dressel for the US wins gold. Kyle Chalmers, he did swim a personal best for Pilot, your online men's health navigator. Real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au. So a personal best time, not the medal that he was craving, but tremendous dignity in defeat from Kyle Chalmers. A silver medal, Australia's second of the games. So 7 gold, 2 silver, and 9 bronze. It is a busy day at the Games. We are awaiting the Zach Stubblety-Cook gold medal ceremony over at the pool. He won the 200 metres breaststroke a little earlier on. And around the grounds for Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. The BMX has been quite captivating. The 2 women in action in the quarterfinals for Australia, Lauren Reynolds and Saya Sakakibara. They are 2nd and 4th with 1 run to come, and the top 4 go through to the semi-finals. They are just behind the gates at the moment. We're going to record that and bring it to you. We're going to savour this moment with Zach Stubblety-Cook as he is called to pool deck to claim a gold medal.
22 years of age, Olympic debut, and he's about to step up and receive the gold medal for the men's 200 breaststroke.
I'm going to say this is a huge pinch-me moment for Zach Stubblety-Cook. It'd be hard to believe he's actually done it. He's raced, the race is finished, and he's won a gold medal out of it. So it sometimes takes a while to sink in to realise the enormity of what you've achieved. You are undeniably the best in the world at the 200 breaststroke right now.
Those that know him well say what a delightful young man he is, studying psychological science and business at Griffith Uni, and his community work is very well regarded, working with the Australian Olympic Committee, part of their community engagement team. So Matson with the bronze medal for Finland. It's only the 5th Olympic medal in swimming for Finland. One of them, a bronze medal in this event from all the way back in 1920.
And Maddie Matson really was impressive from start to finish. Just from heats, he was out in lane 2, into the semi and into the final, and he was always going to push someone like Zach Stubblety-Cook into those positions, and Arno Kaminga, who's won the silver medal here, also pushing them along.
First medal for Netherlands in this event, the silver medal in the 100 breaststroke final for Arno Kaminga. So it's a double silver celebration for him, the 1 and 200 silver double.
Might have surprised him a little bit to win a silver in the 200 for this event and the 100. So coming along with 2 silver medals, it's no mean feat. It's pretty impressive. I think he would have loved to have won the 100, but Adam Peaty was just too good to win the gold there. But he's going to be the most popular student at Griffith University, Zach Stubblety-Cook.
And Olympic champion, Australia. Olympic champion, Australia, Zach Stubblety-Cook.
What a name. It's such a great name, isn't it?
A lot of opportunities for you here, Basil, to make things rhyme.
I had a bit of a chuckle because he put his leg up to go up onto the gold medal. He couldn't wait to get up there to get this gold medal.
Too keen. Just wants to get up there. This is the time when you receive a medal that you really look around and just absorb every moment. All the training, the hours that he's put in to win this medal. It's now his time to sing the national anthem. Big pinch me moment.
The anthem of Australia. 皆様、オーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
The prickly chef, hey? Zach Stubblety-Cook, a gold medalist, Australia's 7th at the Games, 5th at the pool. There's still a final to come, and Australia will swim the heaviest of favourites in the 4x200 metres freestyle relay for women. Ariane Titmus and Emma McKeon in that team. We'll take you back to the pool shortly. We're going to take in a little bit of BMX next as well. This is SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics for Mate Communications. Award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
While trying to stay active, there's always minor setbacks, aches in your knees or complaining muscles. Ask for Sudox at your local chemist so minor setbacks stop holding you back from taking care of yourself. Sudox offers no odour and no grease. Sudox, now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel, sport is calling.
Daisy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Want unlimited data and top speed internet? Mate, get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for 6 months. Unlimited data, no contracts, 1 month risk-free guarantee. Choose a provider you can trust, like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
To celebrate 50 years of Maccas, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Maccas glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30 a.m. while stocks last.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
A golden day, 6, 7 gold medals for Australia. Hopefully one more to come. On a BMX front, we're plotting the fortunes of Lauren Reynolds and Saya Sakakibara in Heat 3, Run 3. The Australians have to finish in the first 4 to get through to the semis.
Reynolds with a good start on the inside. Classens, and also they see the blue helmet now popping out in front of Saya Sakakibara. She needs to stay out there this time. She was first into the first berm on the last run. Then she had a bobble, came back into the field and finished 4th. Needs to keep the pressure on the pedals, keep the rhythm. It's been really challenging down the 3rd straight. The rhythm section has caught out several of these riders.
A great start here in Moto 3 for Saya Sakakibara. She leads Claessens of Switzerland. Also Shriver of Great Britain. Lauren Reynolds there bringing up 4th place as the second Australian. Saya Sakakibara, a much better run here by the young Australian.
Absolutely, and we see Claessens coming through to challenge her at the line, throw to the line between the two. Lauren Reynolds with a good ride in 4th place as well, but she has done enough. Both Australians have now done enough to go into the semi-finals after that first little bobble in the first run.
That is good news. So both Australians go through to the semi-finals. Our aquatic updates are for City Venue Management, Rackley Swimming, your swim family. James Magnuson is in our SEN Sydney studio. He's watched the Chalmers race. He knows the feeling of being touched off on the wall. This was his immediate reaction.
It was everything that we made it out to be. That was just such an amazing race. We said Kyle needed to get out under 23 seconds. He did it. He gave himself the best shot at it. With 5 metres to go, I was sure that Kyle had it. Dressel just got on the wall there. It panned out as we expected as well. Dressel out fast, Kyle finishing fast. It has the billings of one of the great races. It's just a shame for us we didn't win it this time, but, Kyle had nothing to lose. He's already an Olympic champion. He laid it on the line. Like he said, that was equal to his best time, so very impressed with how he put his race together, and Dressel has obviously announced himself as a true champion.
The reaction of James Magnuson in our Sydney studio. From first splash to first medal, we are your swim family, rackleyswimming.com.au. The first semi-final of the women's 200 metres breaststroke.
Nami of Switzerland in lane 1, Val of Spain, the 32-year-old in lane 2, Molly Renshaw of Great Britain in 3, Lily King of the United States in 4, Kayleen Corbett of South Africa in 5, 22-year-old. Her compatriot Tatiana Schoenmaker, who lit it up in the heats yesterday, will go in the next one. Yu of China in lane 6, Sophie Hansen of Sweden in 7, and Kelsey Vogue of Canada, the 22-year-old in lane 8. Down the pool the first time, and Lily King on song.
Lily King looking pretty fast, 0.03 under world record, 31.77. It's a pretty fast first split. Lily King in the heats was having a cheeky look under the lane rope as to where other people were, and she does it again. It's a funny technique and is happy to look at other swimmers. And looking at her pull out, I feel like she missed the first stroke. She didn't hold as much water as she usually would. Molly Renshaw giving a run for her money in this first 100, and Lily King with a higher stroke rate, Molly Renshaw a little bit longer and looking smoother.
So Renshaw might just get her here on the turn. She was under world record pace king down the first 50. They've dropped off that pace, and Renshaw has pushed up into the lead. So Molly Renshaw of Great Britain, our leader. Lily King back in second spot. Third position, lane 6, Yu of China. And in fourth spot, Kayleen Corbett, the young South African, in lane 5. She's sitting in fourth at the moment. There's the battle for the lead. Molly Renshaw, Great Britain, lane 3 with a red cap. The darker cap belonging to Lily King, lane 4, third in the final of the 100 breaststroke.
Molly Renshaw really executing a beautiful 200 here, really short on that turn, which was not done super well, but she is in the lead here. And Lily King has been a little bit put off. She's made a big move here, really increasing the stroke rate. Not holding a lot of water coming into this last 25, but has secured a bit more of a lead in the last 25.
We know how well the South Africans are going here. Kayleen Corbett pushing up into third spot and challenging the leaders. It's Renshaw just tiring a little now. Lily King might be back in front, and I reckon Corbett's going to get them all. The South African comes over the top and is going to win this first semi-final. Out touches King, gets Renshaw. 1, 2, 3, Corbett, King, Renshaw. First semi-final of this women's 200 breaststroke. The time...
We'll let Basil search for the time, shall we? In the golf at the moment, Cam Smith is 1 under through 7 holes. So the Australians made a bit of a slow start of things, but picking up now. In fact, Smith, he birdied the first, he bogeyed the third, and he's birdied the 6th. So now 1 under, the Australian Cam Smith, and Mark Leishman is through 13 holes and he's level with the card. So he's made a birdie at 13 to pull back the shots that he dropped earlier on. So Mark Leishman in a tie for 42nd, Cameron Smith in a tie for 25th. The leader, Sepp Straka, shot a 63, the Austrian. He's 8 under, and Thomas Peters of Belgium is 6 under, having posted a 65. Carlos Ortiz from Mexico is also on the course. He is 6 under. And in the shooting, top 6 to qualify. In the qualification in the trap women's for Australia, Letitia Scanlon is 4th and Penny Smith is 6th. So they are in positions to qualify. They're both in. That competition is now completed. 106 and... Oh, that's sort of a little bit backwards and around abouts. 106, it's got Letitia Scanlon 4th and 120, Penny Smith 6th. Oh, no, Letitia Scanlon is still shooting right now. That score is just updating, so she's going to climb there. The Australians are both safely through to the next round of the women's trap. And in the archery, Ryan Tack is not far away in the elimination, the round of 32. He's pitted against Nicholas Darmour from the Virgin Islands. And later in the day, David Barnes will also compete. Our first competitor got through this morning in the men's, while the first of our women were eliminated. So mixed fortunes in the archery so far. The shooting's looking good. The pool has delivered. In a moment's time, we'll go back to the pool where we'll see Australian action in the second of these semi-finals.
1 beer, more beer, 1 beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in 1 standard drink. 1 beer, more beer, 1 beer, more beer.
1 classic lager, 1 standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Our news updates throughout our Olympic coverage are for Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. On an AFL front, the AFL has got the sterile corridor secured with Queensland. So the 2 matches that were pending for the Gold Coast will go ahead. So Melbourne are due on the Gold Coast this weekend. and they have the all clear. So we'll flip with Kane in about an hour's time and touch base with what's been unfolding in footy throughout this Thursday. Let's head back to the pool for the second semi-final, which is about to transpire in the 200 metres breaststroke for women.
Jenna Strauch will start in lane 2 here, coached by Richard at Bond University up in Queensland. She was a very promising 15-year-old, was on the cusp of senior national selection and was struck down with 3 parasites at the Dubai 2013 Junior World Championships, and she spent the next year and a half in and out of hospital. So it's been quite a journey to be here now in this semi-final of the women's 200 breaststroke. The Aussie in lane 2 and Tatiana Schoenmaker lane 4, South African favourite here in this second semi. Claire Dennis in Los Angeles back in 1932 and Bev Whitfield in Munich in 1972, our only gold medalists in this event. Right of screen, gold cap, good start by Jenna. Schoenmaker's out very quickly.
Schoenmaker's always been quite dominant in this first 25, even though her stroke looks really long and her stroke rate is very low, she is still quite fast. But Jenna Strauch got out there with a good time. Just would really like to see her in that top 8.
So just outside world record pace, that world record held by Ricky Pedersen of Denmark, 2:19.11 from Spain all the way back in 2013. Not a bad turn by the Aussie. Jenna Strauch currently sitting in about 5th spot. Schoenmakers has got her by 3/4 of a body length. The gold cap belongs to the Aussie. The green cap belongs to Schoenmaker.
I'm really confident with Jenna Strauch here. She's looking really good coming into this first 100. She knows that she's in 9th position. She knows that she wants to make it into the final, so she's building a little bit more confidence here.
Fangio of Italy in lane 1, Strauch 2, Laser of the United States 3, Schoenmaker the leader. Chicken over in 2nd spot, lane 5, the Russian. Temnikova, also Russia, 6. Lecluse of Belgium in 7, and Abby Wood of Great Britain in lane 8. So, over 100 done. About 75 to go. And the Aussie has done an excellent job. Jenna Strauch now pushing into 3rd spot and right in contention here.
Would love to see Jenna up in at least top 3 or top 4 in this second semi to make sure that she secures a spot. Schoenmaker with a commanding lead here into the 3rd and final turn. Just watch for her to get longer, increases the stroke rate significantly.
Only 0.39 outside the world record split at the 150. 2:19.16 is her PB, and she did it on the way here, and we saw how impressed she was. We know the world record's under threat, and it might be under threat here in the semis. Back in 4th, maybe 5th spot at the moment for Jenna Strauch. Needs to keep going. We watch the South African in front. Schoenmaker, she's going to give this world record a huge going over. Just missed it. The timing of the stroke wasn't bang on. She might get another chance in the final. Going to qualify fastest. And Jenna Strauch's time, 2:24.25, fell back to 6th. So the last 50 not as kind as the 3rd 50.
Abby Wood there really in the last.
So Jenna Strauch there, 6th in her semi-final. She won't reach the final. So the swim, the semi-finals today, Emma McKeon won her semi-final. Kate Campbell 2nd in hers, both safely through to the 100 metres freestyle final tomorrow morning. Tristan Holland 6th in his semi in the 200 metres backstroke, and Jenna Strauch 6th in the 200 metres breaststroke. Won't progress any further. In the finals, a silver medal for Kyle Chalmers, a gold medal for Zach Stubblety Cook, 5th for Jack McLaughlin, and 8th for Brianna Throssell. 1:31 is the next and last of the finals. It's the 200 metres freestyle relay for women. Ariane Titmus swims for a 3rd gold medal. Australia are the hottest of hot favourites. Rob Woodhouse will take us through it poolside for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices shortly.
Helping my hubby run a trades business isn't all it's cracked up to me. Do you think I enjoy chasing after timesheets all day? No. That's why I use Fergus. It organises all our paperwork in one place, so I don't waste my time hunting for job cards. It might be the best thing that's happened to our business and our marriage.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Albert here at State Transport and Warehousing. We have a huge fleet delivering locally and all around Australia. We are certified and quality assured. Try us to experience the difference. Our people really are the solution. Head to statetransport.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Attention Melbourne! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
If you're looking for great value on a great network, switch to Optus today. Get a huge 80 gigs for $55 on a month-to-month SIM plan. Visit Optus online today.
SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing live all day on the SEN app.
There's been a serious collision in Bayswater. The mountain highway is closed to city-bound traffic just after Scoresby Road and the railway line. Give it a big miss if you can. Traffic heading out of town can get through. Works are underway in Thomastown on Edgars Road, northbound near the Ring Road, and also upgrade works continue in Dingley Village. Centre Dandenong Road has closures. The M80 Ring Road will be closed overnight between the Hume Freeway and Edgars Road from 10 p.m. Saturday till 8 a.m. Sunday. Visit bigbill.vic.gov.au. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Amart Furniture Stores are now open. Come in store and spend $1,999 to receive $250 off your order. Limited time only. Shop with Amart today.
SEN Track. You can now find it at 1593 AM.
The Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsports.com.au. Australia has thus far added a gold and a silver to the medal haul today. 7 gold, 2 silver, 9 bronze for a total of 18 medals. There is another medal to come, barring disaster in a relay not too far away. And then Jess Fox after 3 o'clock. When did we say her run was? 3:39, her semi-final in the women's C1, and then the final will start just before 5 o'clock, should she qualify for it. One more set of semi-finals in the pool before we settle down to business with that relay swim. It is for the men's. It is the 200 metres individual medley. And from lane 4 swimming here, what have we got? We've got a Brit in 3, a Swiss in 4, an American in 5, an Italian in 6 as we head to the call.
He went on to win a medal at an 8th World Titles in Budapest in 2017. He's a fabulous competitor. Loves it. 4 silvers, 2 bronze at Olympic level, World Championship, 2 gold medals, 6 silver and 5 bronze.
Take your mark.
So Chase Calise, lane 5, the American. Certainly keep an eye out on him, the 400 individual medal gold medalist looking for the double. Zilkin of Russia in 1, Laszlo Che 2, Duncan Scott of 3, Des Blanches of Switzerland in 4, Chase Calise in 5, Rossetti the Italian in 6, Zenemoto Vas of Norway in 7, and Dayaseto of Japan. He's in lane 8.
Yeah, it was Chazo Che who went out, in that first 50 metres. Always has a great butterfly, great backstroke leg for him. He should be leading at this 100-metre mark.
Cruising in the backstroke, out by nearly a body length on Duncan Scott alongside him, who was a member of that 4x200 freestyle relay team for Great Britain They won the gold medal, so in front. Desplancho's second, from Switzerland, Vars of Norway third.
But it's Che with all of the experience that he has in front, the all-important breaststroke leg. This is what sorts people out.
So Chase Calise gets to work here.
He's got a great breaststroke leg, Chase Calise. We see him move through in this. Then we also know that he's got the background for a 400 metres individual medley, which means he'll be able to come home strong in the freestyle leg as well.
So Che's done a good job here. He's kept himself right in contention. It's going to be about the freestyle. And Dea Seto of Japan, the 27-year-old, he's going to turn for home in front. Lane 8 snuck up on us and snuck up on them. Won't this get them excited here? Dea Seto, the great Japanese swimmer, 27 years of age, still competing at Olympic level. 2016 a bronze medalist in the 400 IM. He was 5th in the 200 fly. He's in front here. He might be able to hang on. Duncan Scott, he touches. Scott gets him. Dea Seto second. And Desplancho's third. And unfortunately for Laszlo Che, faded right out of it.
Yeah, really interesting.
So that's the first semi-final of the men's 200 metres individual medley. Hey, do you want to have a listen to what archery sounds like on the radio? Ryan Tyack of Australia is in action against Nicholas D'Amour. He's won the first set, Ryan.
10 takes the second set fairly comfortably, and it is 4 set points to
the
nil.
Australian looks all business out there today, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, great shooting from him.
Takes the second consecutive set, does Ryan Tyack. 29-point performance in that second set. And there you see very close to dead center.
Well, D'Amour needs to find something here. Ryan Tyack. Is in pole position. Just 3 athletes from the American Virgin Islands taking part in the Olympic Games.
For me, that's one of the things that makes the Olympic Games so special. And representation from athletes from literally every nation on earth. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, Adel Sanes in the breaststroke in the pool. Good work from D'Amour. So he's going to take us into a 4th set, whatever happens. And then Natalia Jean Kuipers in the 400 meters freestyle. And Nicholas D'Amour. So the 3 of them. He is the only male athlete. There are 2 male athletes, sorry, in the American.
It might be just a fraction lost in translation. It's quite hypnotic to watch. 5 points to 1 Ryan Tyack's way after 3 sets. There are 5 sets to play out in total. That is the men's, the individual events. Earlier in the day, Taylor Worth won his round of 32 and round of 16, so he's through to the quarterfinals. Ryan Tyack is trying to do that as well. Mitch Larkin is the Australian in action in the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres individual medley, as we'll take you back to the pool.
At these Olympic Games, this is his debut. He came third in the he came third at the World Championships. And this is Michelangelo, of course, of the United States. He is swimming well.
Fastest performer this year, 1:55.26. That was back in June at the American trials to get here, and he's been very impressive. Every time we've seen him in the water, he's looked really sharp, as has Lewis Clareburt of New Zealand, 22 years of age, a bronze medal at World Championship level, and can't count Mitch Larkin out.
No, we're not counting Mitch out at all in this.
Matt Dunn, Atlanta in 1996. Our best result, that was a 5th. No medals for Australia. Diasetto was the world champion. We saw him surprise everybody in the first of the semi-finals. Chase Calise, by the way, bronze medalist from the world champs. Right now, very likely that he'll miss the final. Kosuke Higino, lane 3, gold in the 400 IM in Rio, silver in this event. With Mitch Larkin right alongside him, the 28-year-old Australian at his 3rd Olympic Games. Butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. The men's 200 metres individual medley, 2nd semi-final.
And you see the American Michael Andrew clears away in this butterfly leg. Mitch is up there though, going into this first turn, and will transition into the backstroke.
A huge man, Michael Andrew, 6'6" in the old scale, 198 centimetres. He turned pro at 14, a real rarity in the American system. He shunned the college system, turned pro, and he's very strong across all strokes, and we're getting a very, very good representation of that right here.
Strong on the backstroke as well.
Larkin was in 6th place on the turn. He's pushed up though now. Backstroke obviously his number 1 go-to stroke, and he's gone from 6th into, well, just out of the places. He's in 4th spot.
It was a very long touch. He had to kind of allow himself to just fall into the wall there. Huge disadvantage, but he's rested up a little bit in that backstroke so he can come through in this breaststroke leg. See how he goes in the freestyle at the 3rd turn.
Andrew, our leader, lane 4, the American. 2nd spot is Wang of China. He's in lane 6. 3rd spot, Kosuke Higino of Japan. Breaststroke into the freestyle to bring it home in their underworld record pace. Michael Andrew, underworld record pace. Left of screen, gold cap, getting to work now. Mitch Larkin needs to go, needs to push up.
He does need to push up here. He's got 25 metres to go to do this work. He wants to stay with Kosuke Higino, which is he's breathing away from the moment. Be a tight finish, and we're going to have to look at these times.
He's moving through the field, probably 5th at the moment. Very close. Wang got right up on Michael Andrew. Underworld record pace with 50 to go, and got home first. Mitch Larkin's going to finish back in 5th spot, so
That's not going to be enough for Mitch Larkin to see the final. The archery is quite exciting here. Ryan Tyak's blown a 5-1 lead. It looks like it's now 5-all.
Well, we're going to have to wait for the judges to tell us what the scores actually were. There's a couple of very close arrows close to lines. Nicholas Demore would have won a final arrow in that set.
Tyak, well, the scoreboard here is saying that Demore has won the set. Well, that is definitely north of the 10 ring. It is a tie. It is upgraded to a 9, and Nicholas Demore has dug himself out of a little hole here, and he's taken it to a shoot-off.
A single arrow shoot-off. How about this? A little bit of archery for your Thursday afternoon.
A men's first round clash between Nicholas Demore of the US Virgin Islands and Ryan Tyak of Australia has gone to a shoot-off. So each archer has 1 arrow each. Closest to the centre of the target will win, or the highest scoring arrow will win and send that archer through to the 2nd round. The The target faces are being replaced in case we need to measure. And it is the 19-year-old from the US Virgin Islands, who's up against Ryan Tyack, the 30-year-old from Australia.
Tyack had all the early momentum in this match, but Nicholas D'Amour has come roaring back like a freight train to level it up, and it all comes down to this one arrow.
D'Amour to try and put the pressure on. Can he deliver in the clutch? That is a long way out to the left-hand side. There's a big window here for Ryan Tyack. But he still needs to deliver. He does. A 9 is good enough for the Australian Ryan Tyack to progress to the second round.
Beautiful. A win in the archery through to the second round. We'll be back to the pool in pursuit of gold coming up next. As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independence. If you're waking up in the morning with a sore neck, a headache, then I want you to try the amazing Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change your life because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. It supports the muscles and joints in the neck, aligning your head, neck and spine for a comfortable, pain-free sleep. Order yours now at spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. You can thank me later.
Watched as Taylor kick the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Master Builders Victoria fights hard for the Victorian building and construction sector. As a member, you'll access free legal, contract, OH&S and industrial relations support and exclusive industry training opportunities. You'll shine at member-only events and industry award celebrations. Membership with Master Builders Victoria delivers, and it costs you from just $1.40 a day. Master Builders Victoria, can you afford not to be a member? Join today at mbav.com.au.
Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now, and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sherrin footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oh, yeah.
Looking for a credit card with no annual fees and amazing rewards? Apply for the Kogan Money Black Card. You could earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. You receive a complimentary Kogan First membership for cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. Plus, earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. Go to koganmoney.com.au/footy. Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider, Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
The swimming program just a touch behind today. For Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories do the job right. A gold medal for Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200 metres breaststroke, a silver medal for Kyle Chalmers in the 100 metres freestyle. We await the women's 200 metres freestyle relay. It is a loaded team for Australia. Rob Woodhouse is poolside for us. Rob, just recap what you've seen in the last 20 minutes or so, the breaststroke semi-finals in the women's and the individual medley for the men's.
Yes, well, firstly, Jenna Strauch, unlucky, I suppose, to miss that final. She ended up finishing ninth in the semi-finals. Top 8 go through, of course. So she's about half a second off, a little bit slower than what she went in the heats. But so we won't be seeing her in the final. But a great experience for her, and I'm sure she'll take a lot out of that moving forward. The men's individual medley, obviously, our big hope was Mitch Larkin. Now, remember, he pulled out of the 200 backstroke, which he medalled in last time in Rio, and he came in ranked third in the world in the 200 backstroke. He pulled out of that because the events were on the same day. Unfortunately, Mitch wasn't great in that semi-final and well below his best, and he hasn't made it through. So we won't be seeing him in the final either. And that 200-metre medley final is a very open race, so it's a real shame for Mitch, who'd been in there a real medal chance.
The relay is about to unfold before us. So Ariane Titmus, Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal. So for those who weren't with us earlier, the entire team changed from the heat last night, who were quite dominant and had a decent break on the field. That's the B set. Australia puts the A set in to compete for gold.
Yes, they do. And as we saw in the earlier relays, the swimmers that only swim the heats, they also get medals. They're not standing on the podium. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. There's still some work to do before we're amongst the medals. But Molly O'Callaghan last night broke the junior world record in the leading off that relay in the heats. Meg Harris, Brianna Throssell and Tamsin Cook completed that heat swim, and they were dominant. They were a good 2 or 3 seconds ahead of any of the other countries. Of course, America and Canada in particular, and China are bringing in their best swimmers for the final as well. So we won't have it all our own way, but the way the Australians have structured their lineup here, with Titmus going first, the Olympic champion in the 200, Emma McKeon, who pulled out of the individual race, going second, and Maddie Wilson, who's in that Olympic final. It's a pretty stacked team, with Leah Neal, who you would think is probably the least experienced, but at 25, she debuted back in 2014. She's got a lot of experience behind her, including winning world titles. So it's a really good, strong team for Australia.
So is she going to be the anchor leg?
She will be the anchor leg.
Okay.
She'll be up against Katie Ledecky and the Canadian Penny Alexiak as well. But we can only hope that she's a long way ahead of them. Not that Leah Neal is too shabby at all, but we hope to have a pretty comfortable lead by then.
So we've loaded the front end to set up a big lead through Titmus and McKeon. It could be quite thrilling.
It could be very thrilling, actually. And look, the Americans, Ledecky's their best swimmer, and she's anchoring, but they've got Alison Smith leading out, the veteran, and a winner of multiple Olympic gold medals and other Olympic and world titles. So Alison Smith will be quite fast out. Whether she can hold off Titmus remains to be seen. The Canadians have a 14-year-old leading out, Summer McIntosh, who's been quite a revelation at these Olympics as well. So we won't have it all our own way, but the teams are just about to start coming out. But they look really strong, and if you wouldn't bet against Australia, that's for sure.
Can Australia win an 8th gold medal and on day 6 equal the entire haul from both London and Rio? We will find out next on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo Olympics for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Save that try when Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates are 4 and 25. Oh, yeah.
G'day, it's Jared Healy and Cane Corns. If you wake with a sore neck or snort too much, it could be your pillow. Problem solved, the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow.
Yep, we've made the switch to Spinal Ease and we love it. You will too.
You won't know how good these pillows are until you sleep on one. But avoid any imitations. There is only one Spinal Ease pillow.
Order your Spinal Ease pillow now and get free delivery. Visit spinaleze.com.au. It'll change the way you sleep forever.
Australia about to add to the medal tally with an ounce of luck. The Rebels Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at Rebels. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. And what this means overall, there are 6 Australian swimmers who have won 3 gold medals at a single Olympics. It starts with Murray Rose, Shane Gould, Ian Thorpe, Petria Thomas, Jodie Henry and Stephanie Rice. Ariane Titmus has that opportunity in this relay, while Emma McKeon is gunning for a 7th Olympic medal and a 3rd gold. It is a stacked relay team as they are introduced out on the pool deck.
For her 7th gold medal, Ariane Titmus, Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal. Ariane Titmus going for her 3rd gold medal at these games. She would become the 8th Aussie Olympian to win 3 gold medals at the One Games. Emma McKeon going for her 3rd gold medal. She's had relay success previously, of course, and previously in this meet. Maddie Wilson for her 3rd gold medal also, primarily as a heat swimmer. And Leah Neal has a silver medal from this event 5 years ago.
I'm a little curious about this order that they've put the swimmers in. Ariane Titmus up first has the opportunity to break the individual 200 metres world record. It's held by Federica Pellegrini, 1:52.98. The time that Ariane swum in the 200 final was 1:53.09, so only just outside of that world record.
Probably the most nervous we've seen Ariane Titmus so far. Big, deep breaths, whether she's going after it.
If the Aussies win here, it's a 3rd gold medal at these games for Ariane Titmus. Final of the women's 4x200 freestyle relay, and the Australians going for their 6th gold medal in the pool at these Tokyo Olympic Games. It's France in lane 1, the Russians in 2, China with Yang in 3, Ariane Titmus going for her 3rd gold, lane 4. The United States, it's the very experienced Alison Schmidt in the water for them. Canada, Summer McIntosh, only 14 years of age. What a great start by her in lane 6. Germany with Ghost in the water in 7, and it's Jacobs for Hungary in lane 8. China, Canada, Australia, 1, 2, 3 down the pool, the first 50 in the women's 4x2.
Ariane Titmus looking really comfortable here. I've got off to a good start. Probably the most nervous we've seen. She knows she's got a lot of pressure on her here. But Yang Zhang Xuan from China leading it out.
So China just in front's been a good 50 from Summer McIntosh. She's moved past Ariane Titmus after the first 100. Not much between them, obviously. China first, Yang in the water. Excellent turn from Ariane Titmus to get back into second spot. Canadian Summer McIntosh in third and Alison Schmidt of the United States in fourth spot. So not a great deal between the first four. They're just starting to clear out from the field.
And ready for Ariane to come home now.
China, Australia, Canada. Betty Cuthbert's done it. Murray Rose, Shane Gould, Ian Thorpe, Patria Thomas, Jodie Henry and Stephanie Rice. Ariane Titmus trying to become just the 8th Australian Olympian to win 3 gold medals at the One Games.
Typical Titmus style here, mowing people down in that last 50 metres, clicking into that fourth gear.
Yang's swum an excellent first leg and hangs over to Tang. So Ariane Titmus makes way for Emma McKeon, and Emma also after her third Olympic gold medal. Emma McKeon in the water and straight away up on the shoulder of Tang, right there with her. In fact, she's gone past. Australia in the lead for the first time in this women's 4x200 freestyle relay.
Emma McKeon can put together a very good 200 metres freestyle. We know that. She's got a huge program here.
Already swimming the 100 freestyle, so it's a little bit of a sprint warm-up for her for this 200. She looked great and she looked light in the water, so good to see her here in the 200.
Fantastic in that 100 metres freestyle.
Yeah.
Up in the 200, this is going to be a great relay swim for our women, and even selection for this as we're ahead of the world record line as we go through the 100-metre mark here.
So 100 for Emma, 300 of this race swum. Emma McKeon now almost half a body length on the Australians' world record line. That was Titmus, Wilson, Throssell and McKeon from the World Championships 2 years ago. The Australians in the lead. China with Tang in the water now in second spot. The United States and Canada in a very close battle in the bronze medal position. But the Aussies in front. Emma not getting it all her own way though. And coming back hard at her now is Tang. Only 0.36 between them. What an excellent turn.
That turn from Emma McKeon was just beautifully executed. Nice long stretch out, but China really pushing us along here and pushing Emma McKeon.
Brought in the legs here, increase the amount that she's kicking. But the Chinese swimmer doing a fantastic job. Tang of China is giving it to Emma McKeon. She hasn't had it her own way.
So they're both the body length in front of the Australians' world record time, but this is something of a surprise. The Australians not in front at the halfway mark after Titmus and McKeon have swum. Maddie Wilson's in the water now. It's Zhang of China, McLaughlin for the United States, Sanchez for Canada.
Yeah, we have Maddie Wilson here, very experienced relay swimmer, and should be able to get Australia back in front.
World record line has been tested all the way through.
It's interesting to see that we've got China here challenging us. We would have expected the United States to be on our shoulder the entire time. So China's been so strong here and pushing us along in every step and every leg that we've had. And it's such a good race.
Maddie Wilson's got the lead back. Zhang of China in second spot. Third now is McLaughlin for the United States, and it's Sanchez in the water for Canada. Well and truly clear of that world record mark. Almost a body length in front. China second, Australia first, the United States third, Canada in fourth spot, back through the field. In fifth position at the moment, it's the Russians, sixth Germany, seventh Hungary in lane 8, and at the top of the screen, France in lane 1 in 8th position.
Zhang Yufei fresh off the 200 fly win. It's going to be starting to kick in now. She's going to be starting to fatigue.
So how big a lead can the Australians have? Can they enjoy a lead? It's 0.78 of a second on the last turn for Maddie Wilson. Leah Neal getting ready to go. She was part of the silver medal winning team from 5 years ago. Leah Neal, Emma McKeon, Bronte Barrett, and of course Cook in there swimming the anchor leg. She did that.
It's going to be tight on this changeover.
Here we go. Last change, nothing much between them. 0.41 of a second. China in the water now with Lee. Leah Neal with the work to do for Australia and pushing up very quickly. Katie Ledecky in the water for the United States. The anchor leg swimmer for the Americans. Katie Ledecky going for a 7th gold medal at Olympic level and trying to keep this title in America's hands for a 3-in-a-row performance. It's China first, Australia second, Katie Ledecky joining in third place.
Leah Neal, big job to anchor a 4x2 relay that's been so successful. She's got a lot of work to do here. She's positioned herself really well, but Katie Ledecky right on her hip.
Katie Ledecky's going to keep on coming in this race. Not used to her being, when she's in this situation, she's going to be the hunter.
So it's set up now for the Great American. We know about her rivalry with Ariane Titmus. Can she deny Titmus another gold medal here? It's China in front just. Leah Neal now challenged by Katie Ledecky. What's Leah Neal got left? Lee for China in front. Ledecky now into second position. And Leah Neal needs to go with them.
She has to stay in there. It's going to be tough against Katie Ledecky with her distance background to be up with her. A good turn can change this race.
Can Lee stay confident against Katie Ledecky, seeing her mow her down? Can she maintain this lead against a champion like Ledecky?
50 metres to swim. Gold medal on the line. Gold for Beijing in Australia 2008. Haven't won one since then. It's only been the Americans. Katie Ledecky, what a champion she is, pushing up for the lead. In front is Lee of China. Would be a huge boil over. Lee in front. Ledecky coming at her. Pushing up is Neal. It's going to be China. And a world record. Wow. China win. United States second. And Australia in the bronze medal position third. What a final of the women's 4x200 freestyle relay. The world record falls to China. Their first win.
It's a huge upset. It's Australia's first misstep at the pool, and it comes with instant questions. Rob Woodhouse, was Australia too clever by half?
Well, you've got to think they were. I mean, all three teams were under the old world record, so magnificent race. And well done to China and well done to the US, as well as the Australians, all under the old world record. But Molly O'Callaghan, 155 lead off yesterday and left out of that relay. We haven't seen the splits, but I don't think anyone's that fast. And our two guns at the front, Titmus and McKee, and maybe that was not the right way to go. Maybe they should have anchored like the Americans do and like traditional relays are swum.
So as the race unfolded and Australia didn't lead it halfway after Titmus and McKeon were in the pool, you knew they were in trouble. But just that final moment is you have to have Ariane Titmus in the pool for the swim-off for the gold.
You do. And Titmus is a great relay swimmer as well, you know, so having her anchoring, look, I'm not the expert. The coaches are the experts. They've made their decision and they decided on their final team before the heats. So, you know, is that right or is that wrong? They've got far more expertise than I do. But from what we see, it looks like that decision has backfired, definitely.
It's a bronze medal for Australia. So a gold and a silver and a bronze, the full set out of that session. But that Australian team were the hottest of hot favourites going in, and they come third. World record, all three teams under it. China defy the US, so Katie Ledecky couldn't get over the top. And Australia just had the wrong swimmer in the pool at the end, which is no disrespect to Leah Neal, but you anchor with your best. The second guessing will be on. It's proper news for Monarch Painting. The leaders in paint accessories do the job right. A gold, a silver, a bronze, and a major discussion to be had in the aftermath. 1300 736 736 and 0433 98 11 16.
Booster seats save kids' lives, but the rules about using them can be really confusing.
That's why RACV and the TAC have created the booster tag.
It's a new way for parents to know if us kids still need to use a booster seat.
If our clothes display the new booster tag icon, that means we're probably still under 145 centimetres tall and are safe as travelling in a booster seat.
Find out more at boostertag.com.au.
Werribee Isuzu Ute is Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. They make buying cars easy. All new MUX arrives soon and this changes everything. They're taking pre-orders now, so get yours. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Drive into Werribee Isuzu, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzute.com.au. LMCT 114.
IGA's Market Day is here. Kleenex Complete Clean Toilet Rolls 45-pack, just $16 each. Save $10. Hurry in today to your local IGA.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. Is 2021 a time to consider appointing a new tax agent for you or your business? Take the stress out of tax and contact rjsanderson.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota Certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
So a bronze for Australia in the 4x200 metres relay, a silver for Kyle Chalmers. We are at the ceremony for the 100 metres freestyle.
And we're in the present.
He sort of pushes his shoulder back with his left.
An unbelievable Olympic final, an absolute epic, a classic in every sense of the word, Thorpe, and nothing much between them at the end. Kolesnikov in the bronze medal position, Caleb Dressel and Kyle Chalmers. They produced a classic.
Australia, Kyle Chalmers.
Well done to Kyle Chalmers. This race up against very dominant American swimmer. It's all about sixes in this. Kyle missed out on winning this race by 6 100s. And then when we get to Caleb Dressel, he missed out on the world record by 6 100s. But a great swim for Kyle.
And didn't he speak well with Nathan?
Oh, amazing.
After his race, just spoke so magnificently.
He really did. And all credit to him.
Gold medalist and Olympic champion, United States of America. 金メダリスト、オリンピックチャンピオン、アメリカ合衆国、Caleb Dressel.
Caleb Dressel, the emerging superstar of this American team, and now he has emerged.
Well, he has. This is his first individual gold medal at an Olympic Games. We've seen him dominate at the World Championships. Of course, he has the scarf with him that means so much to him.
He got married earlier this year, married his childhood sweetheart, Megan Haler, in February, competing in 6 events here in Tokyo, 3 individual and 3 relays, and he gave us a classic with Kyle Chalmers, the 100 free.
皆様、アメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏です。
Caleb Dressel wins the gold medal in the 100 metres freestyle. Kyle Chalmers stands with the silver around his neck. It's the bronze that is the centre of discussion. The women's 4x200 metres relay. Your reaction? Rather like we jumped right to the end here. Sack the selectors for not putting Titmus last. This is the biggest mistake in Australian Olympic history. They tried to reinvent the wheel, sending Arnie off first, Jared. Biggest tactical blunder by Australia in women's 4x200. McKeon and Titmus should have swum the last two legs. Aussie coaches stuffed up. Anchor leg wasn't the problem. Titmus was more than a second slower in her leg than she was in the 200-metre final. Angry from Airport West. They broke a world record. It just so happens the other two teams broke the world record as well. Stop criticising the outcome. Applaud the process. Those girls swam the race of their lives. They were just beaten by better teams. And, Jared, when you talk them up, they often fail. When will you learn? I'm not copping the blame for that one. I'm not copping the blame one little bit. 0433 98 11 16 1300 736 736. We'll hear from the team. We'll wrap it all up with Rod Woodhouse and take your thoughts next.
Attention Melbourne. Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car auction online in Melbourne this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Bedmatch at 40 Winks takes the confusion out of buying a bed. And right now, get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's a Queen, King or Super King mattress for the price of a single. But hurry, ends Sunday. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
A COVID-19 vaccine is your best defence and our only way forward. Now's the time to arm yourself, your family, your friends, your workmates, your community, someone you love. Find out when you can arm yourself and book your vaccination. Go to australia.gov.au or call 1800 020 080. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Recording receipts, but in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box, but storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
When the cravings hit you, how does a barbecue mega box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes please. Packed with a chicken burger with bacon, onion rings, barbecue sauce and sides. Get your barbecue mega box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling. Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the My22 Cerato hatch or sedan from $25,990 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro hybrid and electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
For small and family-owned builders, navigating the legal side of your businesses can be a nightmare. That's why Master Builders Victoria is there for you. When it comes to dealing with clients and contracts, you can get OH&S and industrial relations support from Master Builders' team of lawyers and exclusive industry training opportunities. Membership provides free legal support from just $1.40 a day. Master Builders Victoria, can you afford not to be a member? Join today at mbav.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
The 8th gold medal is proving hard to win for Australia. That was the marker out of London and Rio. Australia raced to 7 and then just a breath from that 8th in the 100 metres freestyle for Kyle Chalmers silver. And then the hot favourites in the 4x200 metre relay for women have been beaten into the bronze medal position. All three teams under the old world mark. Here they are with Nathan Templeton after the race.
A bronze medal for our women's 4x2 team. Arnie, first you took the lead-off leg. It took a world record to beat you guys. That was a seriously fast race.
Yeah, it was really fast. I mean, we were under our previous world record, so it was still a good swim from us. I mean, I would have liked to have done a bit more for the team. I feel like I should have been better, but it's what you can do on the day, and it's been a big couple of days, so I'm happy we can come away on the podium.
And Emma, you've been part of this really proud 4x2 team for a long time. You feel like you guys are hungry now to get the title back?
Well, as Arnie said, we're under our world record from 2019, which was a pretty impressive time then. So you can't really ask for more than that. And we all put in our 100% effort. And to get on the Olympic podium is very special.
Yeah, well done. And Maddie, you've had a great time of it here. You're going away with the gold and now another medal. How proud are you with what the relay teams have been able to do?
Yeah, it was super special. Again, to walk out on deck with these girls, I absolutely love being a part of this relay, and it's so special to be on the podium with these girls and the girls also up in the stands as well.
Absolutely. And Leah, if I could just ask you to come over a little bit. You're surrounded by some legends of the sport, and you did a great job to hang on and make sure the Aussies got a medal.
Yeah, man, it was pretty crazy. But I'm stoked to come away with the bronze with these girls, plus the 4 girls that did the heat, so I think we can't be prouder than that.
Yeah, well, it's 8 more medals for Australia, so great job, everyone. Well done.
Thank you.
It is both possible to acknowledge the bronze and celebrate that and apply some scrutiny to the tactics that were used, less about the swimmers in the pool and more about the strategy that was employed, both in selection and in the order. Rob Woodhouse's poolside, you would have had a chance to study the splits and the like. Rob, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I think just
from a team perspective, like maybe each of them were just a little bit off, and not a lot off either. In fact, even though Leah Neal was the slowest of the four swimmers, she probably swam closest to her best time. So it was an exceptional swim from her. Unfortunately for her, she was going fourth, and maybe that shouldn't have been the best position to put her in. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know, and as I think Emma said then, they've broken the world record, and you can't really complain with that. They were beaten by better teams. What's really important for this team, though, is they don't scrutinise it too much. They've just got to move on and worry about all that afterwards, because you can't let that affect what, for particularly Emma and Ariane, is more important events to come in the next day or so.
Yes, that point is there's been so much that's gone right with this team, and we've watched the surf of the momentum in a way, and almost every opportunity has been converted. You say hindsight, but this isn't really hindsight. You mentioned at the top of the program, and Ian Thorpe mentioned last night, the idea of changing a whole team from the heats to the finals is highly unusual. So this was a different strategic tack that was taken.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to hear what the head coach's perspective is on it, and whether they're just trying to get everyone a medal or not. I'm not sure. You know, we had Brianna Throssell, who had a 200 fly final this morning, doing the heats of this relay yesterday, and Leah Neal, who the first swim she's had at this Olympic program was anchoring that team in the final this morning. So, you know, but again, it's really difficult to make judgment on or anything like that. We're spectators here. We certainly have our opinions, and as we should, but they've got their reasons. It is what it is. It's a world. Well, they're under the old world record, and it's Olympic bronze medal. So we've got to be proud of that.
Zach Stubblety-Cook, a gold medal in the men's 200 metres breaststroke. So only really the hardcore swimming followers knew, but the good judges were all saying that this was on. He converted it into gold, and he did it in the most thrilling fashion in the last 50 metres of his race.
Yes, a sensational performance from Zach. Not only the way he swam the race, but just his composure behind the blocks before the race. He went in as the fastest qualifier from the semis, but you know, which just the pressure that creates in itself is huge. This is the Olympics. This is what he's dreamed about since he was a kid. But he just delivered the perfect race, executed it fantastically, and came over the top of the field that last 25 metres to take the gold medal. Magnificent.
The 100 metres freestyle was everything that was advertised. It's just the wrong result from an Australian perspective, but Caleb Dressel and Kyle Chalmers over the last 10 metres. It was hold your breath into the wall as to which way it was going to go, and the American by 6th 100ths of a second.
Yes, it doesn't get too much closer than that, does it? Look, Kyle will be disappointed, but he's given it absolutely everything. We talked about this earlier. He's such an inspiration to the team. He's such a leader. He puts himself up for everything, put his hand up for the 4x200 yesterday and so forth. So, you know, a great swim from him, equal to his best time. And from where he's come from with his shoulder surgery and everything like that, it's been a great performance.
Jack McLaughlin, 5th in the 800 metres final. Brianna Throssell, 8th in the women's 200 metre final. And tomorrow is set up the first and third fastest qualifiers for the 100 metres freestyle. Emma McKeon won her semi-final. Kate Campbell, second in hers. So 2 huge chances for gold in that event.
Yes, very much so. And Kate looked pretty good too. Maybe eased off a little bit towards the end. I'm hoping she eased off. Emma looked really strong, maybe not as strong in that relay. So hopefully the relay hasn't taken too much out of Emma, but she's got 24 hours to recover. But a really good chance for a couple of medals in that 100 freestyle final.
Rob, great to share the session with you again. So there's going to be a few questions asked. We look forward to hearing you at the heats tonight.
Thanks, Jared.
Rob Woodhouse, poolside at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre. Interesting. Your messages are flowing through 0433 98 11 16. There is news coming in that 2-time world champion pole vaulter Sam Kendricks is out of the Olympics due to COVID. So COVID claims a 2-time world champion in the pole vaulter the day before the track and field program begins. That'll ripple around the world. It was always one of the risks with the Games. Our news updates are for Monarch Painting. The leaders in paint accessories do the job right. Send through your thoughts. Give us a call, 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16.
If you're waking up in the morning with a sore neck or a headache or you don't sleep well, then I want you to try the amazing Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Now, I've got one. I sleep on my side and it's helped me immensely, and I'm really confident that it might do the same for you. And you can be pain-free like me on a Spinal Ease pillow, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. Jump on the website at spinalease.com.au and order yours. You can thank me later. That's spinaleze.com.au.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Subscribe to the SEN Track podcast. Just search for SEN Track on your podcast provider today.
There's been big delays through Bayswater on the Mountain Highway. We've had closures city-bound with a smash just after Scoresby Road. Don't forget about brand new lane changes on the Westgate Freeway outbound to exit onto the Ring Road, and Great Parade stay to the left, stay to the right for the Princess Freeway. And upgrade works in Thomastown on Edgars Road outbound before the Ring Road. Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
IGA's Market Day is here. Kleenex Complete Clean Toilet Rolls 45 pack, just $16 each. Save $10. Hurry in today to your local IGA.
Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers. Saturday morning from 9 on SEN.
IGA's Market Day is here. Dinner is sorted. Regular barbecue chicken, just $7.99 each. Yes, just $7.99. Hurry in today to your local IGA.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Foreman Dan speaking.
Foreman Dan, how are you, mate?
Jason, Charles. I'm great, buddy. How are things going over at Charles Bros?
Mate, flat chat. Can't get timber, trades or labour. And on top of it, I've got a client who now wants a concrete pool in just 2 weeks.
Oh, mate, I can solve that for you. Have you heard of Plungy?
Plungy?
Yep, the easiest pool you'll ever do. Mate, builders everywhere are craning them straight into their jobs now.
Plungy, you reckon?
Yep. Check out plungy.com.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
It's tense at the archery. Ryan Tyack knows how to put on a thriller. This is the 5th set, his last arrow. He needs to win the set to get to the 1-arrow shoot-off. He's put up an 8. His Turkish opponent is about to shoot.
So anything in the gold will be enough for Gazoz. Oh, it's at 10. Wow. 7-3. But what a contest. What a battle. A titanic struggle here at the archery. Sadly, someone has to go home. It's Ryan Tyack, but heavens above, what a role he played in an absorbing contest. Mete Gazoz, the winner, but
heavens above indeed. I love the archery. Ryan Tyack is out. Taylor Worth got through earlier on. Alice Ingley is out. We have ourselves a decent old discussion point at the Olympics. We're going to play the flip here. Oh, Kane Corns, if only you were a swimming commentator. Can I read you this text, Kane? You would have seen this roll through. You might have thought it was for you. Have I got Kane with me? No. I've gone too early on the flip. He's gone too early. So, a gold, a silver and a bronze in the pool. All right, the flip-off. Kane, hello. Right.
Flipping in to you.
Now, hang on, Kane. If only you were a swimming pundit. Because can I read you this text? You might have thought this was for you. It was for me. It reads... No. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I want coaches' heads to roll. I want a review. Spill the board. AGM, you name it. Angry face, angry face, angry face. Australia's selectors for the relay, a gold medal, a heavy gold medal favourite relay, changed the whole team out of the heats into the finals, flipped the order, got really cute, come up with bronze. They are the centre of scrutiny.
I've been following your text messages through this and I've seen a bit online. It's great in hindsight, but if you had have said to the Australian swimming team, look, you'll break a world record with this lineup, would you have taken it? If you had have said to them, look, this lineup, this order will give you a world record, if you put it in play, you say, oh, absolutely, a world record will get it. We'll get gold. It just so happened that the Chinese swimmers smashed every individual's own personal record in this race. We were just beaten by 2 better nations, weren't we? Are we looking too much into it? If you had flipped the order, would it have still got it done? I'm not sure. It was still a phenomenal effort.
Oh, Kane, I'm so disappointed. You're the voice of reason.
It's a different take, and I like to come from a different angle from time to time. I just think it's wonderful in hindsight. I'm not a swimming expert. I'm not an expert in orders and how much of a difference it can make. If you've got Titmus storming home, what's the likelihood of it? But I'm just thinking it was, in any case, a phenomenal swim by all 4 girls.
It's an extraordinary race, all 3 under the world record. Can I reframe the argument to you, Kane?
Yep.
If I tell you, with 200 metres to swim, and your anchor goes into the pool, that you're a breath off first and a body length ahead of Katie Ledecky, the great swimmer of our age, who do you want in the pool? Do you want the banner holder for Australian swimming, Ariane Titmus, or do you want Leah Neal?
It's a very good point, Jared. I want Titmus. I do, and she's got the psychological boost as well over what she's done so far. So probably, but we're all experts in hindsight.
It's just too cute.
I'm with you.
It's just too cute, Kane. If you break the world record and finish bronze with Titmus swimming the anchor leg, you go. The team did everything that it could. This is far less about the swimmers and much more about the coach. And there's no hindsight in it. Both Ian Thorpe and Rob Woodhouse called in the lead-up to the race a highly unusual and risky tactic to change the whole team from the heats to the final, and that the order seemed the reverse of what it should be. And then that's how it's played out.
All right, well, let's talk about Kyle Chalmers, because wasn't that he looked home for all money. 0.6 of a second, Jared. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that.
6/100ths of a second. It's hard to fathom how narrow that is. Except that James Magnussen lived 1/100th of a second. It was a brilliant race. So in the last 10 metres, I thought Chalmers was storming over the top, and Dressel has held on the touch. So that's all you can ask for. Two at their absolute peak of their powers. Chalmers swims a personal best, and he misses by a heartbeat, less than a heartbeat. That is so fulfilling.
I was in Sydney with the family back in November, and we were just waiting at a public transport stop, and Kyle Chalmers was there. And I said, "What?" He's an Adelaide boy, and you know, through the Port Adelaide connection, and his dad played for Port Adelaide, played a bit of AFL footy. Just ran into him just randomly, and I said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "I'm here to get my shoulder operated on." I said, "Oh, that's not sort of great timing." He said, "No, it's not great timing at all. I don't know how I'll go for the Olympics. Clearly, it's a key part of my preparation now. I've got this shoulder injury which hasn't been operated on yet. Not sure how I'm going to go." So to factor that in, and the issues that he's had with his body, I think it's just an all-round phenomenal performance. Quicker than he swam the gold medal, of course, 5 years ago. So you can't ask for a lot more than that. And handled himself with absolute class and grace after the race as well.
His interview's absolutely brilliant. It's a masterclass in how to absorb disappointment and project yourself to endear yourself further to the country. Zach Stubblety Cook Kane, the prickly chef. That's the nickname that we've been sent. I love it. Alex sent it through. I'm going with it. The prickly chef. The good judges had said this young lad would win the gold medal, and nobody really knew about him in the broader Olympic landscape. Has he made a name for himself storming to victory?
Going to be honest, he just wasn't a household name and wasn't someone that I was watching prior to the Olympics, and just sort of came out of nowhere, didn't he? From just your average supporters, I'm sure you that done your research would have been aware of it. But I watched this, just loved it, loved the name. I saw all your nickname suggestions coming through on the text line. Had a good laugh about that as I was trying to sort of work out what question you had posed. That went off, so that was a great. I mean, what a meet it's been for the Aussies in the pool. Hey, you had Bruce on this morning as well, I saw. So just two of the absolute great broadcasters in Australia. He loves it, Bruce, and I do enjoy it when you two to get together.
I could talk Olympics with Bruce all day, and I don't think he would be adverse to that. We'd missed a little bit, but he's looking forward to the track and field tomorrow, so it'll be great to hear his calls. I asked him for the international highlights, and he went the women's 100 metres and the marathon, and then said if we had time he would fill all the races in between, and he wasn't joking. It would have been great to do. So these are a memorable game. So 7 golds. The previous markers, Rio and London, were 8 golds. The 8th is proving hard to win at the moment, but this should be a return for Australia into the teens that we experienced in Beijing, Athens and Sydney. Now, on a footy front, to bring me up to speed, what's been happening?
Well, Eddie Maguire's proposal, in fact, it's not Eddie Maguire's proposal, it's him reporting the proposal that has the prospect of 100,000 getting to the MCG. Look, our audience has poked holes in it left, right and centre, as you can imagine. What I like is that someone's actually thinking left of centre about how we can get fans into the grand final and how it can remain at the MCG. The Ring of Steel, the test on a Wednesday, the test as you rock up, the questionnaire, the temperature checks. I asked, are people prepared to do that to see the grand final? We've had Melbourne supporters ring up. We've had Essendon fans. They just want to see a grand final. They're all prepared to go through a pretty rigorous set of protocols to get to the game. Jared, I don't know where it lands, but I do like the fact that there are people out there, smarter people than me, trying to come up with an idea of how we can get fans to the grand final. So that's probably been the biggest story of the day, and one that caused a pretty significant reaction, a positive one, it must be said, largely, with our audience this morning.
I wonder how practical that is.
Yeah, I know. There's holes in it everywhere, isn't there? What was your view when you sort of first heard it? You think, there's 100,000 congregating. How do they get get to the ground, public transport. No, if someone's got it, we're all sort of doomed and it's going to be a mass outbreak. Was that your initial sort of sceptical view?
No, my initial review is that rapid testing, is it even in use yet? So
not in Australia, I don't think.
No. So I think my view is that every energy should be put into understanding a way that we could get 80,000 plus at the MCG. So every idea should be on the table. I doubt that's the idea that gets us to a full house. But if there is any possibility around it, then it absolutely should get an airing and should get thoroughly thrashed through. There is a responsibility of government officials, of football officials, and I hope there's a sympathetic ear from health officials to try to find a way. Now, it mightn't be possible, but we should be searching for a way to stage it. But I do think if we can't get past a 60,000 threshold, then it should be in Perth.
Yep, I think that is maybe the way it's going to go. Just one that came through as well. Isaac Rankin dropped for the Gold Coast Suns, which is an interesting one as well. So Michael Whiting reporting that. So finally, Stuart Dew has had enough with one of the most talented players in the game. There's been all talk about Collingwood's coaching. There's been we've sort of flashed back to the 90s and gone back to yesteryear about who was your favourite player. Jared, if you had to narrow it down for you in the 90s era, because your station Fox are going retro round for the 90s this weekend, who's your favourite player of the 90s?
Gary Ablett Senior is my favourite player of all time, so he fits neatly in there. Yes, and the Gold Coast games are going ahead, so the sterile corridor to Queensland's been achieved.
That's it. So Melbourne are going to have a bit of a round trip of the country. They're going to go to Queensland, of course. They're going to play, and then they're going to go off to Perth. They're going to quarantine there for 7 days. So strict restrictions around what the Demons can do. But they're going to hit the road for a couple of weeks. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing for where they're at in the lead up to finals. And Port Adelaide will do the same, and then hopefully come back and then fly home to South Australia for a big showdown in Adelaide, probably in front of fans at Adelaide Oval, which will be nice. So the fixture starting just a little bit easier now that Victoria and South Australia are out of lockdown. Jared, what a day for you.
What a day, Kane. What a day. Flip off, Kane. We'll talk tomorrow.
Flip off, mate. See you tomorrow. 1300 73.
Yes, that you can ring me as well. So it's a bit of a duel for the phone lines. 1300 736 736. So here's a snapshot of your thinking. We have ourselves a proper discussion point. You can plant your flag wherever you like. This is not about the swimmers. This is about the strategy. This is about the coaches and the selectors. Congrats to Rob Woodhouse, champion bloke and champion spot-on comments. I think we might have had some tired swimmers. That's from Alex. Yes, I agree with that. Your strongest swimmer should always anchor. Give them their opportunity to rise to the occasion. Trent from Boom. Maybe the women's 4x200 metre team order got put in upside down. Laugh out loud. Teddy, totally agree, read the relay. I said to a mate before the race that they've lost this with the order of the team. Shocking selection. If Titmus swims last, she chases down the Chinese and wins. She's a true racer, and there's no way she swims the split she did, bringing the team home with it all on the line. That's from Hamish. I just don't understand Titmus being the lead-off. It backfired. She should have been bringing us home, and I'm sure she would have come over the top. I think we outsmarted ourselves there. But we did break the previous world record, so that can't be sneezed at. Well done, girls. That's from Jason. Aussies haven't got much wrong all Olympics, but geez, did we outsmart ourselves there? That was an old-fashioned cock-up. That's from Glenn. Aren't expectations a funny thing? Does an unexpected gold feel better than an unexpected bronze hurts? When you thought you had gold in the bag, shattered for the girls. Jared, I understand it is disappointing, the 4x200 metre women's relay, but I am disappointed that we are focusing on the anchor swimmer. We talk about the mental health of athletes and people in general. I find the comments about the anchor swimmers very upsetting. Question the coaches, but let's not focus on the swimmer. I am very proud of the girls and wish we could have been there to cheer them on. TF, no, we're doing exactly that. This has very little to do with the swimmers. This is all about the selectors and the coaches, and the decisions were made. We've got more coming up next. As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Country racing, here's why we do it. We do it for the road trips, the new places to see, the country air, a day out or the whole weekend. We do it to support local communities who've done it tough, for the love of the horses and for great racing action. We do it because it's where we belong. Country racing strong.
Where we belong, country racing strong, it's got it all.
Go to country.racing.com.
Hi, I'm Simone Elia from O'Brien Real Estate, Carrum Downs. Find your place with O'Brien. Visit our website to explore any suburb across Australia with our free suburb reports.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a robot at home to mow your lawn and wash the car? At least you've got Robot Building Supplies at work. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more. Robot's got it at the lowest prices. Like square and round tubing in prime and Gow. Starting from $17.60 for 20 by 20 by 1.6 prime tube 6.5 metres long. Robot, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dromana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
Experience heavy-duty performance with the all-new Navara Pro 4X. Available now at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan. Featuring unparalleled off-roading capabilities, including a 3,500-kilogram maximum brake towing capacity. The Navara Pro 4X is ready for a weekend away or to be your workhorse. We have you covered in the West. Be quick, limited stock available. Experience a life without limits by booking in your test drive today at Western Nissan in Caroline Springs, Footscray Nissan and Werribee Nissan in Hoppers Crossing. Tell them Jono sent ya. LMCT 8938 and 10856.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
The biggest ever King Winter Sale ends Sunday. Save up to 50% on Australian designed furniture. Visit your nearest King showroom or shop online at kingliving.com today.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
State Transport, our people are your solution. We'll move it or store it with absolute ease. We're highly skilled and we aim to please. When you need the best, forget the rest. It's time to put us to the test. State Transport, our people are your solution.
Head to statetransport.com.au.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner DTA Australia, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
So there is breaking news out of Tokyo 2020. There was always going to be a COVID interruption here or there. This is the way Chris Reason is reporting things on Channel 7.
Yeah, g'day guys. Look, disturbing and worrying news here. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but what we've heard is that a message has come through to our track and field team, athletes who were out training today, various venues, included among them the National Stadium. They got a message saying they had to return immediately to the athletes' village to get out of where they were in training and return to basically isolate themselves in their rooms until further notice. We believe this is connected to an outbreak connected to the US team. We know that pole vault champion Sam Kendricks, a US star and a real medal chance at these games, has tested positive, and it's believed that he was potentially training with the Aussie star Curtis Marshall, our pole vault champion, also a potential medal chance as well. Now, Curtis was apparently told to go straight back. Now, Curtis, of course, working with the rest of the team, so what the AOC, the Australian Olympic Committee, have decided to do is take the entire team, the track and field team, and isolate them until further notice. They're all expected to be going through tests as we speak. The worrying thing here is not only does it impact their training, but the competition for athletics, guys, starts tomorrow. The pole vaulting, where this outbreak specifically has occurred in relation to Kendrick, starts 10 a.m. on Saturday. We are fingers crossed that those tests come back and the results are negative for our Australian team. Here's an official statement from the US Olympic team now. US pole vaulter Sam Kendricks has tested positive for COVID-19 and is therefore ineligible to compete at the Tokyo Games. So he is now out. With double-edged sword there for our guy, Curtis Marshall. If he comes back with a negative test, it means that one of his key competitors is gone. So fortunate news for him, but awful news, of course, for the US team. It says in the statement that Kendricks and his close contacts were immediately notified and protocols were activated to isolate that athlete. The question will be how much that athlete, Kendricks, has mixed with other international athletes. The Australian Committee has decided to take no chances and has reacted quickly, as I say, pulling them all back to the village to isolate them, lock them down until we can get those tests in.
Chris Reason on Channel 7 a short time ago. The news update for Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. Hamish McLaughlin will pick up the hosting roles on Channel 7 tonight. Haim, there was always going to be a moment of complication, and here it is.
I'm surprised, Jared, it's got this far without, to be honest. I mean, I know that we were sort of waiting for it. We had Alex de Minaur get tested positive pre-games, but we've been pretty much smooth sailing until now. Rizzo sort of summed it up pretty well. The text message that I got about half an hour ago was, and I'll try and just bring it up as we speak, but all athletes and staff are to return to their rooms immediately and wear masks in their rooms as an elevation of our COVID-safe plan until further notice on request of the AOC. And it was all around, as Chris said. So that came from the AOC to the athletes, and then it's on the back of it, Sam Kendricks, Curtis in close proximity, and as a result, plenty of concern. And we're told that sort of the tests take about 3 hours to get back, at the earliest 4 or 5 if things are slightly delayed.
Okay, so there's a watch on the Australian track and field team. It's been a fascinating day, and it's about to really liven up again. So Jess Fox, so I'll be barracking as hard for Jess as I was for Kathy Freeman and Black Caviar, I think, Haim. If ever there's an athlete who deserves an Olympic gold medal, and she's got one go left at it.
I think you and I texted or spoke post Jess missing with her final run in the K1, talking about the brutality of the sport and how sport can, rip glory away from you when you're least expecting it. But that last little touch that cost the 2 seconds cost her the gold, which I think, she deserves given how quick she is compared to the rest. But it's not as if she missed a gate or that she was slow. She was the fastest by a mile, and it was just a little bob here and there. And as we've spoken about a lot, she's so dominant in her sport. And of the K1 and the C1, perhaps this is the most dominant of the two. But even if you are dominating, it was proven the other day that it doesn't necessarily equate to what you want it to equate to. So the one run only just makes it just so nerve-wracking to watch. 2 runs, you'd think she'll get there in one of the two. Yep. So Yeah, I'm with you. I want it to happen. I thought that it was going to happen. It didn't. Now I'm just fingers crossed.
So that was the toughest sporting watch in years, I think. That was excruciating, that 105 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the whole way down, you are hoping that she doesn't get caught in any of the water. She doesn't get delayed. Everything looked so clean. But it wasn't as if she was in any way, shape or form out of shape anywhere. You know, Father was talking about how everything was looking good, but an inch here and an inch there is the difference between becoming golden and glorious and bronze and disappointed. Now, I'm in no way saying bronze is a disappointment. It's an unbelievable performance. It's just that, you know, I think what we were hoping for was she would complete the set, you know, silver, then bronze, then hopefully gold. That's not the case, but the way she handled it and the way she spoke, I think, I also said to you the other day that I spoke to someone who knows her well, and they say she is the nicest person you'll meet and everything you hope she is. She is. Elevated again, posts like Kyle Chalmers' Today post. He was just extraordinary with Nathan Templeton.
Yeah, the way he absorbed that, expressed himself and, dealt with the disappointment and then sort of found the life context around it. It was a masterful display. It was actually one that I'm sure will be used for years to play to other athletes and go, so in your peak disappointment, and it is peak disappointment, he wins silver but he loses gold, and he was there for gold. This is how you present yourself.
I think you're right. The reaction times off the blocks, sometimes numbers are misleading, but Dresser was 0.60 off the blocks. Kyle was 0.66.
Yep.
0.60, 0.66. That was the margin at the end of it all. I thought with 15 to go, he was going to go over the top and do what he'd been doing in the heats and what he did in Rio. And that last touch was just agonising to watch. And no Australian male's ever defended the 100 free, and I thought it was about to change. But he didn't win gold, but he won me over, as you said, with the way he managed the disappointment. I mean, you can't imagine the heartache he was feeling. And then went and supported and watched in the stands and didn't look like he had a phone, wasn't distracted, was an absolute member of that team. And that's been something that's been pretty evident to me. The feel of the Australian team in the first 6 days and the way they all are supporting and talking and being united, it's been terrific to watch.
Haim, Zach Stubblety-Cook. So I want to run this past you.
Yeah.
Ash, so we immediately, there'll be one goal. If ever there was a man in need of a nickname, this is it. So Ash has texted, and I think it's a ripper. What about the prickly chef?
The Stubblety-Cook becomes the prickly chef. I'll go with that. What's your man's name that texted that through?
Ash had sent that through.
Ash will get a mention tonight on Channel 7. That's fantastic. Yeah, the prickly chef. So he was the guy that we were talking about who, you wonder where all these stories start, but he was the one that was terrified of the water, and his mum said there's only one way to get over it. His mum took him to swim lessons to overcome his fear, and he says, I've told kids I can still remember swimming the first half lap and closing my eyes terrified and headbutting the wall, and I realised it wasn't all that bad. As a result, Vince Rowley at the Chandler Aquatic Centre got him to become a gold medalist. And they talk about diet and other things. He said, my diet should be better, but like most humans, I just love coffee and love bread, and they're my two weaknesses too. So I've got a bit of an affinity with Zach. But we talk about how these new stories and new stars emerge. Best guess is 2% of Australians would have ever heard the name Zach Stubblety-Cook at best.
Yep.
72 hours ago. Tonight, he's the prickly chef.
The prickly chef. All right, carry that in your heart, Haim. It's great to chat. Good luck for tonight.
Good luck for Jess. Speak soon.
Good on you. Hamish McLaughlin from Channel 7. Jess Fox goes for gold in the newly introduced C1, an event which she has won multiple world titles in. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. I've got text message and I've got calls to share with you next. Louis, Vincent, bear with me. I'll get to you before we're done. The evening session is in store tonight from 6 for Victoria Police. Victoria Police is recruiting now. Search Police Careers or visit police.vic.gov.au/careers. Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, Who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, it's Rob Walker. At AR Property Investments, we love helping families secure their financial future.
I think what attracted me to property is I was looking for a long-term investment. I'd purchased my own residential house and saw the value of the property go up over time. So I was looking to do the same with an investment property. I would recommend people come and have a chat to AR Property Investment and see how simple and easy the process is.
When your life changes, your insurance should too. UE, you insured. Consider the car PDS at UE.com.au when deciding if this product is right for you.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
And here's your local safety steel expert, Bass Coast Garages. Your local professional shed and garage supplier, registered builder and roof plumber. Custom-made garage doors, steel frame sheds and carports. Design advice, installations and repairs. Bass Coast has over 20 years trusted, reliable experience. Bass Coast Garages, White Road, Wonthaggi.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
BassCoastGarages.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita chainsaw bag, valued at $99 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless chainsaw kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Whether on the field, bike or trail, we all want to stay active. But if pain holds you back, try Sudox Active. Traditionally used to relieve mild pain in your joints and muscles, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator. Sudox, available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less. Or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Carpenters, did you know the new VBA regulations require you to be registered for any work you complete valued over 10 grand? Master Builders Victoria help you navigate regulations. They also offer legal support, OH&S compliance and upskilling opportunities to keep your team's building and construction skills up to date. For just $1.40 a day, can you afford not to be a member? To be the best, you need to train with the best, and that's Master Builders Victoria. RTO 3935.
G'day, Richo here. Scotty and the team at Knox Mitsubishi are excited to be opening the doors to their showroom once again. Head down and chat with the team about their new vehicle stock, including Mitsubishi Triton Utes and Express vans for the tradies, Outlander and ASXs fit for the family, and Pajero Sport for those after a real adventure. Perfect for the post-lockdown escape. Visit Knox Mitsubishi at 437 Stud Road, Wantirna South, or Google Knox Mitsubishi to get in touch today.
LMCT 11585.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Hi, I'm Fabian Villella from O'Brien Real Estate Narre Warren. Visit our website to book a free market appraisal and go in the draw to win $10,000 in home improvements. Ends October 15th.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
You know, triumph doesn't just happen, it comes about because we choose to chase it. Since 1966, Wolf Blass has chased greatness with over 10,000 medals and trophies, including the recent International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year and the International Shiraz Trophy for Grey Label. Wolf Blass Grey Label wines are complex, distinctive and crafted with character. So chase triumph boldly and raise a glass of Wolf Blass Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blass, here to the chase. wolfblasswines.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety Cook. Remember that name.
The highlight of day 6, the prickly chef, as Ash has ordained him. Our news update for Monarch Painting. The leaders in paint accessories do the job right. This has just come from the AOC. Members of Australia's track and field team at the Tokyo Olympic Games are isolating their rooms as a precautionary measure following news of a COVID positive finding with a member of the US track and field team. Members of the Australian track and field team are now undergoing testing procedures in line with Australian Olympic team protocols. Louis in East Brighton. Welcome to you, Louis.
Jared, I haven't spoken to you for a while, but I must say two things. One, first of all, commend you and Hutchie on your the coverage of the Olympics. It's been awesome. However, I have a concern you've taken a bit of a fanboy, controversial approach to this 4x200 metre relay. These girls are not robots. I mean, Ariane and Emma have been up for about 5 days now, and I'm sure Rowan Taylor and his relay coaches would understand more about what's required at this level than you and I and others. I appreciate that Thorpe and others commented about it, and they know a fair bit about it too. But I thought Rowan and the team have done an absolutely outstanding job so far.
Yep, I think they have. I think they botched the relay tactics. I thought they botched them going in, and I thought they botched them coming out. It is my opinion, Louis. I'm only offering my opinion. We sit here, that's what we do. We criticise footy coaches all day long about the decisions that they make. So the Olympics can't be off. It can't be out of reach for any level of rigour or scrutiny. We can't just sit here cheering the whole time, can we?
No, I agree with that. I agree with that, but I would have thought that in this era of sports science, those people would know what red lines those athletes are at. And if they chose to put them in that order, bearing in mind that Emma's swimming in the 100 final, the blue ribboned event tomorrow, and also Ariane is swimming in the 800 against Ledecky, I would have thought that they have that in the program and understand their athletes. So I think you've been quite disrespectful to Rowan Taylor.
No, I've got the two best swimming experts in the country, in Ian Thorpe and Rob Woodhouse, who said beforehand that they were concerned about the tactics that were being employed, and the tactics are there to be scrutinised and analysed in the aftermath in a bronze medal when they were the hottest of favourites. You can hold the other view, absolutely. Without question, you can hold the other view. But there are people who said beforehand this had warning written all over it, and that's exactly how it panned out. Vincent's in Keilor Park. Welcome, Vincent.
Yeah, g'day, Gerald. Mate, just want to shout out to Letitia Scanlon and Penny Smith, two of our shotgun shooters in Clay Target, making the final today.
Scanlon,
and just for your listeners to watch out at 3:30 for the final.
Scanlon equal third, Smith equal fifth. You had to be in the top 6 to qualify, so they're through, and we'll watch their endeavours. Good on you, Vincent. Thanks for giving them a shout-out before we're done. I love this. I don't know Jess. I don't follow kayaking, but I felt physically sick watching that final the other day. I'll be on the couch, the Savo, standing up and screaming today. It is the feature of what is about to unfold in the late afternoon and evening session. So 3:39, the first run, the evening session preview for Victoria Police. Victoria Police is recruiting now. Search police careers or visit police.vic.gov.au/careers. Brad in Altona's text through, what would Craig Jennings say about the strategy? They got too cute. Jeno's going to be in to run our strategy session between 9 and 10 tomorrow. And we will, so we'll look towards round 20 of the AFL season. At 9, it'll be Waitley meets the captain's run. We'll take 20 minutes to set up the round coming of footy with Kane Corns. And then our Olympic coverage at 10, which will be based heavily again at the pool. We might pick up this debate then as well. Heaps of great text messages. Thanks for your company throughout the day. Another golden day for Australia in Tokyo.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Book your next BMW service online and save at the all-new Berwick BMW.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. New South Wales has recorded 239 new local COVID-19 cases today. As a result, lockdown measures are being tightened further, particularly for residents of 8 LGAs of concern who now cannot travel more than 5 kilometres from home. Police will also be given the power to close businesses or workplaces breaching public health orders. New South Wales Police Minister David Elliott says the extra powers will be gone as soon as possible.
These powers, these health orders, these restrictions are something that the government cannot get rid of quick enough. But it's quite clear from the overwhelming number of people that are doing the right thing, that same overwhelming number of people have had a gutful of their fellow residents doing the wrong thing.
South Australian Chief Health Officer Professor Nicola Spurrier has confirmed the state recorded 2 new COVID-19 cases today, both linked to existing cases. And Victorian authorities are still investigating the source of yesterday's new mystery case. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Switch to PowerShop and get $200 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to new Victorian customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search PowerShop.
Australia has won 3 more medals in the pool at Tokyo today, but it does include a surprise bronze for the highly fancied women's 4x200 metre freestyle team. In other sports, the BMX has kicked off today. Australia's Lauren Reynolds and Saya Sakakibara have both progressed to tomorrow's women's semi-finals, finishing 3rd and 4th in their group respectively. Reynolds was solid across all 3 runs, finishing 3rd, 2nd and 4th, while Sakakibara bounced back from last in run 1 to qualify. She gave her thoughts on the event earlier.
The second one was definitely better. Like, my start was good. I led the whole race, but I ran out of legs. And then on the third one, I really switched it on and I knew exactly what I needed to do. And yeah, I was able to finish the run in the first place position.
Amart Furniture Stores are now open. Come in store and spend $1,999 to receive $250 off your order. Limited time only. Shop with Amart today.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Preston on Bell Street between High Street and St George's Road, so take care if you're in the area. Reports of a crash on the Princes Freeway outbound at Corroy Creek Road. Delays are pushing onto the west gate of the Ring Road Altona bound, and construction works are slowing things in the city on King Street heading northbound at Collins Street. One lane is out of action. Don't miss the must-see comedy action, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Fast-tracked from cinemas to your home, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. New to buy or rent on digital now. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers, Saturday morning from 9 on SEN.
You can't control your footy team's fortunes, but you can keep your car on top for safety. Best Buys on Big Brand Sale on now at Tyre Power. Grab an APCO Cafe 24/7 barista coffee for your chance to win free coffee for a year.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, a top of 17. Partly cloudy with a shower or two developing tomorrow, a top of 15. And the Olympic action continues tonight in the pool. Listen live on SEN or the SEN app.
Robot Building Supplies, supplying quality building products at competitive prices for over 60 years. Are your team's building construction qualifications up to date? Train with the best. Master Builders Victoria.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
I'm gonna leave the city.
G'day everybody, welcome to the show. It is Drive here on SEN this Thursday afternoon. You go away for a day and you come back and the whole joint's just looks like a bomb's hit it.
The media's got the fumbles.
The hell is going on around here at the moment, Robert Murphy? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Andrew. Welcome back. Good to have you back.
Where's the desk gone here? There's nothing here, no desk.
No, the desk in front of you is MIA. There's been a spillage.
Has Hutto been in here as well, has he?
No, but it's there's been a spillage. Yep, there's been a drink spill.
What's going on over
some tech?
What's going on over at Fox Sports? Can't you blokes? You're still part of the family over there, aren't you?
Oh, I'm not, but thanks for bringing it up.
Right.
Gee whiz.
What's going on over there? Can't they keep their liquids upright over there? Let's go bringing that sort of caper over here, Joe Lyon. I've lost me cough button. I can't speak to the crew out there.
No, you still can. It'll just go to air, as I found out yesterday.
Hey, Jess, can you play that bit of audio for us? Right, have you got that sound effect for me? Julio, what's up next? That's the sort of stuff you never hear us say, but you're going to hear it today. Good Lord, how are you, Shaz? You all right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, going on.
Our athletes are all in shutdown. Track and field athletes, shut them down. Whoever was at the practice facility today, you probably heard the news. Shut them down, lock them away. They've all got to get emergency COVID test because some American high jumper or pole vaulter.
Why are our athletes training with other countries?
Have you seen,
is that what happens?
Yeah, have you not seen the training? So
I don't care for that.
No, the main stage.
Train with your tracksuits. Keep in your tracksuits.
That you would think.
Be mingling.
No, but given the COVID.
No mingle.
No, I'm agreeing with you here.
Oh.
I'm about to say that given the COVID restrictions and the fact that we all sort of stay in our, in our team sports and we're all petitioned off all over the place according to the rules and regulations that we've heard them living by, it is a bit odd that they would have been able to be up so close with athletes from other nations before event day, I would have thought. But that's what's happened. Apparently our mates, our pole vaulters or whatever they are quite chummy with theirs, and they've all been training together, and one of theirs has had a bit of a turn, and now we're all in the same boat. So they've all gone back to be isolated.
No, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Training with the green and gold tracksuit.
Sammy Kendricks is the man. So that story's been broken by Chris Reason about 25 minutes ago, just to keep you in the loop, because we're all pretty invested in the Olympic Games at the moment.
Very invested.
Very invested.
It's captured the hearts and minds.
And wouldn't it be quite...
all over again.
And this is the quite something of it all. We've built to... we're building. Every single day we're getting more invested as... Then we get to the swimming does its thing, lays the foundation, says, here, over to you, track and field. Mm-hmm. It would be quite something if a major scare was put through the track and field part of Tokyo 2020. So here's, have we got the audio of Chris? We have. Here's Chris Reason's report about 35 minutes ago on Channel 7.
Disturbing and worrying news here. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but what we've heard is that a message has come through to our track and field team, athletes who were out training today, various venues, included among them the National Stadium. They got a message saying they had to return immediately to the athletes' village to get out of where they were in training and return to basically isolate themselves in their rooms until further notice. We believe this is connected to an outbreak connected to the US team. We know that pole vault champion Sam Kendricks, a US star, and a real medal chance at these games, has tested positive, and it's believed that he was potentially training with the Aussie star Curtis Marshall, our pole vault champion, also a potential medal chance as well. Now, Curtis was apparently told to go straight back. Now, Curtis, of course, working with the rest of the team, so what the AOC, the Australian Olympic Committee, have decided to do is take the entire team, the track and field team, and isolate them until further notice. They're all expected to be going through tests as we speak. The worrying thing here is not only does it impact their training, but the competition for athletics, guys, starts tomorrow. The pole vaulting, where this outbreak specifically has occurred in relation to Kendrick, starts 10 a.m. on Saturday. We are fingers crossed that those tests come back and the results are negative for our Australian team.
So there you go. That was the Chris Reason report. Just in from the AOC. Members of Australia's track and field team, 63 athletes is the number at the Tokyo Olympic Games, are isolating in their rooms as a precautionary measure following news of a COVID positive finding with a member of the US track and field team. That was detailed in Chris Reason's report. Members of the Australian track and field team are now undergoing testing procedures in line with Australian Olympic team protocols. So that's where it's at. That's the latest.
Quick turnaround on the tests.
Yeah, it's 3 or 4 hours, I think they can do it, given the reality of life over there and their capacity to get this sort of stuff done pretty quickly. So that's the latest on that. It'll be a rolling story and we'll get some sort of resolution to it all pretty quickly, I imagine. Feel free to join in today, folks. You know how it works. 1300 736 36. Open line thanks to Jumbo Ugg Boots. Jumbo Ugg, 304 Chesterville Road, Moorabbin. Wore mine up to get the cup of coffee this morning. No socks, outside the house.
So
amazing how people
Uggies outside the house.
People got very
SEN socks.
Yeah, so it's
That's
not the
2 strikes.
So the socks thing that we talked about the other, but people have got very strong views about Ugg boots beyond the perimeter of your own domestic property.
Yeah.
Are you one of those?
Yeah.
Don't wear them outside.
No.
What if you've got them?
Not beyond the
outside
not beyond
in public.
Yep. Not beyond the front fence.
So you have to go and get some milk for brekkie. The kids are running. You wouldn't, and you're in them. You'll change your footwear.
Have done
to
it,
go and get milk,
would change.
Really?
I have done it.
Wow.
You wouldn't?
No, I'm quite proud of him. Happy to go for a bit of a wander in. I wouldn't go for a long walk in, then it's a bit difficult.
So it's unusual for a man, such a rules enthusiast when it comes to Uggs, to just throw the book out.
No,
just absolute anarchy when it comes to Uggs.
No, this is not a rule. I don't think there's a rule on this sort of thing.
Wear them to work. Why not wear them to work?
Well, I have.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I have.
I beg your pardon.
When we've called games of footy in here, off the monitor.
I'm sorry?
I have worn Ugg boots in here with tracksuit pants, calling footy off the monitor. Thank you very much.
This is something. That is unacceptable.
Did raise the eyebrows of Pickering and Waitley when I did it.
In front of Waitley?
Really challenged G. The G-man was... What is going on here?
Oh, that would have given static.
There was some sparkage coming from the motherboard. Fair to say.
He would have just been stunned silence, wouldn't it?
Temper text.
Unbelievable scene.
If he wore glasses, he would have given it that one. He would have lowered the glasses down the nose and looked above the rims.
So my question to you, Andrew Marr, what would Wolsey have said?
Wolsey would have said, go home.
Would you have done it if Wolsey was commentating that day?
No chance. Wolsey would have said, go home and come back when you're dressed.
I wish I was home.
He said, get home.
Get home,
and come back when you're dressed properly.
And have a run in the ruck.
Spot on. Send through your temper texts, a mattress like no other. Feel free to join in at any stage. Another huge day, obviously. There's heaps to get through on the show, by the way, and we'll just tick it off as we go along. Another massive day in the pool. The Isaac Stubblety Cook swim in the 200-metre breaststroke and the Kyle Chalmers swim in the 100-metre freestyle.
The Cookie Monster, I like to call him.
Or the Stubbling one. Or Stubbles, or the Stub Man.
No, the Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster, whatever you like. If you've got a good nickname
we go a bit nickname mad with the Australian Olympic team.
Oh, and Australian Olympic teams.
Exactly. But as soon as a medal's won, we go mad for the nickname for the athlete. But these nicknames for the teams.
Well, I might run a little test with you a bit later. I might see if you know. I might bounce a few nicknames off you and you tell me which sporting team they belong to. It's crazy how many. Oh, Lauren Mitchell. So Lauren Mitchell's going to have a chat to us about the Simone Biles stuff. And Twisties.
Yeah, you've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it. So, which is a condition.
Yeah, well, yes, it's a condition. It's like the yips for flipping gymnasts.
She was going to be on the show a bit later.
We talked about it yesterday, so I would have thought because you would have tuned in.
No, I couldn't. No, I wasn't in a fit state to be doing anything for longer than 5 minutes yesterday. Yeah, no, don't even joke about it. Don't even joke about it because it's a very I'm just hanging. I'm taking things to get stuff out of me at the moment, and I'm taking things to keep stuff in me. My body and my brain don't know what I'm trying to do at the minute. I'm all over the shop. Seriously. I mean, I
know if it's Arthur or Martha.
Half my body's going one way and the other half's going the other. Seriously, mate. I am in so much trouble at the moment. I can't begin to tell you.
Shoes on the wrong foot, boy.
Shit. That's about the only thing I've got right at the moment. Laura Mitchell is going to join us very, very shortly and have a chat about that. But the capacity of our swimmers, and this has been consistent, particularly with Titmus and a few others, to never lose their focus in their race. Now, Chalmers didn't get there in the end. The big, powerful American 100 free just hung on, and maybe it was a matter of
he swam
the
faster
perfect touch.
Than Rio, didn't he, Kyle?
It was I think he did. It equalled his It's equalled his PB, but he could have won. I reckon if it was, they talk about on the touch.
On the touch, yeah.
The touch, he just didn't get the touch in.
Drive you mad.
So it could have been gold today, quite easily, I reckon. But their ability to dig in and not surrender and come from behind is quite something to behold, I reckon.
It's a sport of heart, isn't it?
Oh, they dig in, these swimmers. They're tough. It's fun to watch. I mean, the breaststroke is it's painstaking to watch because once you get half a body length behind in the breaststroke, how the hell are you going to make that up? They're going so slow, but
it's the harness of swimming.
It feels like it does.
It does feel like,
some dragging behind you.
No, you can't get around now.
He's not coming back from there.
Not in that sulky.
Isaac Stubblety-Cook, didn't he take us on a ride? Ploughed the bloke down when he had the opportunity. So that was quite something today. So gold from him, silver from Chalmers, bronze in the women's 4x200 metre freestyle, which on the surface of things, having seen the girls go through in the heats yesterday, dominant, and then completely flipped the team. So the 4 in, out, then the 4 who came in for the final didn't swim with us.
So highly fancied.
Probably the favourites going in, yeah.
So can I read a temper text just to get your reaction? Serves our girls right for having the arrogance not swimming the heat. They didn't deserve to win it with how it was played by putting 4 girls in to make the final, and then none of them get to swim in the big dance. Bunch of big heads.
So I don't understand the need to be. So I can understand why there would be a question mark asked about it, but to that correspondent on the temper text, they swam 3 seconds there or thereabouts faster. The girls today. Yeah. All 3 teams that went 1, 2, 3, I think broke the old world record.
They did. They broke the world record.
So China 1, America 2, Australia 3. They all broke the 4x2 world record in that same swim.
So does that just wipe out the order of the swim? There's a lot of talk about the tactics and where they should have. I mean, they swam a world record.
It was quite something because Ariane Titmus, who wins the 2 and the 4, she beat the girl from China in the 200 metre final by a second and a half. But today, Titmus is beaten by the Chinese girl to the wall at the end of the 200, the first changeover. So,
is that just the campaign?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. We're going to get to a break, though, because Lauren Mitchell's going to talk to us about Simone Biles, which is the other huge story in the Olympic Games. We're still waiting to find out whether this international superstar is going to compete in the individual event. She was fated and touted to win 6 individual gold medals. That's how good she is. We know what's happened to her. Lauren's going to tell us give her thoughts on that, and also tell us about the twisties, this condition that affects vaulters and jumpers.
Yeah, flippers.
Flippers.
Yeah.
When we come back.
Not Warnie.
Switch to Power Shop and get $200 off your electricity bill. Sign up credit available to new Victorian customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Good afternoon. We've got reports of a crash on the Princes Freeway heading outbound at Karoy Creek Road. Big delays back onto the West Gate and also the Ring Road Altona bound at the moment. A crash in Freston on Bell Street between High Street and St George's Road, so watch out for crews trying to clear that one. And works are slowing things in the city on King Street northbound at Collins Street. One lane is closed. The biggest ever King Winter Sale ends Sunday. Save up to 50% on Australian design furniture. Visit your nearest King showroom or shop online at kingliving.com today. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The Captain's Run with Kane Corns tomorrow from 9 on 11:16 SEN.
You can't control your footy team's fortunes, but you can keep your car on top for safety. Best Buys on Big Brand Sale on now at Tyre Power.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville, Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog.
Not all traffic is bad, especially web traffic. If yours is at a standstill, let Supple help. We're a Google partner agency offering SEO and Facebook marketing. To get more traffic, leads and customers, Google Supple. That's SUPPLE.
Tired of getting the same odds on the AFL from a bookie? There's a different way. At Betfair, you can bet against other punters on all AFL games this season. Back head-to-heads, first goal scorer, winning margin, or the halftime full-time double. Choose your own odds or use Betfair's own BSB. That means more choices to play on AFL markets. It's exchange betting and only at Betfair. Betfair.com.au. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
For over 60 years, Bailey Ladders have been making work sites safer. Bailey's new range of platform ladders have a wider standing area to improve efficiency and compliance on the worksite. Bailey Ladders, making work sites safer and more productive. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Here's a friendly reminder from SEN and Bendix Brakes. School zone hours are now in effect. Put your foot down with confidence in school zones with Bendix Brakes, the market-leading brake pads to match your driving style. Learn more at bendix.com.au.
Now's the time to get your pool paving cleaned and protected. At Prestige Surfaces, we specialise in cleaning and protecting porous surfaces from pool water and other harsh corrosive elements, which is vital in keeping your pool surrounds intact. Prestige Surfaces are the market leader in cleaning, protecting and maintaining natural stone tile and concrete, and the first choice for landscapers, tilers and builders. Prestige Surfaces, exceptional protection for natural stone, concrete and porcelain.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Let's go for a kick of the footy.
Yeah, let's go, Dad!
A kick of the footy is a great tradition, but it's important to have clear vision. Focusing on objects both near and far can be challenging for people suffering from astigmatism. Fortunately, the answer is clear at New Vision Clinics. Using Professor Alpen's innovative laser correction techniques, astigmatism can be a thing of the past. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Country racing. Here's why we do it.
We do it for the road trip.
For the new places.
For the country air.
To take a turn in the spotlight.
Or turn a day.
To a weekend.
To get behind our town.
For the love of the horses.
And because it's fun!
Where we belong. Country race is strong. It's got it all.
Go to country.racing.com.
If your relationship has survived and thrived during ISO, then it's clear. It's time to say, I so want to marry you. Australian Diamond Company is open and taking bookings for one-on-one consultation. Get it done, lads.
Bookings at adc.com.au.
Hey, it's Shaq here. There are three things that people from America think about when they hear Australia. Crocodile Dundee, kangaroos, and back in Pikey and the last with PointsBet. The PointsBet app is that check and easy to use, and there's never been a better time to download it with specials like this. Magnificent.
If your horse doesn't win but runs second, third or even fourth, get your money back in bonus up to $50. That's on all races at Randwick and Moonee Valley this Saturday.
It's shocking easy with PointsBet.
T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Robot Building Supplies, supplying quality building products at competitive prices for over 60 years. Are your team's building construction qualifications up to date? Train with the best. Master Builders Victoria.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Andy Marr.
Great to have you with us this Thursday afternoon. Simone Biles, one of the huge talking points, one of the huge kind of promo points coming into Tokyo 2020, and now she's become one of the big talking points because of the challenges she's going through in the last couple of days. Wanted to speak to somebody about, you and Julio were speaking about the twisties yesterday. And I must admit, I'd never heard of these things before.
Well, either had I until yesterday, and I was reading an article about it, and then we were having a chat about it, and I was trying to explain it and almost got the twisties myself in trying to do so. So I thought we probably should, get someone in who could speak to it in a little bit more detail.
So some people are suggesting and suspecting that this might be what's at the core of Simone Biles' challenges at the moment. Lauren Mitchell, world champion gold medalist, 4-time gold medalist at Commonwealth Games, knows the caper extremely well and has been good enough to join us to have a chat about it. Lauren, thanks for joining us on the show. We appreciate your time.
Hi, thanks for having me.
You know, no doubt you know about this phenomenon, the twisties. What can you tell us about them?
Well, firstly, I've never heard of it referred to like that, so I should actually start using that myself.
What do you call it? What do you call it?
I don't even know. It's just something that happens to gymnasts that you kind of basically, you start a skill and you think you're going to end up facing one way, and in your head you're going one way, and then you land and you are completely the wrong direction and you have no idea how you even ended up there. And I just remember it happening to me when I was younger, and I would do like a front flip basically, and then halfway through your body's like, nope, I just want to turn, and then I would end up facing like halfway basically, like doing a 180 turn. And we just basically called it like just a mental block, really. But the twisties is a good word for it.
And how long did the recovery, if that's the right word, how long did it take you, Lauren, to sort of get over it?
Kind of months. You kind of just, and it's, so when you're referring to Simone Biles, right, she's doing like 2.5 twists. So I don't know if you guys saw her vault the other day. She ends up landing it. She does a huge jump forward, and you just see this shock on her face. And she was aiming to do a 2.5 twist, and she ends up doing a 1.5 twist. And it's basically, it looks like she had no idea how she even ended up where she ended up and how she ended up doing a 1.5, not a 2.5. And because she's one of those gymnasts that is absolutely phenomenal, she's doing so many twists and turns that like all the other gymnasts can't even comprehend. So it's kind of, not that it was only a matter of time, but you can kind of see and completely understand how her brain's kind of just got a little bit muddled up, just kind of getting confused in the air.
Sorry, Lauren, would it be a fair assumption because of Simone's degree of difficulty? So, we'll call it the twisties. If she had a case of it, it would be worse than everyone else?
Probably. Like I said, she's doing these amazing skills that have multiple twists in there that some people wouldn't even attempt. Like the vault that she's doing is called the Aminar, and only a handful of girls attempt it for a reason. And then another vault that she's doing is called the Chen, and same thing. A different handful of girls attempt that for a reason, and then she's doing her own vault with no twists in it, which is completely different. But the fact that she's doing those 3 amazing vaults, let alone just an average person just doing an average vault, means that she would probably get it a lot worse than everybody else.
Yeah, right. And so
you just get completely confused.
So we're talking about Simone Biles here, and so she's withdrawn from the Olympics. You've talked about your experience. How common amongst gymnasts do you think it would be? I know it's difficult to put a number, but sort of a general sort of number or percentage.
Well, I was chatting to the girls that I used to train with just the other day because we've got this group chat going on and we're all watching it because we love it. We still love the sport. And all of us, and there's a group of 5 or 6 of us, all of us have had it at least once in our career. So, and it's not necessarily just the twisting thing. It could be just like a mental block on bars, like you do a skill and you feel like you just can't put your feet on the bars, or like you can't jump backwards on beam. Like it is quite common for gymnasts to go through that because they're chucking scary skills. And you have to be completely aware of your body and completely trust your body to actually land the skill successfully. So, and I think, in my humble opinion, that's probably what Simone's kind of going through. She's not trusting her body to be able to do those skills successfully without hurting herself.
So how do you get over it, Lauren?
So we used to work with a psychologist. So there's a psychologist there. I'm assuming she's going to have like amazing support to kind of get over this. And then you gradually, slowly start building your skills back, and you start like right down the bottom and kind of get them all back again. Once your brain can kind of comprehend doing the skills again.
But so this is one of those things. This is where the brain becomes, so critical to human endeavour. There are other sports. We're talking about Lauren Mitchell, of course, former world champion gymnast for Australia. A sport I love, golf. Chipping yips have got into the heads of players. And they've not been able to overcome it, and they can't go and play in front of people anymore. It actually ruins their career. So you must know
it's similar to that, yeah. Or do you remember when Steve Hooker couldn't pole vault because he was scared of the runoff or whatever? It's very similar to something like that. So some people never overcome it, but hopefully she does.
Is it possible? You've explained what it is, right? You've explained what happens to you, the technical side of what happens to you when you're in the middle of one of these jumps. Can you tell us when you're in the middle of the thing going at the sort of speed you're at and you're putting yourself in these incredibly dangerous positions, what does it feel like when you get hit by it halfway through a vault or a jump or a tumble? What does that actually feel like?
It's quite scary. So usually you know exactly where you are in the air and you know exactly where the floor is and where you're going to land. And when you get it, you just lose basically all comprehension of where the floor is, and you just kind of have to go blank and you have to let your body take control, because your body 95% of the time knows what it's doing. So you just have to kind of, the worst thing to do is, I guess, go loose and just kind of flail around, basically, because then you really end up injuring yourself. The best thing to do is stay tight and then kind of hope that the floor meets you in the correct spot. But, it's sometimes chucking these huge skills that her risk of injuring herself doing those huge skills is a lot more compared to, when I got it when I was younger and I was just doing basic level skills. So it's kind of,
It's extraordinary. It really is.
So, Lauren, what you're telling me is that in the 2000 Sydney Olympics, when the vault was 2 inches too low and 18 competitors completely went flipping in all directions, that would have been quite devastating for the athletes. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, well, because you get used to everything being exactly the same, right?
I would imagine so.
There's obviously, a different feeling for different apparatuses and different equipment brands and things like that, but everything's very much standardised. So when something's slightly off, you generally notice it. And I'm surprised that they didn't pick it up sooner, because most of the people would be like, something's not right. And then you would kind of think inward a little bit and be like, oh, okay, well, I'm not jumping hard enough, or I'm not doing this or whatever. But sometimes you have to think externally and be like, well, actually, that's not my fault or my problem. It's something else external, which is making me not know where I am in the air.
Oh, Lauren, thanks for explaining it to us. It's one of those anomalies that affects the sport that you were so good at, but it's something that I think crosses all sorts of sports divides, and it is a fascinating part of the things we love watching.
Yeah, and it's just been amazing watching the Olympics, and amazing that they actually could, get it together this year as well.
It sure is, yeah. Hey, congrats on the gong you got to early this year for your services to gymnastics here in Australia. The name, your name and the sport are synonymous in Australia, and thanks for coming on today and having a chat to us about this one. It's a compelling story. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for having me. Hopefully I explained it a little bit.
No, you did.
No,
you really did.
Okay, good.
It's actually fascinating. Lauren Mitchell joining us, world champion, 4-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist. That is quite something.
It's not that hard to imagine, is it?
No, because the brain is probably the most important muscle when it comes to any sporting achievement. That's why blokes struggle to kick set shots from 20 metres out directly in front.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with their inability to kick the footy. They've done that. They've kicked 20-metre goals. Once you get to AFL level, even as a 20-year-old, you have done that 10,000 times. If you go to the park with your mate tomorrow, you could kick 100 before you miss one. What are if you kick... This is not necessarily a cheery old story to talk about, but the other great or the other sports people who have been forced out of their sport because of a version of this. Yips, twisties, whatever you want to call it.
Or what is it to each sport?
How does it manifest itself in a particular sport? Goal kicking in footy, this in gymnastics, chipping or putting.
Is it chipping or putting would be more prevalent, do you think?
No question.
Which one?
I would think chipping. I think the chipping yips.
Right, okay.
I would.
Right.
I think it's probably the less talked about.
Yeah.
But I reckon it's the one that probably ruins careers more than the putting. You can find a number of ways through that.
Yeah.
And but the chipping, once you lose that capacity, there's no coming back from
As
that.
you started talking about it, I started to get a bit.
Oh, mate, it is.
I know.
No.
Feeling, and I am an absolute plonker on the course.
What is it? How does it manifest in a sport? Give us the version. And if you can think about people who have been, challenged to serious degrees, tell us who they are. It is the Tradies Hour, thanks to Ace Gutters, Australian Made Built to us. We're here for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got an end deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Master Builders of Victoria, get free legal support. Become a Master Builders Victoria member. Join today for just $1.40 a day.
Visit berwickbmw.com.au and save on your next BMW service online.
Here are the headlines making SEN News this hour. 2 more people have died from COVID-19 in New South Wales, bringing the death toll from the state's Delta outbreak to 13. An all-time record daily increase of cases for the state was recorded today, with 239 new infections. As a result, lockdown measures are being tightened further, particularly for residents of 8 local government areas of concern. The man accused of punching a police horse during Sydney's anti-lockdown protest last week will be kept behind bars, with a court hearing he is refusing to take a COVID-19 test in prison. And South Australia have recorded 2 new coronavirus cases today, but both in isolation. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Upgrade to the latest 5G phones at Optus and get the best price guaranteed. Don't miss out on your new phone. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Several members of Australia's athletics team are in isolation in Tokyo after being identified as close contacts of US pole vaulter Sam Kendricks, who has tested positive to COVID-19. Kendricks is now out of the Olympic Games.
Help contact tracers by registering your Mikey. Register now and get $10 bonus Mikey money. Limited time. Visit ptv.vic.gov.au. T's and C's apply.
The award-winning Crunch Time, Saturday from 11 on SEN.
Time Leo, a better way to finance. TimeLIO.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, a top of 17. Partly cloudy with a shower or 2 developing tomorrow, a top of 15. And the Olympic action continues tonight in the pool. Listen live on SEN or the SEN app.
The old C1 kayak, canoe, slalom, it looks very hard. Jess Fox has got Americans in the water now flailing. Then there's the Austrian and then Jess Fox.
I won't be commenting.
Say nothing.
After the event.
Say nothing.
It's coming through on the temper text.
Yeah, please just...
David from Hobart, is Bob nervous to make a prediction? Yes, I won't be. Hey, Bob, will Jess Fox win gold today? From John, no comment. I'm staying out of this one, guys.
So she's got her semi-final run coming up, and then she needs to be top 10. That gets you through to the final, and then so the American has just come through. The French girl's in at 117.71. The American, who's the 6th fastest qualified at this stage, is 65 seconds outside the number 1 spot at the moment. That's how. Once you get lost on this course, it seems like you're in real trouble.
She was like Kevin Bacon in River Wild there for a bit. It all went AWOL.
Did he have real troubles, did he?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Inexperienced boatman.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he was married. They took the family.
He was the baddie, Kevin Bacon.
Oh, that's right. It's all coming back to me now.
Not a bad film.
Twisties.
Could do a recast.
Twisties, yips, people who have fallen foul of them, how they manifest in other sports. Feel free to give us a call. Tell us about it. Cooper's in Newport has jumped on the line. Welcome to the show, Cooper.
Cheers, boys. How are we?
Yeah, good, mate.
I was a national diver for about 10 years, and I know the exact feeling that she's going through. I lost all confidence in doing all the back rotations for about a year, and it just screws you around. You don't know where you are. I think I spluttered every week on my back, on my tummy. You just lose all confidence in yourself. So it can affect you in different ways. Got the help and was all good, but yeah, it's scary, especially when you know you can get injured pretty easily. That's for sure.
When you say you got the help, Cooper, what did that sort of entail?
I saw a sports psych, so kind of just to go through different sort of ways in which I can help visualise where I am in the air. And there was one session where I just broke down into tears because I got my coach and my mum in the room with the sports psych, and it kind of that helped a lot, knowing how much it affected them as well, because I knew it affected me. So just different ways. Like, it took a long time, but like you eventually get there, and it's good. But yeah, it's a tough process.
And did it come completely out of the blue the first time it happened to you, Cooper?
It was after one really big splat. So it was a warm-up for a competition, and I just landed flat on my back. And then after that, pretty much just no confidence. And like I could do back dive and back 1.5, but everything other than that, you just got no confidence in yourself, and you lose. You're doing a back 2.5, and you just go, nah. Your body goes, nah, I don't want to do that today. And you just come out whenever you want to.
It just shuts it. So the head just shuts it down. Doesn't let the body do what your body's done, thousands of times before.
Exactly, and like it was only for back rotation. I was more than comfortable doing forward, inward, and all the twists. It was only for back. So it was really weird and frustrating, but we got there in the end.
Good on you, mate. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for calling and telling us about it. It's a fascinating subject. The more you know about it, the more you hear about this stuff, the more interesting it gets.
We'll go, Jess.
Brendan and Sean, don't go anywhere. I know you want to talk about yips and golf yips and all sorts. I'm happy to take more calls on all of this, but Jess Fox is just about to go down in the C1. So the time she's gunning for is 117.71. She's got to get through to got to get into the top 10 to qualify for the final. We've already seen a couple of highly ranked paddlers, particularly the girl from America who went just before the Austrian, fail to get inside the top 10. So this course has already claimed some highly credentialed paddlers. Jess Fox is about to get underway. Let's see how she goes.
Four-time world champion in this event, 3 in a row, 13, 14 and 15, came back in 2018 and was the silver medalist last year, had a great World Cup in Prague and run underway here for a spot in the final.
Nice glide through the downstreams. Makes sure on gate 4 and the high cross for 5, so good start. Nice and crisp on that turn.
You can see the exertion that's required, a big breath as she works through this middle section.
Verashnik was fast on the top, and Jess up at this point, gets the turn early for the spin, catches the wave. So the first of the tricky moves. Well, she drops in and comes in high to 16. So that the first move, 15, 16. And now the opposite, left to right, 18 to 19. Back to the right side. That's nice and smooth. A wide line there.
The time that she needs is the 1:28.32. Just needs to get safely around 24. It's been a composed run. It's been a clean run, which has been impressive. There's been some difficult sections, and you can see another deep breath as she comes down to the line here. The fastest time is 1:17.71. She'll be well inside that. And so far, Jessica Fox is on top at 1:10.59. She's through the final and gets the chance to do it all again.
Is unbelievable. 7 and a bit seconds faster than anybody else. On it, look, you and I know experts on this.
Meryl Streep says hello.
How you want to? You feel like you're riding those gates with her a bit.
When I watch her compete, I feel like those dreams where you can't run.
Yes.
When there's trouble and you go to run and that your body won't work properly. It's excruciating. It just looks like she's having to drag herself through quicksand.
She was
the fastest.
By 7.12 seconds.
Gee, that's a hard sport.
I mean, that is so good. Everybody in Australia wants her to win an Olympic gold medal. She didn't get it in the one that I think she was most desperate to win, but she takes it here, and that'll be later on this afternoon. We know how it works in the semis and finals, so the top 10 get through, and they'll go down again. We were here the other night, weren't we, for the second run, so I imagine the timings will be pretty similar. That'll be about 10, a quarter past 5, maybe a bit later than that, I reckon, by the time she gets back in the water, as she is to be the fastest qualifier. So we'll get a chance to hear her paddle for gold again, but that was quite something from Jess Fox. We'll get to a break. Hey, Brendan, Sean and Bogdan, we want to hear what you got to say about the yips when we come back.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville, Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog.
The Captain's Run with Kane Coons. The big issues, the big talking points, and plenty of your calls every Friday morning on SEN.
It's not the umpire's fault, but the rule is crazy. Umpiring is too hard. It is a massive issue for the AFL with holding the ball. Prior, arms pinned, made an attempt. Was it illegal disposal? Was it a throw? It's a nightmare for the umpires. We have made the game far too hard to umpire.
The Captain's Run with Kane Coons. Friday mornings on SEN.
Not all traffic is bad, especially web traffic. If yours is at a standstill, let Supple help. We're a Google partner agency offering SEO and Facebook marketing. To get more traffic, leads and customers, Google Supple. That's SUPPLE.
It's Shaq here. Some things in life aren't easy. I once went 0 for 11 from the free throw line in a single game, but I've forgotten that. One thing that is easy is PointsBet's app, and there's never been a better time to download it with specials like this.
If your horse doesn't win but runs second, third or even fourth, get your money back in bonus up to $50. That's on all races at Randwick and Moonee Valley this Saturday.
Cha-ching! It's shocking easy with PointsBet.
T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated. All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
So you want a furphy? It's back in 82. Burrows were down by 6. Right on the siren. The mark of the match. 60 metres out. But he booted that ball so hard it split like an old shoe. The leather went through for 6. But the bladder sailed through for an extra point. And that's how I kicked a 7-pointer to win the match. There's your furphy.
Unbelievable. Tired of getting the same odds on the AFL from a bookie? There's a different way. At Betfair, you can bet against other punters on all AFL games this season. Back head-to-heads, first goal scorer, winning margin, or the halftime full-time double. Choose your own odds or use Betfair's own BSB. That means more choices to play on AFL markets. It's exchange betting and only at Betfair. Betfair.com.au. Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
We went searching all over the world for better internet, even the ocean floor. Turns out Better Business Internet was right here. Summit Internet. From just $99, they're 5 times faster than the NBN with Australian phone support. Summit Internet. Better Business Internet.
Thanks, Victoria. Your hard work means restrictions are easing. There are no longer 5 reasons to leave home or a travel limit. To stay safe, remember, check in everywhere, every time. No visitors to your home. Limit outdoor gatherings to 10 people. Wear a fitted face mask indoors and outdoors. Get vaccinated as soon as you're eligible, and any symptoms, get tested. For the latest updates, go to coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
When the job needs doing, that's ACE. When you need it fast, that's
it's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
On your marks, get set, bet.
With the All-Australian Top Sport team. Join Top Sport's Sporting Frenzy, where there's something for everyone. Whether you're into athletics, swimming, basketball, or want to try your hand at badminton, volleyball, or even handball, just download the app today and bet your way. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Whoever you bet with, take a sec before you bet and set a deposit limit. From Sportsbet, gamble responsibly. Robot Building Supplies, now delivering contact-free. Visit robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Master Builders Victoria. Membership provides free legal support. Join today from just $1.40 a day.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
People are requesting just a little bit of audio treatment from you and I over the top of, well, that's what I'm reading between the lines.
They want a little bit of add-on commentary.
A little bit of drive sizzle next time. We go to
a bit of canoe sizzle.
A bit of paddler goes. John! So we might just have to add a few special comments on the way down next time. Because the boys on TV, Dave and Richard, are doing a super job, but they're letting the pictures do the talking.
Yeah.
We don't have that luxury on radio, because I know whether people are aware of the fact, but on radio there are no pictures. It's just audio.
It's audio format.
Thank you. 4 points for Rico, the official beer of Drive with Robert and me. And this is the Tradies Hour, thanks to Ace Gutters, Australia made built to last. A few people want to join in the Yips conversations. Fascinating subject.
It is. Yeah. Well, I can't wait to hear the calls. And after that, some temper texts.
Right,
been some really interesting reading.
Read those.
Literature. So it's not just audio.
I like
There's
it.
some literature as well, but no pictures.
Well, you put the voice track to the written word.
Thank you.
That's how it works on radio. Brendan's in Horsham, who loves his golf, I think. A beautiful golf course in Horsham. How are you, Brendan?
Yeah, it's recovered from the fires,
Beautiful.
So everyone come on up. I've got two. One that really went from the top. Ian Baker Finch, who won a major and then could hardly get into the third round. And in my memory, I think Stuart Lowe probably didn't have the yips, but he wasn't a very good kick at goal to start with. And in the end, he just never missed as well.
Who was the second one? Who was the second one, Brendan?
Stuart Lowe.
Oh, Stuart Lowe. Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. No,
and he really improved. But Baker Finch went from top of the world.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. No, Finch.
One that was unfortunate. You hate seeing it, don't you?
Yeah, no, you do. You do.
Sure. He came through on the text. Baker Finch.
He hit fades and then thought he was not hitting the ball far enough, so he tried to hit a draw. Tried to teach himself how to hit a draw, and that went pear shaped. So I thought I'll just go back to hitting, and then he couldn't find the old swing. So he couldn't hit a fairway. He's hitting one left 1 minute. The next drive he's hitting right. So he had no idea where the ball's going off the team.
The twisties.
There you go. Bogdan's in Oakley. Give us your observations of this fascinating element of sport, Bogdan.
G'day, Bob. G'day, Hutto. How you going?
Hello, mate.
Good. It's not actually me. It's actually my mate, Cam from Mount Waverley. He played... He was playing in the SFL, and he actually had the marking yips.
Right, yep.
Yeah, I feel like this is going...
Okay, yeah.
It's getting ready. I haven't got a dump button here, Rod, so just... I
feel like I'll take the bait. I'll chomp down on the bait. Yeah, and then what happened, Bogdan?
Yeah, so he was playing 28th Division SFL, and they play with the bell in the ball in that division. And he got an ear.
No, it's enough of that, I reckon. Good on you, Bogdan.
Piss off!
And Bogdan's having a bit of a laugh at somebody else's expense there, and I don't know whether it's all that worthwhile, to be honest. Sean's in Diamond Creek.
I didn't feel like I was going to laugh.
No, you give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes, and more often than not when you... More often... Well, that's right. Okay. This is the elephant in the room. All right, on Toby. Right, so good or bad radio? Magnificent radio.
Hall of Fame.
Magnificent radio, Toby.
That's what we should be getting an OAM.
Right. Sean's in Diamond Creek. Welcome to the show, Sean.
Yeah, hi, boys. Yeah, I've got a golf one, but just for that diver, mate, he's just got to stick to the silly salmon, I reckon. That's the easy one to go.
Thank you. Yep.
On a being a guy.
Oh, no. Sean, start again. We just dropped after you did the silly salmon gag. We lost the next part of what you were going to say. Gotcha. Can you hear us, mate? Oh, Jesus. Sean, can you?
Got the yips. He's
Sean,
got the audio.
His phone's got the yips. Sean, can you? Yes, we're here too, mate. Can you tell us your story?
The old shanks. I've shanked the pitch and wedge up to a 3-iron. I don't know if you've had the shank at golf, but they're very hard to get. I don't know if Bob knows anything about them, but you're not supposed to say the word because next time you play, it happens. But the shanks.
The only shanks he knows about, he puts them on a slow burner, and that's it.
Slow cook them.
That's it. Nathan's in
Red wine jus.
The shanks in golf are bad juju.
Yeah, no.
Bad juju.
Whether you cook them quick or slow.
Oh, nothing for my sizzle. You do Jew, I do juju. Sizzle.
Don't double the sizzle.
Juju.
Add a bit of
bad juju. Nathan's in Western Australia. What do you got for us, Nath?
Hey, fellas. I played cricket for the best part of 15 years. Bit of a medium-fast bowler. Could put it on a dime, and then one year all of a sudden started hitting the keeper on the full, hit myself in the foot, and pretty much just never got it back. Had to retire from cricket.
And so what do you reckon happened? Have you ever, in all these years later, have you kind of come to some sort of resolution as to what happened?
Mate, the only thing I can put it down to is I had a kid and I put on about 5 kilos. So I reckon that it might have had something to do with it somehow.
It might have been the aerodynamics of the Nathan in Western Australia's chassis that once allowed him to do that he could no longer.
It wasn't apples and apples.
Pete's on the road. Pete's on the road and wants to go right back to the very top of the show where we're having a harmless little conversation about wearing Ugg boots beyond the perimeter of your property. G'day, Pete.
Harmless, nothing. You were rough yesterday. I mean, we don't know if this is a gum boot, if this is the Ugg boot problem, because I recall from the previous part about Ugg boots, you wear them without socks. How do we know what you were carrying? And to wear them in the studio, you didn't take them off, did you, by any chance, and scare your fellow colleagues out of their boots?
God, did take them off that day. They're going to be warm in the studio. No, they're going to be warm in the studio upstairs. Pickers likes it nice and toasty up there, so I think I did take them off.
In front of Pickers and Waitley.
Yeah, my toenails are not good.
Oh.
Why do you start? You're going to run a marathon for the first time this year.
I am.
You wait till you see what it does to your toenails.
Well, they're not in great shape anyway.
Well,
18 years of footy hasn't been kind to the
toes. It's probably so the black toenail drop off. All that sort of stuff.
Yeah. No songs for me.
Yeah, yours are probably pretty banged up.
Off your lunch.
Hopefully you're not having something to eat. Julio's got a massive... Well, I know you did a little sort of take it or leave it yesterday, but we're going to do more of that later on today. There's Thursday testimonial, of course. Shane Kelly's going to be the subject of our testimonial today. Now, it might just be a reflection piece from you and I, but we might take that on another slightly morose journey.
We'll lighten things up after that, but it's a career that's worth looking beyond the obvious.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Lower Templestowe on High Street at Manningham Road, so take care if in the area. A crash in Tullamarine on Melrose Drive at Sharps Road. Multiple lanes are closed in all directions. Checking the freeways to Westgate, pretty heavy outbound over the bridge to the Ring Road Princes Freeway and the Ring Road Altona bound. Pretty slow from Boundary Road to the Princes Freeway as well. Get your first month free and no locking contract with Dodo Internet. Switch at 13Dodo or dodo.com by August 31. New customers only, $60 fee for modem applies. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Bensley, live Monday to Thursday from 8 on 1593 SEN Track.
Planning for a road trip? Before you go anywhere, think safe and visit Tyre Power. Best buys on big brand sale on now.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville, Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog.
Don't just get a forklift. When you need a forklift, don't just get a forklift. Get a Toyota forklift. Get the world's #1 forklift brand. Get legendary Toyota reliability. Get world-leading safety. And get it from toyotamaterialhandling.com.au. Get the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For sales, service and hire, get a Toyota Forklift.
When it comes to the big moments,
The first grand final golden point. Thurston, he hits it.
despite all that has happened before,
Massive. Sheed from the boundary.
the most important part is not the end,
It's Weeks in front. Jubador's coming at her.
it's the start. Take a sec before you bet. Set a deposit limit with Sportsbet or whoever you punt with to help you gamble responsibly.
Bob, if you don't mind, tell us, did you get down on one knee when you proposed to your lovely bride?
I sure did, Andy, because I'm a traditionalist, and I think that's the most respectful thing you can possibly do. And if anyone doesn't get down on one knee, I don't respect it.
For anyone thinking of popping the question, go and see Australian Diamond Company. It's in the city. George and his team at Australian Diamond Company make the process easy, not daunting.
ADC help you choose and design an engagement ring that fits within your budget.
Australian Diamond Company. Schedule a free appointment at adc.com.au.
Did you know every day in Australia, thousands live without essential clothing like clean socks and underwear? Well, Underworks, together with Food Bank, are working to solve that problem one pair at a time. And you can help. Post your silly sock pic this July with the hashtag #IGiveASock, and Underworks will donate a pair of socks or underwear to an Aussie in need. How good is that? So get on the socials and help us reach 20,000 pairs this year.
Here's a friendly reminder from SEN and Bendix Brakes. School zone hours are now in effect. Put your foot down with confidence in school zones with Bendix Brakes, the market-leading brake pads to match your driving style. Learn more at bendix.com.au.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Want to get off the bench and into the property game? With a Liberty Low Deposit Home Loan, you could get started with just a 5% deposit. So why not kick your home or investment goals with a free thinking loan from Liberty? Liberty, official partner of the Essendon Football Club. Visit liberty.com.au today. That's liberty.com.au. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
As you cheer your team in AFL footy, it's time to call 1300 Hang My TV, or you can book online.
Hang My TV, that's what we do.
On your marks, get set, bet.
With the All-Australian Top Sport team. Join Top Sport's Sporting Frenzy, where there's something for everyone. Whether you're into athletics, swimming, basketball, or want to try your hand at badminton, volleyball, or even handball, just download the app today and bet your way. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Book your next BMW service online and save at the all-new Berwick BMW.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. 4 million COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered in Australia so far this month. Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt says the rollout is continuing to reach new milestones.
For the first time, we have passed the 200,000 vaccination mark in a single day. We've had over 201,400 vaccinations. That's an extraordinary achievement by our doctors and our nurses, by the Australian public for coming forward.
It comes after New South Wales health authorities announced 2 more people have died from COVID-19 in the state, bringing the death toll from the Delta outbreak to 13. 239 new local cases were recorded today, with Premier Gladys Berejiklian saying she expects the outbreak to continue to worsen before it improves. New South Wales Police have now formally requested support from the Australian Defence Force to enforce COVID-19 restrictions in the state. And in other news, a terminally ill Western Australian has become the first person to use the state's voluntary assisted dying laws, which passed in 2019. SEN.com.au sport up next.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Several members of Australia's track and field team in Tokyo are in isolation after US pole vaulter Sam Kendricks tested positive to COVID-19, forcing his withdrawal from the Olympics. All athletes identified as close contacts are being tested and will expect to receive their results in about 6 hours. Track and field competition gets underway in Tokyo tomorrow morning. In some better Olympics news, Australia's swimmers have won more medals today, with gold to Zach Stubblety-Cook in the men's 200-metre breaststroke, silver to Kyle Chalmers in the 100-metre freestyle, and bronze to the women's 4x200-metre freestyle relay team. Back home in AFL, Gold Coast small forward Isaac Rankin has been sent to the reserves this weekend, with coach Stuart Dew saying he hopes it will help him regain form and confidence.
Switch to Power Shop and get $200 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to new Victorian customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Tullamarine on Melrose Drive at Sharps Road. Most lanes are blocked in all directions as a result. A crash in Nuttawading on Springvale Road northbound before the Eastern Freeway has the right-hand lane blocked. Crash for Preston 2 on Bell Street between High Street and St George's Road. And the Westgate Freeway, very heavy outbound over the bridge at the moment to the Ring Road Princess Freeway. Switch to Power Shop and get $200 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to new Victorian customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing now at 1593 SEN Track.
Planning for a road trip? Before you go anywhere, think safe and visit Tyre Power. Best buys on big brand sale on now. At APCO Cafe 24/7, it's the people that make our award-winning barista-made coffee special.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, a top of 17. Partly cloudy with a shower or two developing tomorrow, a top of 15. And the Olympic action continues tonight in the pool. Listen live on SEN or the SEN app.
Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Master Builders Victoria. Membership provides free industrial relations support. Join today from just $1.40 a day.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
That means Julio is here. We take it or leave it as your head just goes into this sort of wobbly kind of meltdown whenever you hear that.
Punk rock,
It's
baby.
great. Hello there. Thanks for filling in yesterday.
Great to have you back, Andy.
Did a magnificent job. Too good a job, according to people off the text.
That's just cool by my friend.
Thank you. Before we get into it,
just a few temper texts around the yips and twisties. Graham Hick, English batsman apparently, had the yips.
Did he?
Ball toss in tennis, Sharapova was a victim.
Yep.
Ben Simmons says hello. That one did come through thick and fast. Lindsay Thomas having the goal-kicking yips early in his career, but rectifying it a year later, says Michael in Cranbourne. This one's interesting. Mackie Sasser, the baseball catcher, developed a psychology problem where he couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. Ball just wouldn't leave his hand. And there may be a documentary.
Right?
There may be a documentary on that.
Wow.
That's what came through as well.
Wow.
Martin Palamo missed 3 penalties in the same game for Argentina.
Yeah, right. And that was the start of it.
Yeah.
Or he just had it for the one day.
Wouldn't you hook him after he missed the second?
Yeah, that's right.
Doesn't
Don't
elaborate.
Yep.
Shatak was yips, ended his career.
Wouldn't leave the gates.
Horse yips. They're called hips.
Yep. Yes.
Kevin Na, the golfer, I believe had a problem where he couldn't swing his club, would stand on the tee and couldn't get his body to start the swing.
Well, I've heard of this.
Would just freeze and stand there over the ball, says Anthony.
Well, I've heard this. I've heard of this at the club level. When I was a junior, where the old man was a member, there's a bloke called Perry who was an artist, so thought with the other side of his brain, but magnificent player, they reckon, but never played with anyone else because he couldn't swing the club in front of another person. And then one Saturday morning, they've turned up and they've seen his name on the start list in the first group to go out, and we've gone, oh, Perry's playing. Yeah. And so there's probably the first 4 or 5 groups of the day have all gathered, having a putt or whatever, and he steps up to the first tee, old Perry, stands there. I'm going to act it out for the boys in the studio here.
He's over.
Took the club back, to the top of his swing.
Yeah.
Couldn't take it down.
A Barkley.
And
Had a Charles Barkley.
Couldn't release. And they had to come and get him. Come on, mate. You'll be right. He's
like catatonic.
He stood there for like 20 seconds without moving over the ball with the club at the top of his backswing.
Are you serious?
And this is the story that I've been told. This is a long time ago. It's in the early 80s, I reckon. And a couple of the boys who were waiting to play had to go and grab him and say, come on, mate, you'll be right. And usher him.
Wow.
And they reckon he basically stayed in that position as he shuffled off the first tee and was never seen again.
Did they let the group behind play through?
Well, he didn't have to play through.
Position?
No, well, it only took 20 seconds, Julian.
Dramatic pause. Oh, and the last temper text.
Pretty good story, that, isn't it?
Just
amazing.
How did I act it out?
Pretty good, yeah.
Okay.
Still reading temper texts out.
Sorry,
Andy.
mate.
The last one was Ray Finkel from the Miami Dolphins, of course.
I mean, it's clear to me that it was a good hole. Finkel just booted it.
Thank you very much.
The laces were in! They were in!
The laces were in.
Poor old.
Try it sometime. Next time we go for a kick of the footy, the Aussie rules, like the Sharon, kick it with the laces in, see how you feel. No, just have a go.
Andrew.
Is there a player that used to do that?
Stephen Credier.
Out of bounds, on the ball.
At the Bulldogs was trying to convince a few teammates.
I reckon there was a forward that used to do it. I can't remember who it was.
I
Which
reckon.
would be bizarre.
Yeah. No, have a go. Just see what you think. Toy with it.
I can't stop thinking about your mate Perry.
He was not my mate. He was an older bloke. I was only a kid.
Catatonic.
Standing over the ball. Top of his backswing. Come on, mate.
Sure it wasn't a stroke?
He didn't make a stroke. That was the problem.
Hey,
Golf.
very
that's right.
good.
Thank you. You got to swing the club to. So no shots were taken at all. Take it or leave it, Julio, and a sports update.
Yeah,
they're all rolled in one.
They are. We'll do a little Olympic update first.
Oh, well, so there's go on.
Yeah, our friends at Monarch Painting.
The leaders in paint accessories
Absolutely.
do the job right.
A bit of shooting going on at the moment.
Yes.
We've got a couple of medal chances here. Letitia Scanlon is going very nicely, right in the mix. Denny Smith a little bit further behind, but a good chance here for a medal. The golf,
Yes.
round one,
Yes.
all done. Straka.
Seb.
He's
Seb
minus
Straka.
8. There's 3 players at minus 6, including Peters from the mighty Belgium.
Correct.
Leishman 1 under. Cam Smith was even last time I checked after about 14 holes.
So play's been suspended. There's a bit of dangerous
Bit of
weather
weather.
in the area. So, yeah, that's where we're at with that.
And just
Any of the golfers hovering over their tee shots for
I haven't seen any
a long
Perry
time?
type action from the golfers, thank God, at this level. Hey, just a bit of footy news as well for our friends at Coolabah Turf. Steve Coniglio might miss the rest of the season. So as well as having the ankle syndesmosis repaired, he basically had his big toe reconstructed. He had a problem with his big toe, and that's flared again. So he played a couple of games lower level, played one in the seniors. He's pulled up sore, and Leon Cameron said today there is a chance he might not get back.
Yeah, is there a take it or leave it there somewhere with Stephen Coniglio a bit later on?
Possibly.
Is there an impromptu take it or leave it as he played his last game for the Greater Western Sydney Giants?
Who's going to take his contract on?
I don't know.
Bloke's got a sore toe and you're shipping him off. Bit
It's just
spirited.
he's just been so unsettled. Doesn't it feel like he's been unsettled at the
Just had a
Giants?
bad run of injuries the last 18 months.
But even when he wasn't, I don't know. It just feels.
What are you talking about?
There was contract issues, and there's been speculation about Coniglio.
He was a highly touted, free agent. I mean, that's hardly...
That's right. Yeah, that's all. It just doesn't feel...
That's us. That's not him.
Well, it might have been him. How would you know? There might have been also... You've seen it now. This
He
caper
signed
works.
a 7-year deal, so...
Yeah, well, so
Things
was
are
Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly's got a trigger for that, and we're still talking about
That's
him.
different. Two with the trigger for... That's a different thing.
Okay, righto.
Different kettle of fish altogether.
Righto, no worries. All right.
Well, can't wait for take it or leave it.
Oh, I tell you. Well, and just
Box
quickly,
on.
the Magpies are going to rotate their captaincy for the rest of the year because Pendles is gone for the year, starting with Steele Sidebottom this week.
Okay,
and then
good
Taylor
on.
Adams and Jeremy Howe actually will play his first game. for a long
Rotating
time.
it.
Yeah. Just to...
Okay.
Will he be captain next
Dress
year?
rehearsal?
That's almost a take it or leave it.
Do you want to keep that or go with it now?
Let's go with it now. Take it or leave it. Scott Pendlebury will hand over the Collingwood captaincy next year.
I could...
I'll take that as a possibility.
As a pretty...
Who
fair
gets
chance
it?
that could happen?
I think Taylor Adams would be the favourite to get it.
Who gets it?
Darcy Moore.
Righto.
Who gets it, Andy?
No.
Probably need to coach first.
That's true too. Either of those two blokes, they're in the mix.
This off the back of Sammy Edmonds' story, I think it was this morning or late yesterday. So he's saying Braden Maynard's got a year to go, but he won't extend his contract till he knows who the coach is. How common would that, when there's a bit of board instability and you don't know who the coach is, does that affect players in terms of signing very often? Would that make them pause?
Board instability less so. But a coach, that doesn't sort of shock me that he might just want to wait and see what's happening.
It'd be quite the story though if they appoint the next coach and he says, that's it, I'm not re-signing.
Maynard turns his back on Free. Okay, well.
Maynard doesn't like Ross Lyon.
Maynard turns his back on Adam Kingsley.
That's right. That's interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah.
Yep. I'll put a bit of audio here. This is Ross Lyon talking about your man, Charlie Curnow, on Footy Classified last night.
I don't understand it. I can't fathom it. He's missed 2 years of football, significant patella kneecap issues. You can only go off the information. He's played 2 reserve scratch matches, not even legitimate 18v18 club. They're unlikely or can't make the finals. I could understand if it was 4 and he's ticked them off, but 2, sometimes you've got to save the player from himself. So he was walking in the week before, so it tells you he's not realistic. Their conditioner and doctor know better than me and the coach, but I tell you, they want to be sure the risk is worth the reward here.
Take it or leave it. Carlton shouldn't play Charlie Curnow this week.
No, I'll leave it. I'll leave it with fingers and toes crossed.
All of that. I'll leave it because he wants to play. He's desperate to play, and he's a player and a competitor, and he feels he's been ready for, seemingly, based on what we're hearing from Carlton, he feels like he's been ready to play for a couple of weeks. And they've probably been conservative with him anyway. So they're not rushing him back.
And he's every chance, if he's going to hurt himself, he would hurt it in this VFL scratch match as much as the AFL, surely.
Well,
there's no added risk by playing senior football this week.
Well, surely, Bob, the only thing I'd say to that, Julio, is that he will go harder.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go harder on Friday night playing St Kilda in front of a television audience than he would playing a VFL scratch match in front of 2 men and a dog. Because you just will.
Yeah, you will. But that's not going to flare up a stress-related injury.
No, but it might make him jump a bit higher, and it might make him, anything.
Hit a bit harder.
Yeah.
Do you fear? Fear is probably not the right word, but do you think he'll be a different player?
I find it hard to believe he won't be, given what he was and what's happened.
Matter of degrees, I suppose.
Yeah,
won't it,
yeah. So there's fears. There's all sorts of concerns and fears around Charlie Curnow now. Like, can he? Will he? What's he going to be? Will he stand up? Will it? All the questions that everybody has.
Do you know, last week, so his brother Ed plays his 200th, and he talked about how he didn't like massage and physio, but his simple philosophy was getting out on the track. Even when he saw get out there, I think there is something in that. It's just a hunch of mine, but so if you just put Charlie Curnow out for it, that's a whole heap of time he just hasn't played.
Yeah.
So the rhythm of his body, the routine of his body isn't play, recover, train, play. It's a different rhythm. So I think just be careful about resting too much. If you're back to play, he needs to get his body back in that rhythm of play, recover, train.
So you a bit with Ross Lyon then, are you? Did he give him 4 weeks of that routine and rhythm before you?
Well, that's for them. That's
but is that the broad stroke on this one?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think any Carlton supporter, in fact, hopefully people who love footy like watching Charlie Curnow play. So I think we'll all tune in on Friday night and we'll be thinking, please, when you really go, please get through it. Because he's good for you. I mean, he's
great for the game.
Good for the game.
Very exciting.
Yeah, he is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it. So Isaac Rankin's been dropped this week.
Yep.
Him playing so well in his first game was the worst thing he could have done.
It's a very interesting year.
It set expectations externally pretty high, so
I'll take that.
I can see where you were coming from.
Where's his career at?
So the thing about the way he played in that first game too, it was sizzle. It was all razzle-dazzle. It was all the mercurial bob up, kick the goal around the body, trickery, all that stuff, right, which is what drew everybody's attention to him when he was an underage player. So maybe it convinced in his mind early, well, I'll just keep doing this. This works. But it's tougher at that level than at any other level to get away with doing that stuff for a career.
From a distance, he doesn't look like he does the simple things.
No.
The old can do the extraordinary, but not enough of the ordinary.
Yeah, it doesn't seem.
I think that's from a distance. That feels like a pretty fair cop, I reckon. So what was the take of the? So I'll take that proposition that all the razzle dazzle came a bit too easily and a bit too quickly to him.
It's a path well worn, though, isn't it? We've seen that.
Correct.
Like player bursts on, then the reality kicks in. Small forward, poor team.
So when Kyle Reamer's
still
worst thing he ever did.
That's true.
Steep learning curve. Steep learning curve.
Kyle Reamer's Isaac Rankin, No,
it's unfair on Kyle. I agree.
Okay. Right.
Take it or leave it. And this is their draw. Gold Coast away, West Coast away, Crows MCG, Geelong, Kardinia Park. Melbourne, who are currently third, 6 points ahead of Brisbane Lions in fifth, will miss the top four.
Let's go through the draw again.
Gold Coast away.
Yep.
West Coast in Perth.
Lost.
After a week of quarantine.
Yep.
Crows at the G. Geelong at Geelong.
I've been a D's believer, so will I leave it? I think they'll finish top four.
Okay.
It's touch and go.
Tight.
I'm taking it as a proposition, a worthwhile proposition in take it or leave it. I'd be so
for that.
No, but I'd be. But I'm going to leave it because
segment,
I'm going to. It's a very good question, is what I'm saying. But I'm going to leave it because.
Are you a believer or not?
I'm still waiting.
Believer.
Just as they're about to convince us, those who they have hit this little wall, and the same doubts some of the same doubts have come back.
Well, we've been talking about their forward line
twisties,
and they haven't been scoring. They're going at 37% accuracy in the last 6 weeks.
That doesn't
the worst in the competition.
That was a problem they had.
They're getting the chances to.
They've had that issue in the past.
Yep.
It's hard to believe, given how prominent they were up until 3 or 4 weeks ago, that they wouldn't on top of the ladder. So it's hard to believe they won't finish top four. So I'll leave it.
Yep, okay. One more.
After all that. That's a great thing about taking a leave it. He does this stuff on live on air.
I know.
And we've got to think about it live. It's not easy, folks.
That was a big arc, though.
Well,
that was the Queen Mary.
Well, you sort of pros and cons in your own brain.
No, I liked it. I liked it.
Thank
Good
you.
content.
Thank you.
It's all about content. Take it or leave it. Kyle Chalmers, get rid of the goggles, get the footy boots on. Gold medal, silver medal, 23.
He's 6'4". He's a powerhouse. And he was a gun footballer. He was a gun footballer as a teenager.
Achieved a lot in swimming.
No, Port Adelaide wanted him to play footy. They wanted to father-son him. I'm sure that's on the record.
Yeah, that's true.
I think what did you say? He's 23.
23.
So only 3 years to the next Olympics.
That's the thing.
One more in him.
Ooh. So there's a few other things. There's World Championships and Com Games as well. So it's not just 3 years. Don't look at me like that. It's not just 3 years until the Olympics. So you don't rate World Championships and Commonwealth Games.
It's a fair drop from the Olympics.
Well, it's like... Well, of course it is.
In his sphere.
No, I think World Championships...
He's won the gold and then won the silver.
Don't forget the World Short Course.
Pan Packs.
Goodwill Games.
Pan Packs still a thing?
I don't know.
Still love saying
But he can't... It's now or never, isn't it, for footy?
Yeah, that's right.
26.
Yeah.
Too late.
No,
he's got his gold medal.
If he's as good as what Ray thought he was as a teenager.
I'm just saying that Port Adelaide, that was a long time. I'm leaving it because the only thing that makes me think it might happen is that
different off air.
The oldest bloke in the final today
is 24.
Thank you. So maybe he'll be 26 by the time he gets to Paris.
27.
26 or 27, depending on his birth date and when the Olympics are on. Right. I want to take it, but I'm going to leave it. What have you said, Jaws man over there, old hooper? What have you said?
He's getting a bit up at him. I think I'm leaving it.
I think you're leaving.
Why? Are you giving some reason?
Because the Olympics are only 3 years and you want to have another crack at it.
Okay.
I think it'll keep a few Olympians.
Yeah.
Older ones.
Mentally, fantastic.
Yeah. You'd think so, wouldn't it?
Makes sense. It makes sense.
Don't crack the sads.
I'm not.
Well, as you pointed out before, Bob, it's 25% less time between
It
Olympics.
is. One out of
You've
4.
always been good at percentages. Percentages is your go. Well done, Julio. Good work from you. Sports update, take it or leave it. All thanks to Coolabah Turf, Victoria's premier supplier of water smart instant lawn that you can lay all year round. There's a few bits and pieces there that feel free to have your say. Melbourne, are they in trouble hanging on to the top 4?
Hashtag, are you a D lever?
Or are you a... I think it's something else to match that.
Sizzle.
Charlie Curnow, are you worried?
Curnow or Cur, yes.
And Kyle Chalmers, pool or pill?
Oh,
there you go.
Jeez.
No, the pill, a.k.a. the sherry.
No, I like
not anything else that gets you into trouble.
Sizzle's airborne.
In the Olympic Games.
Everyone's getting in on it. Thanks, Ryder.
Moving home or office? Contact Storage King. No locking contracts plus a huge range of boxes and packing materials. Search Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
Good afternoon. There's been a crash in Tullamarine on Melrose Drive at Sharps Road. Most lanes are blocked in all directions due to that one. A crash in Nunawading as well on Springvale Road. Northbound before the Eastern Freeway, the right-hand lane is blocked. And the Westgate Freeway, very heavy at the moment, heading outbound over the bridge. And it's slow right up until the Ring Road Princes Merge. Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Track. You can now find it at 1593 AM.
Here's a free kick that always gets paid. Get into Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check. Get the power of expert advice at Tyre Power.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville, Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog.
Not all traffic is bad, especially web traffic. If yours is at a standstill, let Supple help. We're a Google partner agency offering SEO and Facebook marketing. To get more traffic, leads and customers, Google Supple. That's SUPPLE.
One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer.
One classic lager. One standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on. At BWS and Dan Murphy's.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how, just start. Sporting dreams start at Rebel with the biggest range and the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. Rebel. Dreams start here.
When you're a tradie, time is money. And that makes it time to head to Robot Building Supplies because Robot's got it. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more at the lowest prices. Like Corrie Roof Sheeting Zinc in stock at $11.55 per metre. Colour also available, custom cut. Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
If your relationship has survived and thrived during ISO, then it's clear. It's time to say, I so want to marry you. Australian Diamond Company is open and taking bookings for one-on-one consultation. Get it done, lads.
Bookings at adc.com.au.
Berwick BMW offers convenient mobility options for your next service. This includes subsidised Uber service, complimentary BMW loan vehicles, contactless pickup and delivery. Book online and save at the all-new Berwick BMW. BerwickBMW.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sports same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Introducing Furphy Crisp Lager. Easy drinking, full strength, unbelievable. Here's the Furphy unbelievable moments from last weekend's round of footy.
Stevenson clears the way. Anderson gathers the footy. Gave to Zerha against the behind post. Opens it up. Gets the snap away. And through for the goal. North Melbourne end to end on the back of one aggressive kick out of the back pocket.
Yeah, I thought the Smith goal was, I mean, that's probably the highlight from the game.
Devon Smith with the right foot snap and to get the journey, it rolls home.
Mummy snap goal. That was beautiful. The dead Smith.
Back to Mummy. No way, Mummy. He's everywhere. You know what happens when Mummy plays? The Giants raise a notch. Wow, it's unbelievable for Murphy.
Embrace your unbelievable this weekend with the easy drinking, full strength beer from Furphy. Furphy Crisp Lager. Brewed for ultimate refreshment. Unbelievable. Drink responsibly.
Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Master Builders Victoria. Membership provides free industrial relations support. Join today from just $1.40 a day.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Andy Marr.
We'll find out what's going on up in the snow in a moment. I think it's been pretty good. What are the old tempers telling us, Roberto?
Well, this one just came through for a suggestion, bit of sizzle. D. Nyer. Can't handle high pressure, can't score. About the Demons.
Yeah, they've sort of been throttled back, haven't they, by inability to kick straight and probably a bit of opposition stuff. And
I'm holding the line.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I've had a look. I think they hold their ground top four. I don't think they're going to lose that. I think they're too entrenched there now. So, and they've been good enough this year to even if you're a partial believer, you've still got to have them as one of the top 3 or 4 contenders this year. It'd be an extraordinary fall from grace if they'd fallen that far. Robert Vatterglue, thanks to Charlie Battisti & Co, Melbourne's most trusted repairer of German prestige cars. Everybody knows now they can drive beyond the 5Ks. You can go as far as you like in Victoria, which encourages people to head back to the snow, make your bookings, do all the rest of it. And if his social media account, if his Instagram account's anything to go by, it's going pretty nicely up there. Rob, tell us how good it is up there, mate.
Great to be with you, gents. I'm just sitting here looking over Burke Street, and it's so exciting to see lifts turning and skiers moving around the mountain again. It's fantastic.
So was it a matter of as soon as the restrictions lifted on Tuesday night, was Wednesday a different day up there?
It was. It was different for a few reasons, actually. We had wind hold, we had lightning hold, and we did have some lifts turning at different times through the day, but it was a really tricky one, to be honest. It wasn't a great weather day up here.
How much snow have you got, Rob? Has that been a bit of a dump?
Bob, we got about 1.20 metre over about a 4 to 5 day period. So it was pretty awesome. And the really exciting news really was the fact that it stayed cold. Typically on our mountain, it warms up pretty quickly after a snowfall. But in this instance, it kept snowing each day. We're getting 20, 30 centimetres each day, and the temperatures were staying around that -2, -3 degrees, which is ideal. The snow stays really dry and light.
That's your front and backyard up there, Rob. When nobody else is allowed up there, but that's where you're living, so you can still go out and exercise for the allowable limits throughout the day.
Carve it up.
What's it like when you've got the joint to yourself?
It's weird, to be honest. It was really weird. It was like Sunday, the skiing was fantastic, but the place was an absolute ghost town. It was completely deserted. And of course, Andy, you only see the good stuff. You don't see the hard yards, because every turn we did, we had to walk back up. And so, typically a big morning might be 4 runs and maybe 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and then probably need a frothy and the couch.
So, of course, because the lifts aren't operating. That's right.
You're fit as a trout at the moment, Rob.
I did forget that.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
So,
but,
how long until the lifts are all back in operation, Rob? Are they close to full capacity at the moment?
So look, the with the snow we've now got, you can ski the whole of the mountain. All the terrain is available to ski. It's just going to take all the lift companies at all the resorts just a little bit of time to dig the lifts out, get all the parts moving again. And so hopefully come the weekend, I would say, they should have everything going. You know, at the moment, Buller's got 12 lifts, Hotham's got 5, Falls has got 8 going, which is good, and you can ski all the terrain, but you know, it'll be even better once all the lifts are turning, which will be very soon. The guys are working very hard.
Georgia Ski High is the place to go up there at Buller if you need to get some gear. Robert Vatterglue's the man telling us all about it. Mate, let's hope that, you know, for the rest of the season we get terrific weather conditions and we have no further interruptions, mate. We'll speak to you next week.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could just mention, in order to access our resorts, you need to get a COVID test 72 hours before arrival and be able to show, obviously, that you're negative. And book in advance, book online. It's the best way of doing it.
So really good advice. Don't fall foul of that first piece of advice. Don't get all the way up there and not have done that because you'd be a bit pissed. A bit annoyed. You'd be a bit annoyed if you did that.
A little disappointed.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. Disappointed.
Robust.
Good on you, Rob. Robert Vatterglue. Thanks to Charlie Battisti & Co. Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German cars. Get your repair process started today.
Visit berwickbmw.com.au and save on your next BMW service online.
Making SEN news this hour. 2 more people have died from COVID-19 in New South Wales, bringing the death toll from the state's Delta outbreak to 13. 239 new local cases were recorded today, a record daily increase for New South Wales since the start of the pandemic. Premier Gladys Berejiklian announced a further tightening of restrictions, with 8 council areas of concern now required to wear a mask at all times outside the home and not travel more than 5 kilometres away from home. There are a handful of new COVID exposure sites in Victoria as authorities continue to investigate a mystery case found yesterday. And 4 million COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered in Australia in July. SEN.com.au sport up next.
Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last.
Several members of Australia's athletics team are in isolation in Tokyo after being identified as close contacts of US pole vaulter Sam Kendricks, who has tested positive to COVID-19. Kendricks is now out of the Olympic Games.
Get your first month free and no lock-in contract with Dodo Internet. Switch at 13Dodo or dodo.com by August 31. New customers only. $60 fee for modem applies.
Breakfast with Gary Lyon and Tim Watson. Weekdays on SEN.
Time Leo, a better way to finance. TimeLIO.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, a top of 17. Partly cloudy with a shower or 2 developing tomorrow, a top of 15. And the Olympic action continues tonight in the pool. Listen live on SEN or the SEN app.
Thanks, April. Letitia Scanlon finished 4th in the trap final. Denny Smith finished 6th. So the Australian pair did a great job to get through to the final. But unfortunately for them, they don't leave with a medal for all of their hard work. Terrific Olympic experience for the pair of them, though. So the canoe final, Jess Fox, fastest qualifier, kicks off in about 20 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. She won't get her run. She'll be the last one now, like she was in the K1. She gets to look at the field before she gets to chase the previous best time, and hopefully it's a time that she betters.
Wish her all the best and just hope she tries her hardest.
Okay. Alessandro Perilli.
No expectations.
Have fun. You've learnt. I like it. Alessandro Perilli from San Marino finished 3rd. You know what's significant about that?
Dan Marino?
No relation. And the country wasn't named after Dan Marino that she was representing. It's the first ever Olympic medal for San Marino.
Is that right?
Well, apparently.
Wow.
Do you know of any others that they've won?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
No.
Do you know what the San Marino flag looks like?
Is it a dolphin? Dan Marino played for the Miami Dolphins.
Same
as Ray Finkel.
There you go. Who kicked the ball with the laces in.
Turned out to be Einhorn.
Yeah, there you go. So we were kicking around this pretty morose, pretty morbid, but we're as much, as footy fans, we're as much glass half full as we are half empty, I reckon. Whenever we find ourselves looking for the sunshine, we can feel the rain.
Yeah,
just as easily. So Julio asked the
If
question.
you want the rainbow, you've got to put up with the rain.
Well, there you go.
I've been strong on
And it's the dawn is always at its darkest before the dawn.
Jeez. Oh, boy.
You know that one.
Oh, boy.
Shakespeare said, right?
You know the one I mean.
Yep, the night is darkest right before the dawn.
Something like that, yeah.
No, it is that.
It is that, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, you had second shot at it, so, if you'd have gone first with it straight off the top of it.
I got the line of the putt, is that what you're saying?
You would have been in all sorts of trouble too. So he asked the question about Charlie Curnow and, should he and is it too soon and all the rest of it. Ross Lyon expressing some concerns on classified last night. Suspect Carlton knows what it's doing. Suspect Charlie knows what it's doing. What's the worst thing? So here it is. This is glass half empty stuff. What's the worst thing that could happen to your team between now and the end of the season?
Other than just your best player injured?
If it is that, then that's what it is. But it'd be more if it's if you can be a bit more creative than that would be good. Because it is, I think it is that at Carlton.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie re-injures.
Is this the most nervous you've been for an individual Carlton player on the eve of a game?
Without having thought about it, yeah, I reckon it is. Because he's more than just a player.
He's throw the San Marino stuff at me without notice.
He's more than just...
One back at you,
He's more than just a good player. He's more than that at Carlton. He's...
Unpack that for me a bit.
Well,
let's dig into that.
He carries hope. He carries hope of a brighter future for
hope.
Well, he does. It's never about one man in footy or one woman for that matter.
Are you looking off to the middle distance while you say this?
I am a little bit. I'm looking at the BMX races, which is pretty good.
You're getting misty.
I think he is that important. The prospect of what he was going to be was that significant. Clubs need great champions, and he was heading in that direction. And now we're wondering what lies next. So if he was, my fear is that if he falls over again, it's not just a wound that Charlie Curnow's knee has to carry. I think it might do something. Might do something to the psyche of the Carlton Footy Club. Is that going a bit too far?
Sounds like Shawshank Redemption.
Is it going too far? Because
hope's a dangerous thing.
Is it going to? Well, there you go. Is it going too far?
I know what you mean. It's quite a... I feel like a piece of the Andy Marr puzzle just slotted into place for me. It's a bit more depth than I thought.
I've got it. Don't worry about that. So what is it for you? If it's Charlie Curnow Carlton and that horrible prospect, then let's hope it doesn't happen. Of course, let's hope it doesn't happen. What's the worst thing that can happen to your footy team, your footy club, between now and the end of the season? 1300 736 736. Send through your temper text 0433 98 11 16. Jess is going to go down at about 5:28, so we'll take that live when she's at the top of her run. We're here for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Master Builders of Victoria. Get free legal support. Become a Master Builders Victoria member. Join today for just $1.40 a day.
Four Pines Brewing Co. The official beer of Drive with Bob and Andy.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville, Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog. Off the bench with Hutchie and Pickers for Macca's and Tyre Power.
My wife is a champion at hearing you open a sly can before going home. Oh, yeah. You know when you're at a party and she's ready to go and next thing... she looks around, you'll have another one, eh? How many blokes are in that position? With a can. She can't tell how much you got, but if she hears that familiar, you are in real trouble.
Off the bench, Saturday morning on SEN.
Not all traffic is bad, especially web traffic. If yours is at a standstill, let Supple help. We're a Google partner agency offering SEO and Facebook marketing. To get more traffic, leads and customers, Google Supple. That's SUPPLE.
This is the Bet365 Odds Drift Protector. For example, if you place a fixed win bet before the race at a price of $2.50 and the price drifts to $4 at the jump, Bet365 will give you the bigger price. Every race, every day. We're the world's favourite betting company for many reasons. Horse racing is just one of them.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue, call 1-800-858-858.
One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer. One beer, more beer.
One classic lager. One standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on. At BWS and Dan Murphy's.
For decades, Lexus have pushed the boundaries of motor vehicle technology. With a focus on efficient yet exhilarating prestige vehicles, our aim is to provide our guests with the most memorable buying and ownership experience. Lexus of Brighton invite you to let our experienced professional team introduce you to the comprehensive range of Lexus vehicles, located conveniently on the Nepean Highway. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Running a trades business isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's full of spreadsheets and paperwork. That's why I use Fergus. It takes care of all my admin so I can focus on the things I'm actually good at. Plus, it's got a bunch of handy tools to help keep my business under control. You ripper.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Master Builders Victoria fights hard for the Victorian building and construction sector. As a member, you'll access free legal, contract, OH&S and industrial relations support and exclusive industry training opportunities. You'll shine at member-only events and industry award celebrations. Membership with Master Builders Victoria delivers, and it costs you from just $1.40 a day. Master Builders Victoria, can you afford not to be a member? Join today at mbav.com.au.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sports same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Whoever you bet with, take a sec before you bet and set a deposit limit from Sportsbet. Gamble responsibly. Robot Building Supplies, supplying quality building products at competitive prices for over 60 years. Are your team's building construction qualifications up to date? Train with the best. Master Builders Victoria.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Auntie Ma.
Remember, Red, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. I will be hoping that this letter finds you and finds you well. Your friend, Andy.
It's beautiful.
It's almost Andy for Andy.
I appreciate it.
Dufresne to Ma.
And we're clinging to it.
Don't forget what Red said, though.
Go on.
That hope is a dangerous thing.
That's right. He did say that.
Did.
And one was a dreamer.
Yeah.
But in the end, the dreamer was getting things done.
The hopeful man got the institutionalised man. You are actually both Andy and Red. You need to.
Now who's getting too deep?
You're on a journey, my friend.
Just getting way too deep.
Well, I've been reading the temper about worst case scenarios, and
oh no. It's the dark places that we go to as sports fans and footy fans in particular. We do. This is, and sometimes you just got to lift the lid on the jar. Just take the lid off the jar for 5 minutes so we can get it off our chest, then quickly put the lid back on and whack it back to the very deepest, darkest corner of the pantry and forget it's there.
Yeah.
Because it's not healthy. But sometimes we need to exercise the
we
demon.
hold on to it and it sort of festers.
That's right. It's better. Better to get it out of the system.
Exercise the demon.
Correct. So let's exercise a few demons before Jess Fox paddles for gold.
Okay.
We'll all be better for it.
Temper text.
Right. What's the worst thing that could happen to your footy team between now, or your club, between now and the end of the season? Give us your calls. Give me a couple of texts straight away.
Tempers. Cats lose Stephen Wells. Guy finds talent.
Okay, yep.
Buddy gets off on elbow charge prior to playing the Bombers, says Shifty. He's a bit flat about that. If Hawthorn wins another game, bring the number one pick.
Presuming that's from a Hawthorn supporter.
Yeah, I think that's a Hawk supporter that wants the pick.
Unless it's the potential number one pick who wants to go to Hawthorn and he's texted in.
Ooh.
There you go. Just check that number.
Draft tampering.
Might be a kid from Adelaide.
Ronnie in Heathmont. As an Essendon supporter, we've already had our worst thing. Thank you very much.
What was that? Ronnie. Go back a couple of years, Ronnie.
Again, Jordan, similar theme. It's already happened at Richmond. Dusty went down.
Righto, yep.
Reese from Geelong. Cats fan terrified of Jezza pinging his hammy again.
See, that's
Alex Keith, that's the hamstring key defender.
Roll the dice. Yep.
And Vince in Perth, worst thing for Freo. Fife does his shoulder, Walter does his hammy, Lob does his foot, Chera leaves the club. Oh, wait.
Tick. Right, yep. Well, the last one hasn't happened yet.
Oh, wait.
Right. Is he gone?
He's worried.
Is he gone, Chera?
No. Well,
you think he's gone?
Because
he got strong.
If you want me to take it or leave it.
Yeah, I want you to take it. Take it or leave it, yes.
I think he's gone.
Okay. Daniel's in Balaclava. Worst thing that could we won't do this for long because we'll be too freaked out by everything if we do it for term. We've got another pretty miserable thing we're going to talk about after 5 anyway. So
then we're going to
we'll cheer it up, yes.
With a cleanser to finish.
Joyman.
Yep, Joyman. Yeah,
those who have played footy with a smile on their face.
Yep. Brought joy, played with joy, expressed it.
Youthful joy, exuberance of youth.
You know it when you see it.
Yeah, they played with it.
More Dufresne hope than Reds. Yeah. Hope being dangerous.
Correct. All of that. We'll get to that before the show's done and dusted today. Daniel's in Balaclava. What's the worst thing that could happen to your footy club between now and the end of the year, Daniel?
So I'm a North man, and it's similar to the Hawks text, and we've had a good resurgence since the bye, but I think my worry is that we win another game and we don't get that first-round draft pick that we need. So it's been good for the past few weeks, but, cut it off. Let's change it up. Let's try and not win them so hard.
First or second, it's pretty good. Kid's going to be a pretty good player, isn't it?
Just win.
I think you got to win.
Just keep winning.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to
keep winning.
You don't want to win.
Keep winning.
3 of the last 4 and catapult yourself away from out of the first 3 or 4.
So how hard should you try, Andy? Give us an insight into how hard one should try.
It's an excellent point. No, I understand the point you're making, and it's a very good point.
Try and win. Andy's on
the road. Andy, what's the worst thing that happened to your footy team, mate?
Another piece of the puzzle.
I should know better by now, shouldn't I? Hello, mate.
Hello. I actually thought I was going to be first after the break. I actually thought that Andy was for me, that little intro. But now I'm really sad.
It can be for you. No, it can be for you. Yeah, it'll do.
Andy for all.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I would really be disappointed if both Curnow and Nakia Cockatoo didn't get a full game between now and the end of the season. Because, like Bob said before, you can have too much time off, and mentally and physically that doesn't work for you. But look, they might get a niggle after a couple AFL games, completely different level to training. So I just hope both of them get through, because they're only 24, both of them, and they're both different makers for their respective clubs.
Yep.
So just, fingers crossed both at least get a full game, and then whatever happens up there, at least they'll know mentally they can get through an AFL game for their pre-season.
Good on you, mate. Same page. I think we're all on the same page there. Josh is in Sunbury. Worst thing that can happen to your footy team between now and the end of the year, Josh?
Andy, being a Carlton supporter, a 21st century Carlton supporter, mate, being pessimistic is in the blood, but I'm worried 4 coaches in 11 years it could be, and I feel like tomorrow's got a bit of a Gold Coast 2011 feel about it. Worst thing is that we get hammered tomorrow and we go to another coach and we say see you later to David Teague.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. Tom Morris wrote at Fox Footy an opinion piece about this. Cowardly, he said it'd be if they sacked David Teague or they didn't continue with David Teague.
Yeah, interesting language.
Is it? Yeah, cowardly.
Yeah, I'm not sure
lacks courage if they don't persist with the guy they thought was the right one coming into the job off a terrible backdrop, like virtually a winless backdrop for, what was it, the better part of 2 seasons. They hardly won a game. So, interesting word. Interesting observation.
Yeah, it's probably not the one I would have gone for.
Yeah.
And the context of, how far back do you go in assessing the current situation?
There's no absolute. Yeah. I think there is. I think you need to take that on board. Absolutely, you do, and you need to measure that against, and you need to be realistic about where you thought you should be and where you thought you could be. All of that needs to be taken into account. Patrick's in Warburton. What's the worst thing, Paddy?
Gentlemen, I've got a couple that are sort of rolled into one. Hey, just quickly, I'm not sure you need to preface anything that News Corp publishes an opinion piece because I'm pretty sure they go hand in hand. But Geelong finishing on top of the ladder would be bad because nobody wins it from minor premier. And crowds coming back would also be bad because Geelong definitely won't get a home final then.
Right. Okay, well, there's a couple of layers to that.
Jono on the temper text says, worst thing for the Cats would be me, Bob Murphy, to declare them for the flag.
Well, we know how that works, yeah.
So I just read that. I haven't said that.
You're not declaring them for the flag.
I'm staying out of predictions for a little while.
Good.
So
you only need to do that. You only need to do that once for it to really put the slows on you doing it again. Particularly if you do it in a public space.
It's been a tough 36 hours for me.
They won't let you forget. They will keep you out of the prediction game for a long time, those people over there.
Learn your lesson, guys.
Daniels.
The bruises are fresh.
Let him off the hook, people. Stop texting. Daniel's in Ringwood. What do you got, Dan?
Good afternoon, boys. I just heard your Shawshank grab at the start of this clip, and it reminded me, as a St Kilda supporter, a lot of people don't know the true translation of the Latin motto, Fortis Quo Fidelis, and it translates to hope is a dangerous thing.
Okay. Well, I know that you've probably been in that club for a bit longer than I have, Daniel. But you've got a couple of Carlton supporters who have joined that club in recent years. Thanks for sharing it with us.
There's been a crash in Cranbourne on the South Gippsland Highway heading outbound after Thompson's Road. 2 lanes are blocked, just the right-hand lane remains open. There's big delays from Hallam Road. We've got reports of a crash as well on the Western Freeway outbound before Leaks Road at Rockbank. There's big delays back to the Deer Park bypass and a crash in Baronia as well on Albert Avenue near Miller Road. Don't miss the adventure of a lifetime with Disney's Jungle Cruise starring Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt in cinemas now and on Disney Plus with premiere access tomorrow night. Conditions apply. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
SEN Track, the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing live all day on the SEN app.
Tyre Power's Best Buys on Big Brand sale gets 3 votes. Falcon Tyres 25% off. Buy 3, get 1 free. tyrepower.com.au.
Greyhound Racing's Victorian Straight Track Championship at Hillsville Sunday the 1st, also on the Watchdog.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
My husband's a brilliant plumber,
But can he find the dishwasher when he's got a dirty plate? No. That's why I can't trust him to find the paperwork I need to do the admin to run our business. I trust Fergus, though. All that just goes straight into the app. It's so simple, even my husband can find his way around it.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Lexus have a proven and undisputed history in hybrid electric vehicles. A passion for performance and technology has cemented Lexus as one of the most dynamic vehicle manufacturers in the world. Today, the Lexus vision is simple: to create amazing experiences for our guests from the initial purchase and throughout the entire ownership. Lexus of Brighton invite you to let our experienced professional team introduce you to the comprehensive range of Lexus vehicles. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
At Australian Diamond Company, we believe diamonds make moments. Ethically sourced diamonds, quality craftsmanship, stunning design. Australian Diamond Company will take your proposal to the next level. Our team of specialists will work with you to find an engagement ring that's truly breathtaking. To start your journey with the Australian Diamond Company, visit adc.com.au and book your consultation today.
The Australian Diamond Company, engaging romance.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
In this week's edition of the AFL Record, we name our All-Australian team for 2021. There's rookies, regulars and a few surprises. Also, we honour West Coast Premiership captain Shannon Hearn as he becomes the first Eagle to reach 300 games.
Plus, check out the kids page.
And team lists for every game. Proudly partnered by Top Sport, official wagering partner of the AFL Record. Gamble responsibly. The AFL Record Round 20 edition.
Available at Coles, Coles Express, newsagents and sen.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Robot Building Supplies, now delivering contact-free. Visit robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Master Builders Victoria. Membership provides free legal support. Join today from just $1.40 a day.
Drive with Bob Murphy and Andy Marr.
Top of the show, you might have heard us talking about the news breaking out of Tokyo about the COVID scare. The Australian track and field team have been close to an American track athlete who has, we think, tested positive to COVID, and a statement has just come in via the AOC. Members of the Australian track and field team in the Tokyo Olympic Village have been cleared to return to their regular routines after earlier isolating in their rooms as a precautionary measure. The all clear comes after 3 members of the team underwent PCR testing following a brief casual contact with a US track and field athlete who had tested positive to COVID-19. All 3 tested negative after undergoing a PCR test this afternoon, while teammates remain in their rooms in line with AOC COVID protocols. There you go. That's it.
Reid, stop training with the Yanks.
Yeah, I would think that'll be a message now.
Should have been all along.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Stay in the tracksuits.
I think that's a reasonable point you raised, to be quite honest.